250 kilograms per hour, partly by increasing the temperature of the process. The time required to process a single batch in the company's secret Project Dura went from nearly 4 to only 2.5 hours. New puffing methods were also developed, including impregnation of the leaf with a volatile organic liquid followed by heating with a hot gas. Stems or leaves were also irradiated with microwaves, causing the tobacco to puff up. Some companies expanded only those varieties of tobacco thought to be more harmful, hoping thereby to lessen the risk of cancer. Odd as this may seem, then, light cigarettes are, among other things, just lightweight cigarettes, cigarettes with less tobacco in them. Most smokers probably have no idea that the actual mass of tobacco in cigarettes has declined substantially over the past 80 or 90 years. In 1922, for example, Class A cigarettes in the United States were required by law, the tobacco tax law, to weigh at least 3 pounds per thousand cigarettes, meaning an average minimum weight of 1.36 grams per cigarette. Lucky Strike cigarettes in 1921 averaged about 1.27 grams and contained 1.20 grams of tobacco. Cigarettes manufactured since the 1940s, however, have steadily declined in weight. It is not clear why this 1922 law was not enforced. The industry used to gauge the weight of cigarettes in terms of how many it took to make 4 ounces. So for Cigarrete filters in 1956 it took 92 to make 4 ounces, with each whole cigarette weighing 1.23 grams, 1.03 for the tobacco and the rest for paper and the filter. Camels were somewhat lighter but still weighed about 1.1 grams and were occasionally measured as heavy as 1.26 grams. Cigarettes have continued to lighten since this time. Cigarrete ultra-low tar menthols in 1981 contained only 0.56 grams of tobacco, and Brown & Williamson's super skinny Capri in 1986, with a circumference of only 17 mm, contained only 0.40 grams of tobacco. By 1991 an entire pack of Virginia Super Slims ultra-low tar contained only 8 to 9 grams of tobacco, so little that adjustments had to be made in mechanical handling and testing procedures, which had assumed that a pack of cigarettes would weigh at least 10 grams. Even American Lights, a very long cigarette at 120 mm, contained only 0.82 grams of filler. 1. The point is that cigarettes today contain significantly less tobacco than cigarettes from the pre-1950s era. Light cigarettes are light because the manufacturers have punched little holes in the sides, allowing fresh air to dilute the smoke, but also because they use this new kind of tobacco, or rather the same old kind subjected to puffing, or expansion, or swelling. Expanding tobacco gives it greater filling power, but the end product is no different. Light cigarettes are light if you believe that cream by virtue of being whipped has fewer calories or that cotton candy is less likely to rot your teeth than ordinary sugar. There is one further point that should be made in this context. Epidemiologic studies show that people are still dying as often from smoking on a per-cigarette basis, which means that cigarettes today, since they contain only about half the tobacco they once did, are about twice as deadly on a per-gram basis as cigarettes in the past. Despite all the trumpets and drums and hand-waving from the industry's admin and lawyers in court, and despite reassurances in the guise of filters, low tars, and lights, modern cigarettes are no less deadly than those of a bygone era. Indeed, on a per-gram basis they may well be deadlier than at any previous time in history. All the industry has really managed is to extract more death and suffering from any given mass of tobacco, and to wrap the whole mess up in shiny packs full of lies. Color coding schemes. In court, when charged with having conspired to defraud consumers by means of this light label, the industry typically blames the public health community for insisting that low-tar cigarettes would be safer. And it is true that for several decades a number of health authorities did recommend that smokers switch to low-delivery brands. The peak of this insistence came in the 1970s, when the tobacco industry and the U.S. Public Health Service collaborated in an effort to explore how less harmful cigarettes might be designed, through a body known as the Tobacco Working Group, set up in 1968. The retreat from advocating reduced harm cigarettes did not really come until the 1990s, when health authorities realized, mainly from the release of internal industry documents, that the industry had no reason to believe lights were any safer, because of compensation. I've mentioned the pioneering work of Kozlowski and Benowitz, but we cannot really talk about a consensus until 2001, when the National Cancer Institute published its monograph 13, combining evidence from epidemiology, biomarker studies, marketing research, and the industry's own archives to show that lights were no safer. More recently, the different companies have begun to diverge over what to admit. Philip Morris now admits that lights or low tars were never any safer but refuses to admit it had ever implied such a thing. Contrary to mountains of evidence from the archives. 2. The company also denies that smokers ever imagined them to be safer. Reynolds admits that lights may not have been safer, but they also like to stress that many people outside the industry also used to think this, including people from the public health community. The industry here as always tries to diminish its own responsibility and culpability by casting itself as a kind of neutral innocent, buffeted by the forces of consumer demand and public health admonishments. The industry was not a leader but a follower. Their hands were tied. Such is the claim at any rate. Fortunately, however, the courts have begun to see through this ruse. In the summer of 2006, federal court judge Gladys Kessler ruled in United States v. Philip Morris that the industry had deliberately tried to deceive consumers with its Lights campaign. Justice Department lawyers had accused the industry of violating the Racketeer-Influenced and Corrupt Organizations (RICO) Act, the statute created to punish organized crime, and the court was harsh in its condemnation. In one of the most detailed legal judgments in history, the final amended opinion runs to 1,600 pages. The court ruled that the companies had committed fraud and racketeering on a scale of massive proportions. The conspiracy, enterprise, had lasted over half a century and was ongoing. The companies were found to have falsely denied that they market to youth, falsely denied that they manipulated cigarette design, falsely represented that light and low tar cigarettes deliver less nicotine and tar, falsely denied that ETS, second-hand smoke, causes disease, and suppressed documents, information, and research. The court also commented on the conspiracy to represent light and low tar cigarettes as safer, when the reality known to the companies was that these offered no clear health benefit over regulars. The industry falsely marketed lights as less harmful, in order to keep people smoking and sustain corporate revenues. Hundreds of pages are devoted to proving such charges. The marketing of lights was a calculated deception, a ruse to keep profits high even if it cost smokers lives. Light's branding of cigarettes in the United States is scheduled to become a thing of the past. Judge Kessler in United States v. Philip Morris ordered the companies to stop using descriptors such as light, mild, or any other terms to convey health claims. A ruling upheld in July 2010, when the U.S. Supreme Court refused to hear the industry's request for an appeal. The tobacco industry is now officially a racketeer. That is the law of the land. The FDA has also ruled that explicit light labels must disappear, effective June 2010. The Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, not yet ratified by the United States, asks all its member nations to avoid using labels such as light or mild in advertising or on packs, and Brazil, Canada, and most countries in the European Union have already banned such terms. Brazil in 2001 banned all tobacco advertising using health-related terminology, including light and mild, though cigarette makers have also had plenty of time to develop alternate ways to convey this same message of reassurance. Indeed, the industry has long known that color codes can be used to differentiate brands and to insinuate this same sense of safety. So instead of Marlboro regulars, lights, and ultralights, we will have Marlboro reds, golds, and silvers, or something along these lines. Menthols will no doubt be greens or blues. Brazilian cigarette makers have already introduced such coatings, and other countries surely will follow. Tobacco marketers have been building up the public's appreciation for color perception since at least the 1970s. A 1978 Brown and Williamson marketing report put it as follows: light colors connect with light tasting. Combinations of yellow, orange and red now equate to smoking enjoyment. Merit's brown projects a slightly stronger taste. Certain blues are contradictory to smoking enjoyment and can denote strength and coldness. Other blues are prestigious though in a passive sense. The industry has been working for quite some time along these lines, which means that when light labels are finally lost, the companies will already have moved on to color-coded surrogates. We've already seen how manufacturers barred from using text or human images were able to turn to subtler visual cues: a sliver of cut purple silk, a camel waiting for a bus, see again Figure 17. BAT as recently as 2008 was giving stores in Mauritius a new coat of paint, in favored cigarette brand colors. We can expect tobacco manufacturers to try to carry on the lights fraud via color codings, which is why critics call for plain packaging with nothing but a plain font brand name on the pack, and graphic warnings. A heated battle is now being waged in Australia over precisely this question of whether the government has the right to mandate plain packaging. The industry of course is nimble, and has a long history of anticipating and thwarting its critics. Which is why we can still count the number of cigarettes smoked per annum in the trillions. The light cigarette scam and its survival through color coding was not the industry's first duplicitous triumph, nor will it be its last. 23. Penetrating the universities. Only a knave or a fool can support the tobacco industry. It is dastardly. This is the age of the hollow man. Let it not be known as the age when our finest thinkers sell out. Charles B. Huggins, Nobel laureate, to Clarence Cook Little, Center Sab Chair, January 17, 1968. Those who can make you believe absurdities, can make you commit atrocities. Voltaire. In 1963 Senator Maureen B. Neuberger of Oregon wondered whom future historians might indict for our failure to find even a partial solution to the problem of smoking during the first 10 years after its dangers were revealed. There was plenty of blame to go around, and the distinguished senator pondered the options. The tobacco industry, for its callous and myopic pursuit of its own self-interest. The government, for its timidity and inertia in failing to formulate a positive program of prevention. The medical profession, for abdicating its role of leader in this crucial area of public health. Or is the individual, smoker and non-smoker alike, incriminated by his failure to accept responsibility for his own and his society's well-being? Nearly 50 years have passed since Neuberger's queries, and our answer must be, all of the above, and more. The senator makes no mention of those many journalists, advertisers, and PR agents who so faithfully served the industry, nor of the farmers and trade unionists who went along with the Doubt campaign. She doesn't mention the myriad providers of paper, filters, and flavorants to the industry, who must have known their ultimate fate. And there is no mention of those legions of lawyers who, like those at Shook, Hardy and Bacon or Covington and Burling, provided intimate counsel to the industry, directing research, cultivating experts, shredding or sequestering documents, and aiding and abetting in other ways the denialist conspiracy. Also absent from Neuberger's list, however, is academia, which is striking given how thoroughly our colleges have been captured. Thousands of scholars have worked as consultants for Big Tobacco, and many hundreds have worked as witnesses in litigation. And not just in the United States, but all over the world. This massive, and deadly, collaboration is little known, a virtually undiagnosed black mark on modern scholarship. Off-topic data chaff and quid pro quo. We've already seen how the Medical College of Virginia by the 1940s was sold American, especially through its Department of Pharmacology. The college supplied the industry with talent for more than 7 decades, as it still does today. But the MCV was not alone in providing help. Dozens of world-class universities have serviced the industry, defending cigarette makers in court or in hearings, spewing off-topic data chaff to distract from looming harms, lending the imprimatur of intellect to the world's deadliest business enterprise. Professors from places like Harvard, Yale, Johns Hopkins, Stanford, UCLA, and other beacons of learning have been happy to serve, and in a variety of capacities. Taking money from the industry's distraction organs, center, care, etc., has been the most common, but scholars have also appeared for the industry in films or on television, along with evaluating grants, organizing symposia, publishing books and articles, and countless special arrangements. Scholars serve as expert witnesses for the industry in court or before Congress and write briefs for lawyers, advising them on everything from soft spots in statistical reasoning to tricky ways to challenge a cancer diagnosis. Prior to the 1990s, in fact, there seems to have been little reluctance to take such funds. Harvard administrators in 1964 actually solicited money from Reynolds, offering that such donations, for medical research, would be of incalculable value in demonstrating the interdependence of good health and industrial achievement. Here is how Harvard approached the camel coterie. By making a major unrestricted grant for teaching and research in the medical sciences at Harvard, the R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company would enjoy enormous public relations benefits, starting with the initial announcement of the gift and continuing, for generations to come, with the association of the R.J. Reynolds name with a steady stream of advances in medical knowledge. The company would set an example of incalculable value in demonstrating the interdependence of good health and industrial achievement. Reynolds for its part agreed that academic investments would be wise, in the matter of the company's public image, and so on October 8, 1964, gave $50,000 to the illustrious East Coast University. Harvard Medicine Program Officer Lawrence O. Pratt was gratified, assuring the company of the university's intent to create with your initial gift the R.J. Reynolds Teaching and Research Fund, for Harvard. The creation of such a fund will have a number of advantages. We will be able to utilize income from the fund to support basic research in fields that hold special interest to your company. Because the gift is unrestricted, the dean of the Harvard Medical School will be able to utilize these new resources, like a good quarterback, in ways which promise maximum yardage in advancing knowledge. Reynolds later worked with other Harvard deans, including Robert H. Ebert, who succeeded George P. Berry as dean of the medical school in 1965. Dean Ebert was equally appreciative, praising the makers of Camel cigarettes, in 1970, for providing a significant part of the unrestricted capital available to the medical school for teaching and research purposes. Ebert invited the cigarette maker to visit the Harvard campus. We would welcome the opportunity to demonstrate how the Reynolds Fund is contributing to progress of medical science and education. Reynolds was agreeable, noting that Dean Ebert had long had an interest in lung infections, and smoked a pipe. 5. Gifts of this sort were often unrestricted, but donors clearly expected some kind of payback. Within a matter of weeks after announcing its first big grant to Harvard, for example, Reynolds had one of its attorneys ask Professor A. Clifford Barger from the medical school to testify on its behalf before a congressional committee investigating smoking. Barger soon thereafter began reviewing grant applications for the center and started dipping himself into this pot, receiving special project funds after gaining the approval of all 6 general counsel of the industry. Barger was attractive to the companies because, as lawyers working with Shook, Hardy and Bacon explained, when it came to heart disease, Barger believes that his experimental work shows that stress and not smoking is involved. This was music to the industry's ears, which is why David Hardy in 1969 recommended increasing special project money for Harvard in the hope again that Dr. Barger might consider giving us a statement for hearings. The rationale was familiar. Drive. Barger is, we believe, sympathetic to our cause insofar as heart disease is concerned, and he feels that stress and other factors are of much greater importance than the unproved case against smoking. Barger received $30,000 that year in special projects money, plus another $150,000 in 1972 in regular center funds to determine, among other things, whether nicotine enhances performance of the squirrel monkey. The professor by this time had a big team of Harvard scholars working on the industry's dime, the psychiatrist Peter B. Dewes, for example, but also J. Allen Hurd from physiology, Roger T. Callagher and William H. Morse from psychobiology, and several research and technical assistants as well. Barger also had a cozy relationship with the CTR, reviewing and approving grant applications by colleagues who were also reviewing and approving his own applications. As late as 1984, Barger was still presenting lectures to RJR's board of directors, reassuring them that heart disease had unknown causes despite many suspects. His colleague Peter Dewes, as recently as 1994, was advising Philip Morris on scientific points regarding nicotine addiction to address claims raised in litigation, while serving also as a member of Reynolds's scientific advisory board. Dewes in at least one instance traveled to Philip Morris headquarters in New York to deliver a lecture to the board of directors on legal matters so sensitive that even today the speech remains privileged content and barred from public inspection. It would take many thousands of pages to chronicle the full extent of Big Tobacco's penetration of academia. The scale of such collaborations is simply too vast. From 1995 to 2007 alone, University of California researchers received at least 108 awards totaling $37 million from tobacco manufacturers for training, service, and research. From a global point of view, most such collaborations have been in the realm of agriculture. Tobacco companies rely on experts to improve tobacco yields, and thousands if not tens of thousands of scholars have been harnessed for this purpose. Here I shall restrict my focus to health-related collaborations, which present us with the most disturbing breach of academic integrity. Given limitations of space, I shall highlight only a few examples from some of our more prestigious universities, organized more or less chronologically. A feeling of goodwill. The 1930s was a turning point in tobacco academic collaborations. Outside expertise was needed to solve certain technical problems, but the companies were also beginning to realize that university ties could burnish the industry's prestige and credibility, both of which had suffered from the first great wave of health scares, centering around publicity of poisons in tobacco, notably lead, arsenic, and carbon monoxide, but also poisons produced by the use of humectants, including acrolein, and nascent cancer grumblings. A. L. Chesley, American Tobacco's top scientist in the pre-Hanmer era, as early as 1931 had pushed the company to use its talents to help withstand the assault of competitors and anti-tobacco propagandists. The goal was to make the company's research department the leader in this field, so that anyone wanting to know about tobacco will think first of asking us for such information. AT&T's Bell Laboratories was to be a model, but external research contacts were also to be cultivated. Chesley's recommendation: we should establish a feeling of goodwill, probably by research work, with several of the leading colleges, such as Columbia, Johns Hopkins, the University of Iowa, and some university on the coast. American led with its MCV collaboration, but by the 1940s most of the companies had joined in the action. Laurel had funded a graduate fellowship in tobacco chemistry at Ohio State in 1946, by which time the company was also paying JAMA editor Morris Fishbane large sums to promote its cigarettes. C. L. Albright from the physics department of the University of Richmond studied the extent to which Paul Mall stained the fingers in 1940, while Philip Morris funded the Mellon Institute of Industrial Research to improve methods for measuring acrolein in cigarette smoke. Brown and Williamson in 1947 established a fellowship at the University of Louisville to research the chemical constituents of tobacco leaf, and Laurelid in 1946 funded yet another postdoctoral fellowship, this time in physiology, to study cigarette smoke from the standpoint of throat irritation. This last-named initiative was made urgent by the publicity given to Angel H. Roffo's demonstration of a cigarette cancer link in the 1946 issue of Reader's Scope. Universities were not always proud of such arrangements. Ohio State's contract with Laurelid barred the tobacco giant from using its name in advertising, for example, and Yale was not entirely pleased with its appearance in a series of Reynolds ads extolling nicotine's wondrous power to raise one's blood sugar. Professor Howard W. Haggard's work had been cited in a series of ads that ran in 1,100 newspapers in the spring of 1934. Neither Haggard nor Yale had approved the use of the names, however, and there was the added complication that the professor was already under contract with several other tobacco firms, endorsing other tobacco products. Haggard and his colleague Yandell Henderson, from Yale's Applied Physiology Laboratory, were on the payroll of at least 3 different cigarette companies by this time. For Brown and Williamson, for example, they had been investigating the toxicity of the menthol added to cool cigarettes, concluding in a letter to the company's law department that the compound was entirely without any harmful effect whatever, either general or local, upon those who consume these cigarettes. Haggard and Henderson also suggested mentholating the paper in the packaging just prior to transport, to avoid evaporation, an idea later taken up by a number of cigarette makers. Haggard had also helped certify the cleanliness of American Tobacco's facilities, but it was not always easy to entice such collaborations. William Esty, head of Reynolds's chief advertising agency, in 1934 reflected candidly on tobacco's difficult relations with academia. Nearly all scientists and college professors have an instinctive distrust of businessmen, especially advertising men. There is some justification for their feelings, since in the past their confidence has been so often betrayed by commercial interests. Professor Haggard especially has reason to distrust tobacco companies and advertising men. He was one of the party which was taken on a special train for a junket to the Lucky Strike factory. Like the others in the large party, he was promised a $1,000 fee simply to inspect the factory and report on its sanitary conditions. The party of visiting scientists was whisked through the factory in a perfunctory way, then entertained at a barbecue and mint julep spree and poured back on the special train. Professor Haggard wrote a letter to the American Tobacco Company stating that he found sanitary conditions to be very good in the factory, then the Ethiopian in the woodpile emerged. American Tobacco Company sent him a long statement to sign, in which he commended their toasting process and other features, obviously to be used in Lucky Strike advertising. Properly resentful, Professor Haggard returned the statement unsigned and said he would return their check if his first statement was not satisfactory. Esty realized that such men had to be approached carefully, and subsequently looked for scholars more favorably disposed to business enterprise. The industry vastly increased funding for scholars in the 1950s and 1960s, following proof and certification of the lung cancer hazard. In 1955 alone the TIRC offered fellowships to 79 medical schools, with only 2 refusing the money. Trolling wherever they could for support, the companies offered lucrative stipends and retainers to keep scholars in their pockets. Herbert Arkin, for example, was a City College of New York statistician hired by Philip Morris in 1950 to analyze the extent to which different brands of cigarettes irritated the throat. Philip Morris scientists had gathered the data, using a colorimeter and photoelectric cell, to gauge the reddening of tissues at the back of the throat. Crunching company supplied numbers, Arkin found that whereas Lucky Strikes caused significant irritation, Philip Morris cigarettes produced none. Big surprise. Arkin was later hired to dispute Hammond and Horn's studies financed by the American Cancer Society and published an article in Current Medical Digest warning that the methods being used to link smoking and cancer were fraught with dangers of misinterpretation. Newspapers publicized his skepticism, with headlines announcing, "Professor questions cigarette cancer link," and "Smoking, lung cancer link questioned." Quotes from Arkin and other industry-financed skeptics were later used by Laurelid at FTC hearings to defend its old gold advertising. Dozens of other scholars were paid for similar services, and by the end of the 1950s it was hard to find a serious scientific doubter who had not taken money from the companies. What we really see from this point on is the emergence of two scientific communities, one independent of the industry recognizing the reality of tobacco harms and one dependent on the industry servicing its various technical, legal, and political PR needs. The distinction is not really captured by leaders versus laggards, since many of those co-opted were bright lights in their own fields. Which is also why it's not really right to talk about science versus pseudoscience. The science supported by the industry was typically not of a particularly low quality but rather simply irrelevant to the question of whether tobacco caused harms. The genius of the industry was to create a new kind of science in its macro-sociologic aspect, which I like to call distraction science or red herring research. Science of this sort could be advertised as related somehow to smoking and health while never running the danger of implicating smoking in any kind of harm. Decoy research could be used to distract attention from the main issue, the deadly harms of smoking. Much of this was basic research in molecular or cell biology and the like, one purpose of which was to allow the industry to say, look how much research we are funding. Alternative causation was a focus of much of this research, and scholars were employed both to conduct such research and to summarize its value for litigation. Richard E. Chope, a distinguished virologist at the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research, worked for Philip Morris attorneys in the late 1950s, for example, preparing an analysis of the possible role of viruses in cancer, for use in litigation. Work of this sort was needed to buttress the claim that tobacco was only one of many possible causes of cancer and that we might as well blame a virus of some sort, or stress on the job or air pollution, or even baldness or bird mites. Birds fluff their feathers, releasing lung-infesting mites. The utility of such arguments was typically higher if the industry's hand in generating them could remain hidden, which may be why Chope failed to disclose his industry connection when he wrote a guest editorial titled, Koch's Postulates and a Viral Cause of Human Cancer, for Cancer Research. Robert Koch had developed criteria for disease causation in Germany in the 1880s, as part of an effort to formalize how to identify infectious disease agents. The idea was that if a germ of a particular sort really does cause a particular disease, then one should be able to find that microbe in the body of the afflicted patient. For complex diseases such as cancer, however, Koch's postulates were not terribly useful. Cancers are most often not caused by germs, and the same effect might have many different causes. As summarized by Chope, however, the first of Koch's postulates required that the investigator should find the agent in every case of the disease. The Rockefeller virologist seems not to have realized that cancer was different. Tobacco could be causing a disease even if it could also arise by other means. Lung cancer could derive from exposure to radioactivity or coal tar or metals or a number of other bodily insults, including smoking. The disease is basically a train wreck in the DNA of your lungs, without one single type of exposure being the cause all in every instance. Chope was myopic on this point, and seems not to have realized that causal models developed for microbial disease were inadequate for understanding chronic, slow-acting, DNA-scrambling diseases caused by toxic pollutants. Chope was a relatively benign collaborator, but Harry S. N. Green, chairman of Yale University's Department of Pathology, was closer to what we could call a tobacco hack, a hired gun paid to appear as a witness in regulatory hearings. In 1965 testimony before the U.S. Congress, Green dismissed Winder et al.'s celebrated mouse painting studies, claiming that cancer had also been produced in mice, by a variety of common innocuous substances such as salt, sugar, egg white, and cellophane. Epidemiology was also not to be trusted, because it was based on statistical judgment. Green had earlier reassured lawmakers at the Blatnick hearings, if I have a bad cold coming on I smoke a lot of cigarettes and usually wake up in the morning without a cold. The man may have felt a certain bitterness from having failed to produce tumors by means of tobacco extracts placed under the armpits of mice, and we should probably not overlook the fact that by the time he was testifying for Blatnick he had already been smoking for some 40-odd years. British tobacco manufacturers in 1958 recognized Green as quite out of step in refusing to admit health harms, listing him as one of only a handful of serious scholars still willing to deny any causal link. Industry headhunters scoffed when his name was put forward as a candidate for the job of scientific director at the center, the job C. Little eventually took, calling him crazy. More on Harvard's engagements. Whereas some kinds of co-opting were planned to be invisible, others were supposed to be quite upfront, allowing the industry to brag about the collaboration. Sponsored research channeled through the TIRC Center was displayed in artfully prepared annual reports, for example, and the industry's many other high-priced gifts and grants were always widely publicized. But some collaborations were supposed to be more circumspect. The University of Kentucky in the 1960s, for example, established a tobacco and health research program in Lexington headed by Gus W. Stokes, Associate Dean of the school's College of Agriculture. The program was supposed to assess the nature and magnitude of the relation of smoking to health, but even Philip Morris recognized this as a stretch, given the absence of any kind of epidemiological unit which might approach the statistics. Stokes directed the program into the 1970s, when it was renamed the Tobacco and Health Research Institute with new financing from a half-cent per pack tax on all cigarettes sold in the state. Industry-friendly research was organized with support from Brown and Williamson, which both bankrolled the institute and helped vet grant applications. In this instance, however, the tobacco maker asked not to be identified as a sponsor. The university was also not to identify any information supplied by Brown and Williamson as coming from the company. Publicity of industry-sponsored research has always been carefully stage-managed, given the dangers of exposing inconvenient truths. Loyalty influence was also felt at Harvard's Tobacco and Health Research Program, established via hefty grants from the companies in 1972. The program was actually the brainchild of the Tobacco Institute, which approached Gary L. Huber, chief of respiratory diseases at Boston City Hospital's Harvard Medical Unit. Huber had always been willing to play ball with the companies, pleasing them with his willingness to defend the constitutional hypothesis and the possibility of a safe cigarette. Huber thought it significant that some people must be more vulnerable to harms than others, and at one point confessed to his Reynolds handlers, "As a chest physician, I would like to know which of my patients I should ask to stop smoking." The Harvard project made the industry look good and so was handsomely endowed, absorbing $7 million over an 8-year period. Research topics ranged from animal models for emphysema to smoke chemistry, experimental filters, and human smoking behavior, but the industry seems to have been caught off guard in 1978 when Huber announced, on the basis of human experiments, that low-tar cigarettes probably were no safer and might even be extra dangerous insofar as smokers consistently held the smoke from the low-tar cigarettes in their lungs a longer time in an apparent effort to extract more satisfaction from them. This was clear evidence that low-tar didn't necessarily mean safer, and a deep challenge to the industry's principal business strategy of health reassurance. Charles Waite, medical director at the Tobacco Institute, when confronted with these findings conceded that people smoke for nicotine and self-regulate their own dose levels, but derided Huber's experiment as artificial and flawed by virtue of using too small a sample size. Waite also claimed that the companies had never implied that low tars were any safer, which was also not entirely accurate. Huber's Harvard program fell on hard times after this point. Tobacco industry lawyers had always supervised his work, but attorneys from Lorillard, Shook, Hardy, and Brown and Williamson now started cautioning that he was getting too close to some things. As Huber's relationship with the industry soured, his money faucet was turned off. By 1980 the industry had decided his work was not worth the embarrassment. His Harvard grant was axed, the program closed. Huber many years later learned, or so he claimed, that he had been used as a pawn in the industry's doubt-mongering campaign, wasting 15 years of his career to discover what the companies already knew from work in their own laboratories. Attorneys suing the industry showed him documents demonstrating his role in this scheme, and he agreed to testify against his former benefactors in court, exposing the duplicitous manipulation of science. Harvard has had many other engagements with the industry. The physical anthropologist Carl Seltzer in the 1950s tried to correlate propensity to smoke with body type, and the 1964 Surgeon General's report has an entire chapter on the morphological constitution of smokers, featuring Seltzer as an authority. Non-smoking Harvard sophomores supposedly had anatomic traits tending toward the extreme masculine form. Seltzer liked to play up his Harvard connection even though he never held a permanent position, living mainly off tobacco industry contracts run through either the Peabody Museum or the School of Public Health. Seltzer testified for cigarette makers in numerous public hearings and in 1972 appeared as a nerdy white coat in the Tobacco Institute's denialist film, Smoking and Health, The Need to Know. Seltzer here characterized smokers as more aggressive, outgoing, extroverted people, hard driving, full of tension, implying that personality traits such as these might well be causing them both to smoke and to succumb to heart disease. His bottom line: we do not know whether or not there is a causal relationship between smoking and heart disease. Harvard atoned for some of this in 2002, when its School of Public Health decided henceforth to refuse all sponsored research from the industry. Right-minded universities were starting to wake up to the dangers of such collaborations. More than a dozen banned tobacco industry sponsorship in the 1990s, and in the new millennium these were joined by the Karolinska Institute, which hands out the Nobel Prize in Medicine, Johns Hopkins, Emory, the University of Berlin, and several dozen others, many of which are in Australia, which has one of the world's strongest tobacco prevention movements. Several of these schools had suffered public relations embarrassments when concerned journalists exposed their faculty as having aided and abetted the world's largest industrial killer. 1. Sponging up for big tobacco. Safe topics at Washington University. Academic collaboration takes many different forms, and in some instances the school owes its very existence to cigarette philanthropy. Duke University in Durham, North Carolina, fits this bill, but so does the Bowman Gray School of Medicine in Winston-Salem. Bowman Gray Sr. was R. J. Reynolds's powerful president, from 1924 to 1931, and later chairman of the board, 1931-35, steering the company through its turbulent post-trust bust years. When Gray died in 1935, a bequest of $750,000 from his estate was granted to Wake Forest School of Medicine on the condition that it relocate to Winston-Salem, 100 miles to the west, where it joined with the local Baptist hospital to become a 4-year medical college. Bowman Gray for more than half a century was one of only 2 American medical schools named for a tobacco magnate. Duke was and remains the other. Bowman Gray changed its name to Wake Forest University School of Medicine in 1997, feeling perhaps that a medical school honoring a tobacco baron might not be in the best interest of public relations. No such taint seems to have attached to the Weissman School of Arts and Sciences at Baruch College, named for Philip Morris president and CEO George Weissman, and his wife, or to Wills Hall at the University of Bristol, honoring W. D. and H. O. Wills, the British tobacco magnates. One wonders whether students or even faculty know what line of work the benefactors were in. Bowman Gray's scientific collaboration began in 1944, when a tobacco research laboratory was established at the school with financial support from R. J. Reynolds. Nicotine metabolism was one early object of study, with the quest being to show that, even in heavy smokers, there was no significant accumulation of nicotine in the blood. Bowman Gray scholars later did radioisotope tracer work for cigarette manufacturers. The industry's funding of such research was often not disclosed in publications. In 1948, when scholars from the school's tobacco research laboratory published on nicotine metabolism, the authors credited only the Medical Relations Division of William Esty and Company, Inc., failing to reveal that the laboratory itself was a Reynolds creation. So, too, though, was the Medical Relations Division of Esty, Reynolds's principal advertising agency, which had coughed up such wonders as the "More Doctors Smoke Camels" campaign. Washington University in St. Louis has been another big sponge for tobacco money. Chancellor Thomas H. Eliot announced an initial $2 million grant in the spring of 1971, noting that this was the largest tobacco industry grant ever awarded to a single institution. Millions more were eventually funneled into the School of Medicine, turning it into a hotbed of cigarette-friendly activism. The nominal purpose was to support basic research in tumor immunology, but the underlying goal was to generate good PR and political allies. President Nixon had declared war on cancer that year, and the Tobacco Institute wanted to be able to claim it was doing its part to help promote early detection, treatment and possible prevention of cancer in man. Newspapers reported glowingly on the collaboration, and Chancellor Eliot and TI President Horace Corngay joined in praising the alliance as helping to broaden man's basic understanding of cancer. The expressed goal was to better grasp the biochemistry of tumors, with the hope that cancer-specific antigens of the lung might be identified that could be used to help develop blood tests to detect early lung cancer. The irony of big tobacco spending millions to explore lung cancer treatment and prevention seems to have been missed by Washington University's faculty taking the cash. The goal was clearly more than cancer cures. The industry also hoped to generate good PR and academic allies. Project Director Paul E. Lacey, a distinguished pathologist and father of islet cell transplants, in 1978 agreed to write to Congressman John E. Moss, commending his cigarette benefactors for the remarkable foresight and generosity in supporting research. Lacey was equally effusive in correspondence with the Tobacco Institute, praising the wisdom and vision of the tobacco companies and tobacco associates, sentiments also echoed by the university's new chancellor, William H. Danforth. Lacey outlined the kinds of questions made researchable by the industry's vision. The understanding of the basic cause of cancer in man will be accomplished by determining the biochemical changes induced in cells by a viral agent or a chemical agent. Do the viral and chemical agents produce the same biochemical changes leading to cancer? Does a chemical agent pave the way for the action of a viral agent? Do both of these agents affect the repair mechanism for DNA in the cell? These were all, of course, safe topics, with tobacco conveniently overlooked in all this talk of viral and biochemical causation. Lacey's co-director, a pathologist by the name of Lauren V. Ackerman, offered an equally friendly vision of cancer research, stressing the dangers of treating man as an experimental animal. The ultimate purpose of cancer research is to develop a means of eradicating cancer in man. If cancer is to be eliminated by removal from the environment, this ever-growing list of potential carcinogens, then the only practical resolution of the problem would be to treat mankind as an experimental animal, house them in a sterile environment, destroy the basis of their society and deprive them of their present human rights. Fortunately, a new era is evolving in cancer research which provides some rays of hope towards achieving the ultimate objective of cancer research, the era of immunology of cancer. This was an oddly common worry, that nailing down cancer hazards would require the forcible isolation of smokers from non-smokers to see which developed cancer. The industry's approach was presented as more sober, more cautious, more cellular. Newspapers like the St. Louis Globe Democrat swallowed this line, that tobacco firms were helping in the fight against cancer. For 9 years, a prestigious group of researchers at Washington University has been quietly working with millions of dollars from the nation's leading cigarette manufacturers in an effort to untangle the cellular snarl of cancer. Through a better understanding of how cancer develops, they say, scientists may eventually be able to develop gene therapies, through which the devastating disease could be prevented, or its victims cured. At a time when many are groping for quick answers and magical cures, the Washington University team, led by the highly esteemed Drive. Paul E. Lacey, is slowly and meticulously studying the behavior of genetic material and the intricacies of intracellular interactions. Washington University by this time was returning the favors. Professor Theodore D. Sterling from computer science was twisting biostatistics to exonerate tobacco, and Professor Joseph H. Augra from otolaryngology was receiving $24,000 to carry out Center Special Project 77, authorized to demonstrate the significance of air pollution and nasal obstruction as influences on the development of lower airway disease. Not tobacco, in other words. The historian of medicine Kenneth Ludmerer from the School of Medicine would later become one of the industry's principal defenders in court, see Chapter 24. Winder's taint. There is a certain irony in Washington University's collaboration, given that this is where Winder and Graham had conducted their pioneering lung cancer epidemiology, published in 1950. The irony loses part of its punch, however, once we realize how closely Winder himself ended up working with Big Tobacco. We saw in Chapter 13 how much of Sloan Kettering's research in the early 1950s, including some of Winder's work, was industry-sponsored, through monies clandestinely channeled from the American Tobacco Company via the Damon Runyon Memorial Fund. Sloan Kettering continued to take funds from the industry in the 1960s and 1970s thanks to its tobacco-friendly director, Frank L. Horsfall, who thought cigarettes were getting undue blame for cancer, and liked the man-sized taste of Marlboros. Winder in the mid-1970s expanded the research facility he had founded, the American Health Foundation, with financial aid from Philip Morris, and even allowed the tobacco-allied firm of Ruder and Finn to handle public relations. Ruder and Finn sanitized press releases issued by the foundation, allowing the firm to boast to Philip Morris, "We have handled it so there is not one single mention of the problem of smoking and health." Winder ended up taking around $6 million from the industry over a period of several decades, during which time he supported efforts to make a safer cigarette and other smoke-friendly causes, denying even the second-hand smoke cancer link. Winder had made it clear, from the mid-1950s, that he wanted not to eliminate but rather only to improve cigarettes. As Philip Morris gleefully summarized it, he was not really anti-tobacco, but rather pro-improved tobacco. Winder never publicly acknowledged taking money from the industry, even though in at least one instance he seems to have allowed Philip Morris to ghostwrite a paper later revised for publication under his name. Linking dietary fat and lung cancer, the paper fit nicely with the industry's alternate causation obfuscation. The industry also recognized Winder as an ally in the second-hand smoke arena, characterizing him as a scholar who, despite being against us on the primary issue, i.e., death from mainstream smoke, might nonetheless be willing to speak up in our favor on the ETS issue, helping thereby to marginalize the more rabid or silly antis. Philip Morris's funding for Winder started drying up in the mid-1990s, when colleagues at his facility showed that exposure to cider-stream smoke resulted in measurable levels of carcinogens in the bodies of non-smokers. Nicole Fields and Simon Chapman in an important review of this history have concluded that Winder's collaboration through the company's a decades-long public relations lifeline, and that even in retrospect, toward the end of his life, Winder realized the insidious effect of tobacco industry research support but failed to acknowledge this may have applied to his own association with the industry. Tobacco largesse at UCLA. UCLA has been another significant recipient of tobacco largesse. The university had taken tobacco money before, but a new level of involvement began in 1974, when the School of Medicine was awarded a multi-million-dollar grant to establish a program on tobacco and health. As with all such projects, industry lawyers, notably Shook, Hardy and Bacon, played a key role in the decision to fund, with the companies also conceding that the decision should be based more on public relations than on purely scientific grounds. The project involved a number of distinguished faculty in the medical school, with topics including immunotherapy, early detection, the impact of silica dust and other environmental pollutants on bronchial ciliary function, and a possible relationship between tobacco and disease, particularly lung cancer. The goal was to advance our understanding of complex interlocking systems which defend our airways against foreign invaders, but one sentence in the proposal must have caught the tobacco man's eye. Martin J. Klein, UCLA's Bowyer Professor of Medical Oncology and Chief of Hematology Oncology, in a letter outlining his planned course of study reassured the makers of Kool, Viceroy, Raleigh, and Barclay cigarettes that, "We have no strong scientific evidence that tobacco is causally related to cancer." Flush with tobacco money, Martin Klein et al. Studied how the lung defends itself, giving little attention to the primary agent known to be attacking it. Over $2 million had been shoveled to UCLA by 1979, with another $1 million approved for an extension beginning that year. And Klein repaid the favor by helping the industry with its legal defense. Shook, Hardy and Bacon flew him to Kansas City to lecture its lawyers on cancer causation, and in 1997 he appeared as an expert witness for the defense in Broyn v. Philip Morris, a class action suit brought by flight attendants suffering from maladies caused by exposure to secondhand smoke. Klein here testified that while smoking might well be a risk factor for certain diseases, it could never be conclusively determined to be causal in any given individual, even those who smoked 3 packs a day for 20 years. Klein also denied having any knowledge of smoking being addictive. Tobacco collaborators at UCLA have attracted their fair share of criticism from public health advocates, and for understandable reasons. An epidemiologist by the name of James Enstrom has taken much of this heat, by virtue of having been so willing to carry water for the industry. Enstrom, with a PhD in physics from Stanford, first came to the industry's attention in 1974, following widespread media hoopla surrounding his work casting doubts on whether tobacco abstinence alone could account for the low cancer rates of Mormons. The Tobacco Institute in its newsletter commented favorably on his work, especially his view that there must be some other factor beyond not smoking or drinking behind Mormon longevity. Ann Duffin, a senior executive and special projects director at the Tobacco Institute, sought him out and in the spring of 1975 invited him to apply for a center grant, which he did with Lester Breslow as principal investigator. Enstrom was never a tenured member of the faculty. Enstrom asked Duffin to put in a good word for him at the CTR, adding that he was distressed about the one-sided nature of the evidence being presented on tobacco and cancer. "It is hard for me to understand how the rising cigarette consumption during this century could, by itself, be having a serious adverse effect on the health of Americans, when the age-adjusted death rate from all causes has steadily declined by about 1% a year for at least the last 40 years, including declines in every age group." Duffin politely declined to intervene on Enstrom's behalf, explaining that a letter from her would be inappropriate since the Council and the Institute have always operated autonomously, each assiduously avoiding the other's areas of responsibility within the tobacco industry. She did express her hope he would publish his doubts in the cigarette hypothesis. She also blind copied her encouraging words to Robert C. Hockett, research director of the CTR, with an attached comment: "Bob, Enstrom and I have exchanged info sporadically since we met at an epidemiologic meeting last year. Soft soap here, I'm afraid. So much for assiduously avoiding each other's areas of responsibility." Enstrom was attractive to the industry as a classic, "We need more research" skeptic. From the 1970s into the 2000s he published a steady stream of articles challenging the significance of tobacco to health. The documents reveal a certain combative streak and sense of an uphill fight, as in 1997, when Enstrom requested $150,000 from Philip Morris's Director of Scientific Affairs to explore the health effects of environmental tobacco smoke, ETS, insisting that a substantial research commitment was required to effectively compete against the large mountain of epidemiologic data and opinions that already exist regarding the health effects of ETS and active smoking. Contrarian epidemiology of this sort has infuriated mainstream epidemiologists, but it has also raised the ire of a larger body of scholars who worry that big tobacco's funding has so fundamentally compromised the scholarly enterprise that the only solution is to refuse all tobacco corporate sponsorship. Federal Judge Kessler in her 2006 ruling in USA v. Philip Morris commented on the flawed nature of Enstrom's work, much of which was litigation-oriented. The court also noted that the cigarette makers had gone so far as to organize a scientific collaborator for the man, Jeffrey C. Cabat, a long-standing Winder sidekick, who went on to co-author further denialist papers with Enstrom, including a much criticized 2003 article in the British Medical Journal that found it premature to conclude that environmental tobacco smoke causes deaths from coronary heart disease and lung cancer. It may seem strange to hear a federal court weighing in on an epidemiologic dispute, but such has been the power of the industry to corrupt science that even distinguished peer-reviewed journals have not escaped the taint. Enstrom continues even today to defend his work against the medical mainstream, aided by a total of at least $1.40 million in research support from the tobacco racketeers, along with an undisclosed sum from years of private consulting for their co-conspiring legal arms. UCLA's Dance with the Devil got more press in 2007, when the university was found to have accepted a $6 million grant from Philip Morris to compare how children's brains and monkey brains react to nicotine. Researchers defended the project as potentially of use for improving cessation methods, but the question then of course was, why would Philip Morris want to help people quit? And how could we ever be sure that research along these lines would not be used by the industry to design more addictive cigarettes? Skepticism was also directed at the fact that vervet monkeys were being used in these experiments. The monkeys were being fed liquid nicotine and later killed and dissected to understand how nicotine was affecting the primate brain. Teenage smokers were also enrolled in the study, with children as young as 14 having their brains scanned to look for CNS effects. And parents were not told this was research sponsored by the cigarette industry. The secrecy surrounding the project was such that UCLA refused even to provide a full copy of the grant to the chairman of the UC Board of Regents. Much of the public's attention was diverted when animal rights activists damaged the home of one of the investigators, but the more fundamental ethical issue remains: should big tobacco be funding research into children's brains? And should primates be sacrificed for this purpose? We don't yet have a good history of animal abuse in the cigarette industry. The topic deserves further study, as does the larger question of whether universities should be taking such money in the first place. Dozens of universities now have policies refusing tobacco industry-sponsored research, and several granting agencies now require such a policy as a condition for scholars or even institutions to apply for grants. Judge Kessler's 2006 finding, upheld on appeal, that the industry has violated federal RICO racketeering laws may embolden such refusals. Universities are not obligated to take money from everyone who offers it, and many of our finest have recognized this danger to scholarly integrity. Academic freedom is often invoked by those wanting to continue such relationships, but this is a hollow defense given the corruption involved in taking money from big tobacco. Universities do not have to take money from racketeers. Judge Kessler identified the industry's sponsorship of research as central to the industry's ongoing conspiracy to defraud the American public, and it is not such a big step from this to realize that scholars should not be in bed with such knaves. Die Luft des Tabakswert. Harvard, Washington University, and UCLA have come into focus, but singling out these institutions may be a bit unfair, given that scholars throughout the world have gorged themselves on tobacco money. Indeed, it may well be the rare institution that has not at one time or another dipped into this pot. At Stanford University, where I now teach, for example, at least 18 faculty members have received monies, in the form of sponsored research, from the Council for Tobacco Research, with at least two of these, Judith Swain and Hugh McDevitt from the medical school, serving on its scientific advisory board. Stanford pharmacologists were assisting the industry with its diethylene glycol studies as early as the 1930s, and by 1954 Bay Area newspapers were reassuring readers that Stanford tests hint cigarette smoke may prevent some cancer in mice, referring to the work of A. Clark Griffin, a Stanford biochemist who was also part of the American Tobacco Runyon Fund Sloan Kettering Circle. Stanford scholars received support from the TIRC Center throughout its 40-odd years of scientific misdirection, in addition to grants from the Center for Indoor Air Research and grants provided directly from the companies. The center and KIR were dismantled under the terms of the 1998 Master Settlement Agreement, but Stanford professors continued to get money from Philip Morris's External Research Program, PMERP, which was really just the KIR revived. And it was not until 2007 that the university's last recipient of tobacco money, John P. Cook, a professor of cardiovascular medicine, agreed to give up his Philip Morris grant in response to concerns that I and other professors, notably Hank Greeley, Bernd Jarode, and Robert Jackler, had raised about the ethics of such collaborations. Stanford's faculty senate was split over whether to expressly bar its scholars from accepting such funds, but the issue was rendered moot shortly thereafter, in the fall of 2007, when Philip Morris terminated its external research program, realizing that the negative publicity outweighed any public relations value. Funding in some instances was simply continued by the Philip Morris Company without any links to the now defunct PMERP. Stanford researchers have also done contract work for the companies and served as expert witnesses on their behalf. A remarkable example of the former is a 1996-97 grant from R. J. Reynolds to the university's Aviation Safety Laboratory, designed to test the hypothesis that nicotine enhances performance in non-smoking pilots. In an experiment designed by Martin S. Mumenthaler and Jerome A. Yesovich from Stanford School of Medicine, Department of Psychiatry, 16 licensed aircraft pilots were given nicotine polycrylex gum or a placebo and tested for performance on a Frasca 141 flight simulator. These nicotinized pilots were measured 12 times per second for physiological variables and scored on 23 flight performance criteria, then compared against an unexposed group of controls. Mumenthaler's study was part of a larger Reynolds ploy to foster research into what they called the positive aspects area, meaning science that would spotlight the sunny side of smoking. And Reynolds must have liked the study's conclusion that nicotine may improve overall flight performance in non-smoking aviators. Reynolds sponsored research for PR or commercial purposes. The whole point was to find positive aspects of smoking that could be disseminated to both scientific and lay audiences. And the company was delighted to be able to report its Stanford collaborators as having shown that nicotine enhances performance of airplane pilots. These words appear on Reynolds' stationery with a reminder on the bottom of every page: "We work for smokers." Another Stanford project involved Paul Switzer, a professor in the Department of Statistics hired to undermine the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's classification of second-hand smoke as a group a carcinogen. The EPA had come to this conclusion in the fall of 1990, following which it circulated a draft report to obtain comments from interested parties. Switzer was hired along with a string of other scholars to evaluate the report, and the industry got what it paid for. Switzer denounced the EPA's report as highly flawed and problematic, peppering his critique with pejoratives like astonishing, equivocal, deceptive and pointless, and serious difficulties. The Stanford statistician accused the EPA of imprecision, inconsistency, faulty interpretations, improper extrapolations, use of crude and disputable estimates of exposure, bias from confounding and misclassification, improper treatment of publication bias, reliance on inconsistent or improperly recorded data, and several other flaws. Switzer was well paid for his services, receiving a total of $647,046 from KIR and other grants in one 2-year period. He was also paid handsomely for private consultations with cartel law firms. In one 3-month period in the fall of 1991 he received $26,900 from Covington and Burling for consulting on health effects of exposure to ETS in the workplace, and an analysis of epidemiology of spousal smoke exposure and lung cancer. An invoice for the second half of 1995 records his earning $39,280 for further professional and consulting services with the same firm, including at least one trip to Paris. Switzer was then billing $265 an hour for work in his office and $395 an hour for travel. Richard Karchman, Director of Scientific Affairs for Philip Morris USA, was his principal contact, though Covington and Burling was usually cutting the checks. And the industry made good use of his work, principally to thwart the enactment of smoke-free indoor air laws. Switzer's belittlement of the EPA was prominently featured in industry propaganda, including a 1991 Philip Morris brochure titled, Environmental Tobacco Smoke, Rush to Judgment, in which the Stanford statistician was the first of several authorities cited. I looked at the draft report, and thought to myself, how would I have graded it? With all due respect to all the work put in, I would not be able to give it a passing grade. Dr. Paul Switzer, Professordepartment of Statistics. Stanford University. 4. Also crucial to this story is the fact that academic collaborations of this sort, even when theoretically public, are commonly unnoticed by colleagues. Trevor Hasty, chair of Stanford's Department of Statistics, had no idea his colleagues had been working for the tobacco industry, earning many hundreds of thousands of dollars, until I brought this to his attention in 2007. He was understandably shocked. I myself, though, was shocked to learn that several of my closest colleagues had been ensnared. I moved to Stanford in the summer of 2004, and it was several years before I learned that Timothy Lenoir, chair of Stanford's program in History and Philosophy of Science, had helped Philip Morris prepare its defense for a laryngeal cancer case, and that Robert McGinn, director of Stanford's Science, Technology, and Society program, had provided an expert report to help Brown and Williamson keep its internal documents from becoming public. Imagine the gravity of this situation. Lenoir's testimony helped perpetuate the myth that scientists were slow to recognize tobacco's role in causing cancer, and if McGinn had prevailed, or rather the firm that hired him, many of the archives on which this book is based would never have seen the light of day. What price to trumpet darkness? Enriching statistics. Many people, I suspect, will be surprised to learn how close such collaborations have been, and how far-reaching. Consider again the case of statistics. I've highlighted Paul Switzer, but the fact is that hundreds of statisticians have worked for the industry, either as experts on staff for a brand name manufacturer or as consultants to the companies or their law firms, or as witnesses at hearings or in court. This includes some rather distinguished scholars. Joseph Berkson at the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota, for example, was paid handsomely for his services in the 1950s, as was Ronald A. Fisher, the eminent biostatistician and eugenicist. Prior to the 1960s, in fact, Berkson and Fisher were two of the most ardent critics of the cigarette hypothesis, so Ronald because he was a blame it all on the genes hereditarian, and Berkson because he couldn't imagine a single factor, like tobacco, causing so many different kinds of disease. Rumors swirled after Fisher's death in 1962 that he had either reversed himself on his deathbed or explained away his truculence as opportunism. David Daub, the Oxford biblical scholar, recalls Fisher telling him shortly before his death that his defense of tobacco was simply for the money. Statisticians have often testified for the industry at hearings. K. Alexander Brownlee, a Fellow of the Royal Statistical Society and author of 2 textbooks on statistics, in 1969 testified at congressional hearings that even if all smokers were to stop smoking tomorrow, it really would not make any difference. They would still have the same death rate from lung cancer. Leo Katz, a Michigan State statistician, at these same hearings testified there was not yet sufficient evidence to demonstrate that smoking causes any disease. Katz blasted the contrived semantics of the Surgeon General's report and claimed to have detected an almost unanimous criticism by statisticians of its extralogical argumentation. Theodore D. Sterling, the Special Projects operative from Washington University, at this same venue characterized efforts to quantify harms caused by smoking as meaningless and beset by errors. Multivariate data in his view could be made to show almost anything, and had certainly not demonstrated any health harms from smoking. With garbage of this sort clogging public hearings, is it surprising that cigarette makers have been treated with kid gloves by lawmakers? Far more common, though, has been the provision of private technical expertise, kept quiet. A quick search of the archives reveals numerous academic statisticians serving as consultants to the industry. Alan S. Donahoe from the University of Richmond, Joseph Fleiss from Columbia, Gene D. Gibbons from the University of Alabama, Richard Hickey from the Wharton School, John and Eliza Capenga from Western Michigan State, Kenneth Mullen from the University of Guelph, J. E. R. Freitas from Wageningen University in the Netherlands, Daniel Barry from University College in Cork, Carl A. Silver from Drexel, J. B. Spalding from the University of North Texas, Edwin Wilson from Harvard, Arnold Zellner from the University of Chicago, Nathan Mantle from George Washington University, just to name a few. Most work of this sort is technical and kept far from the prying eyes of the press, but some has been deployed to sensational effect. Darrell Huff, author of the wildly popular, and aptly named, How to Lie with Statistics, was paid to testify before Congress in the 1950s and then again in the 1960s, with the assigned task of ridiculing any notion of a cigarette disease link. On March 22, 1965, Huff testified at hearings on cigarette labeling and advertising, accusing the recent Surgeon General's report of myriad failures and fallacies. Huff peppered his attack with amusing asides and anecdotes, lampooning spurious correlations like that between the size of Dutch families and the number of storks nesting on the rooftops, which proves not that storks bring babies but rather that people with large families tend to have large houses, which therefore attract more storks. Huff also pointed to the selection bias in the high rate of breast cancer among Chinese men compared to Chinese women, explainable by the reluctance of females to report their maladies. Senator Neuberger moderated the hearings and was flabbergasted by Huff's remarks. Do you honestly think there is as casual a relationship between statistics linking smoking with disease as there is about storks and Chinese and so on? Neuberger probably had no idea how carefully lawyered Huff's words were, or how much he was being paid for his debunkery. That same year Huff was also paid to produce an industry-friendly bulletin outlining his views on tobacco and health, with the industry's powerful ad hoc committee reserving rights to allow or disallow publication. And he was later paid to expand his views into a book-length treatment of the topic. Huff in 1968 was paid $10,000 plus expenses to work on his manuscript, and a contract was secured with Macmillan, though the book seems never to have appeared. Huff was a very good catch for the industry, given that his How to Lie was, and remains, the most popular book on statistics ever written. Law firms representing the industry have also had professional statisticians on staff, as have the Tobacco Institute and the various manufacturers. Jeffrey Todd for many years was Imperial Tobacco's top statistician, and in 1968 the firm had 6 graduate statisticians, working on mouse experiments and agricultural projects at the company's Bristol laboratories. Philip Morris has had numerous statisticians on staff. John E. Tyndall rose to the rank of senior scientist, for example, by helping the company crunch numbers on smokers' perceptions of nicotine deliveries, advertising's impact on sales, mucociliary studies on cats, and chronic smoking in cynomolgus monkeys. Academic statisticians are sometimes invited to the companies as visitors. Philip Morris in 1988 paid John and Eliza Capenga to come to Richmond as visiting scientists, and Reynolds had earlier hired H. Alan Lasseter from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, to help with its secret project CAL, the low-smoke premier cigarette. Statisticians provide training for tobacco staff, In 1995, for example, Philip Morris hired Daniel Ennis of Richmond's Institute for Perception to present a series of statistics courses, co-taught with Kenneth Mullen. Abbott Associates has also been used for this purpose. Tobacco law firms have sometimes even supported graduate students. In 1979, for example, Bernard G. Greenberg of the University of North Carolina, UNC, contacted Marvin Kastenbaum to see if the Tobacco Institute would be willing to support Joseph M. Janus, a student working on a project stemming from Greenberg's litigation work for the industry. The project was handed over for approval to the CTR's lawyers, which is how Janus's PhD dissertation, questioning the lung cancer tobacco link, became a center special project. Janus by 1981 had received more than $25,000 from the industry for his dissertation, which was used in legal strategizing by the industry to combat the primary issue, cancer causation. As dean of UNC's School of Public Health, Greenberg also helped secure a job for his tobacco-friendly protégé at that university. Organizational charts in the archives show that Reynolds in the 1980s had at least 7 statisticians working in its brand's R&D department, with at least 5 additional statisticians in its technical services department and another 6 or 7 in marketing and marketing research. Brown and Williamson had a comparable crew, as did most European manufacturers. Riemtsma had a team of statisticians under Rolf Kroger, and Germany's powerful Verband der Zigarettenindustrie worked with a number of statisticians, including Wolf-Dieter Heller of Karlsruhe University, who in 1984 let BAT consultants ghostwrite a paper for him attacking Trikopoulos's work on second-hand smoke. Britain's Tobacco Research Council had a statistical subcommittee handling such matters for British tobacco makers, and Peter N. Lee from Britain's Tobacco Advisory Council headed a similar body, the Tobacco Statisticians Working Group, set up in 1982. No major tobacco manufacturer can operate without statisticians. 4. Statisticians have serviced the industry in other ways. In 1981, for example, a team of statisticians led by Nathan Mantle of George Washington University was hired to criticize Takeshi Hirayama's paper showing a lung cancer risk in Japanese women exposed to second-hand smoke. The team, which included Alvin R. Feinstein of Yale and Chris P. Sokos from the University of South Florida, found a mathematical error in Hirayama's work, which the Tobacco Institute publicized with an extraordinary media blitz. Hundreds of newspapers throughout the country carried the story, with very few recognizing that cigarette makers had paid for the poke. The tobacco press described Mantle et al. As 3 independent statisticians, when the reality was that all 3 had taken money from the tobacco industry, and Feinstein was a special projects operative. The Tobacco Institute managed to dominate media coverage of this story. In a 6-week period in the summer of 1981, Mantle's error report was covered in 469 U.S. newspapers with nearly 57 million potential impressions. During which time the industry's own scholars, notably Fritz Adelkofer from the German Verband der Zigarettenindustrie, were admitting, albeit quietly, that Hirayama was correct, and Mantle et al. Wrong. Several other statisticians received Center Special Projects monies. Those we know about include Ingram Olkin at Stanford, Theodore Sterling from Washington University, George Sager at Columbia, Jacob Yerushalmi from UC Berkeley, and Roberto Bacchi from Hebrew University in Jerusalem. Edwin Wilson, a Harvard statistician, was an early member of the Scientific Advisory Board of the TIRC, and many statisticians received TIRC, Center or Keir grants. The Tobacco Institute itself for many years had a Department of Statistics, a position one might compare to the Department of Geology at the Institute for Creation Research. Professional statisticians seem not to have regarded department head Marvin A. Kastenbaum as tainted or beyond the pale. Indeed, in 1975 the Stanford-trained statistician was invited to deliver an after-dinner speech at the annual meeting of the American Statistical Association, the nation's premier professional body, which Kastenbaum entertained with lawyered stories about how foolish it was to blame cigarettes for any kind of disease. He also mocked the priesthood of public health scientists trying to grapple with an alleged increase in lung cancer rates. Kastenbaum compared worrying about lung cancer to worrying about toxoplasmosis from exposure to cats and pulmonary fibrosis from exposure to parakeets. His speech is a swamp of technical trickery and nitpickery, but it was also clearly a coup for the Tobacco Institute, securing as it did the embrace of the country's most distinguished assembly of professional statisticians. It is disturbing enough to have statisticians shilling for the industry, but perhaps just as disturbing that he was invited to deliver such a speech in the first place. In 1955 perhaps, but in 1975, statisticians have also assisted the companies with their legal defense in court. Here are some of those who have taken this bait, along with some of the cases for which they have testified. Edwin Luther Bradley Jr., University of Alabama, Broyne v. Philip Morris, 1997, Acton v. Reynolds, 1999, Butler v. Philip Morris, 1999, Seaborn v. Reynolds, 2000, Anderson and Anderson v. Laurelard and Philip Morris, 2000, Tompkin v. American, 2001, USA v. Philip Morris, 2005. Richard C. Cleland, University of Pennsylvania, Cipollone v. Liggett, 1987. Eugene P. Erickson, Temple University, Reed v. Philip Morris, 1997, Richardson v. Philip Morris, 1997, Brown v. American, 2000. Gyras D. Flora, Midwest Research Institute, Sulsa v. Reynolds, 2009, Walden v. Reynolds, 2009. Bernard G. Greenberg, University of North Carolina, Green v. American, 1964. R. Garrison Harvey, Wecker Associates, West Virginia Laborers v. Philip Morris, 1999, multiple Engel progeny cases. Maxwell W. Laird, University of California, AFCOV. Tia, 1990. Leo Katz, Michigan State University, Thayer v. Liggett, 1969. Lynn R. Lamotte, Louisiana State University, Texas v. American, 1997, Oklahoma v. Reynolds, 1998. Paul Levy, University of Illinois at Chicago, Dunn and Wiley v. RJR Nabisco, 1998. Brian P. McCall, University of Minnesota, Minnesota v. Philip Morris, 1998. James T. McClave, Infotech, Florida v. American, 1997, Washington vs. American, 1998, Boken v. Philip Morris, 2001, Street. Louis v. American, 2009, Sofa v. Reynolds, 1998. Daniel L. McGee, Florida State University, Pendle v. Reynolds, 2010. Kenneth Duncan McRae, University of Surrey, Marcy v. U.S. Tobacco, 1986, U.S. Tobacco v. Ireland, 1990, Aho v. Suomen Tupakka Oy, 1991, 1999. M. Laurentius Marais, Wecker Associates, Henley v. Philip Morris, 1998, Bullock v. Philip Morris, 2002. Ronald G. Marks, University of Florida, Broyne v. Philip Morris, 1997, Melman v. Philip Morris, 2001. Nancy Mathiowetz, University of Maryland, Oklahoma v. Reynolds, 1998, Blue Cross of New Jersey, 2001, Bullock v. Philip Morris, 2002. Erwin Miller, Wesleyan University, Thayer v. Liggett, 1969, Cipollone v. Liggett, 1987. Jacqueline Oller, Drexel University, Burton v. Reynolds, 1996. Donald B. Rubin, Harvard University, Texas v. American, 1997, Florida v. American, 1997, Mississippi Tobacco Litigation, 1997, Ironworkers v. Philip Morris, 1998, Minnesota v. Philip Morris, 1998, Washington vs. American, 1998, Northwest Laborers v. Philip Morris, 1998, 1999, USA v. Philip Morris, 2003, 2005. Herbert Solomon, Stanford University, designated in Haynes v. Liggett, 1992, Consulting for Cipollone, 1987. Bryce M. Stone, Metrica, Mississippi Tobacco Litigation, 1997, Florida v. American, 1997. Larry Ton, Ton & Associates, Texas v. American, 1997, Oklahoma v. Reynolds, 1998. Richard Tweedy, Bond University, AFCO v. Tia, 1990. William E. Wecker, Wecker Associates, Broin v. Philip Morris, 1997, Florida v. American, 1997, Mississippi Tobacco Litigation, 1997, Texas v. American, 1997, Washington vs. American, 1998, Engel v. Reynolds, 1998, Blankenship v. Philip Morris, 2000, Whiteley v. Rabastos Manhattan, 1999, 2000, Blue Cross, 2000, Scott v. American, 2000, Minnesota v. Philip Morris, 1998, Lucia v. Philip Morris, 2003, Felice v. American, and USA v. Philip Morris, 2005. Finis R. Welch, Texas A&M, Texas v. American, 1997. Janet T. Witz, Statistics Collaborative, Inc., USA v. Philip Morris, 2005. George H. Worm, Clemson University, Texas v. American, 1997. Arnold Zellner, University of Chicago, Mississippi Tobacco Litigation, 1997. Statisticians serving in this capacity have typically been asked to challenge the methods used to estimate health harms, medical costs, or some other pillar in the injured party's argument. William E. Wecker, for example, who runs a consulting firm in Novato, California, has testified in more than a dozen such trials, arguing in each case that something other than tobacco might be to blame for a person's death or malady. Wecker has made a career of exculpatory testimony even outside the tobacco realm, arguing that metallic lead is less stupefying than people think and that manufacturing defects are unfairly blamed for auto accidents. Wecker has taken money from both Big Lead and Detroit, GM, via the law firm Kirkland & Ellis, which represents both industries. Plaintiffs' attorneys in tobacco litigation have drawn attention to these parallels, with the common thread being this shifting of blame onto other factors, or something about the victim's constitution or behavior. Wecker has been joined in this effort by at least two other statisticians from his firm, Laurentius Marais and R. Garrison Harvey have testified in more than a dozen trials for big tobacco. Harvey in the first decade of the new millennium pulled in more than $2,750,000 for his tobacco work, constituting about 22% of the Wecker firm's entire business. Donald B. Rubin, the John L. Loeb Professor of Statistics at Harvard, has been one of the most successful witnesses for the cartel, and one of the most highly paid. In 1997 he was charging $1,000 per hour for consulting and $1,250 for testimony, which he later raised to $1,250 for consulting and $1,600 for testimony. Between 1997 and 2002 Rubin claims to have earned $1.50 million to $2 million working for the industry, and in USA v. Philip Morris alone he billed another several hundred hours. Rubin typically testifies that the models used by plaintiffs to calculate the health costs of smoking or industry misconduct are inappropriate or contain fatal mistakes, that, once exposed, give defense attorneys some grounds for tossing the baby out with the bathwater. He has also testified that the industry's long history of lying makes no difference in how many cigarettes are consumed. Rubin, interestingly, is one of only a handful of scholars working for the defense to have publicly defended such work, which he says is simply defending the importance of honest and competent statistics. That is all. Rubin has also testified, though, that he has only a layman's understanding of causality when it comes to smoking. That is typical, this expression of expert ignorance. In effect, I only know what I was asked to know, nothing more. What is remarkable about such testimony is how closely it follows the industry's legal line. Indeed, nothing makes a tobacco industry witness more uncomfortable than being asked whether smoking causes disease. There are many examples, but consider this testimony of Lynn R. Lamotte, professor of statistics at Louisiana State University, testifying under oath in 1997 for the defense in Texas v. American Tobacco. Q. Do you have? Well, first of all, do you have an opinion as to whether or not cigarettes cause disease? A. I have an impression. I don't, I wouldn't want to call it an opinion, but I have, a general uninformed impression. If I want to call it all opinion, I need some basis in fact for it, but I have a general impression that. What was the first question? Q. Let me rephrase it. Dr. Lamotte. Yes. Q. Do cigarettes cause disease? Okay. So the question is, do I have an opinion as to the truth of that statement? Is that correct? Q. However you want to answer it. A. I have a general, casual, uninformed lay impression that I think is probably a fairly general impression, that smoking cigarettes may lead to some sort of health deficit. Q. Well, let me ask you the question in a simple question. And you can say yes, no, or, I really don't know. Do cigarettes cause disease? I'm trying to answer that. I have an uninformed impression, not anything that I have looked into actively, that smoking cigarettes may lead to some kinds of diseases. Q. Do you have any evidence to the contrary? The reason I'm asking you is you seem to be waffling. And I don't mean to be critical, but you seem to be trying to dance around the issue of whether cigarettes cause disease. And I'm just trying to find out if that's true or false, in your mind. That's all I'm asking about is, what's in your mind? Let me explain the source of my discomfort. I'm here as an expert on statistics and it appears that you're asking my personal opinion, which I'll be glad to give you, but. Q. Okay, please. A. I want to be sure that it's recognized that that's not even an opinion. It's simply a general impression, totally uninformed, without any sort of active effort by me to verify whether there's any truth to it or not. I have a general impression that smoking in some degree is associated with certain diseases. That's, I have that general impression. It's not informed, not expert. I haven't actively tried to verify whether it's true. Q. Third time I'm going to ask you the same again. Do cigarettes cause disease? It is my general uninformed impression, without any sort of active effort to determine any scientific way. I don't have any knowledge as to any specific knowledge of what I regard as hard evidence either way, but it's my general impression that smoking cigarettes, stated fairly loosely, may lead to some diseases. Q. So if I gave you a true or false test, you're a professor. You've taken lots of tests and given lots of tests, right? So if I gave you a true or false test and asked you to answer it true or false or I don't know, I'll give you 3 answers. And the question is, in your view, drive. Lamotte, do cigarettes cause disease which results in increased health care costs to treat those diseases? A. I would have to answer I don't know. 5. Plaintiff's lawyers confronted by the industry's common knowledge Defense should take notice of such opinions and have them read before any jury trying to figure out whether we can expect young smokers to have understood what was in store for them, 40 or 50 years down the road, if they continued smoking. If the industry's own experts don't even know that cigarettes caused disease in 1997, why would we imagine ordinary teenagers just starting to smoke to be so much better informed? Why should we expect them to know so much more than a professor, offered by the manufacturer decades later to testify as an expert witness? Of course, knowledge may not be the real issue here. Gabriel DeMarco, Vice President for Research at R. J. Reynolds, once grumbled to senior lawyers at his company that, "Our medical, scientific witnesses will say whatever we want them to say." Showered with honors. I don't know which is more disturbing, the harnessing of statisticians by the industry or the willingness of so many scholars to service the industry in this manner. Are statements such as those quoted above consistent with professional ethics? Are statisticians as a group proud of such collaborations? And if not, why have we seen so few scholarly critiques or exposés of such services? Do they even know it is going on? Where is the collective conscience of the profession? Or should we rather regard such activities as private matters, nobody's business, properly governed only by personal conscience? The American Statistical Association's website does list ethical guidelines, adopted in 1999, one article of which asks statisticians to provide only such expert testimony as you would be willing to have peer-reviewed. But what is the force of such an admonition? Has there ever been any attempt to sanction a colleague for violating such a provision, or to subject such testimony to peer review? And what if a discipline is so thoroughly suffused with tobacco money that one cannot be sure one's peers are not on the take? Could this mean that peer review becomes compromised? Something close to this, as we shall see, is the present plight of professional historians, the most benighted of all disciplines in this respect. Of course, we can and should raise such questions for every academic discipline, and not just for tobacco work. The tobacco case is particularly egregious, however, given how many different disciplines have been ensnared. A 1999 list of Philip Morris witnesses for the industry includes experts on addiction, e.g., George Sidon, advertising, Timothy P. Mayer, biomedical ethics, Kevin Wilds, cardiology, Malcolm P. Taylor, communications and polling, Dexter Needle, computer science, Stephen Murrell, diagnostic radiology, David Rosenbach, epidemiology, Robert Verheyen, fire causation, Donald F. Piscully, hypertension, Suzanne O'Parrell, insurance underwriting, J.C. Rips, law and legal ethics, Martin H. Reddish, lobbying, Carl Rove, marketing, Richard J. Semenick, maternal smoking, Jack McCubbin, oncology, Joseph F. Lausius, otolaryngology, John S. Knight, pathology, Emmanuel Rubin, pediatrics, Percy Luke, product integrity, Richard P. Solana, pharmacology, Peter Putnam Rowell, propaganda and persuasion, Thomas M. Steinvat, psychology, Cecil R. Reynolds, pulmonology, Stephen E. Jacobs, sociology, Rachel Volberg, and toxicology and risk analysis, Andrew Savak. The individuals named here are sampled from one single document, but some fields have had dozens of servicing experts. 5. One thing that has made such collaboration possible, and easy to conceal, is that when scholars work for the industry, either as consultants or as witnesses, this is rarely divulged to their colleagues. Services of this sort may be nominally public, recorded on some transcript stored in a courthouse, but little publicized. Public in a copy of one, is how one might think about it. So a cardiologist may be working for the industry while colleagues know nothing about this. A historian may be president of a professional association, with few of its members aware of his or her legal work. This makes it possible for scholars to collaborate with the industry with little or no consequences for their reputations, because colleagues will rarely even be aware that activities of this sort are going on. Which is why we need to shine light on this process. Scholars should be held accountable for the public and political engagements, and I would endorse a policy requiring all scholars to disclose all consulting arrangements on university-sponsored websites. And if scholars are not proud of what they are doing or worry about being outed, then perhaps they should not be doing it in the first place. The reality has been that, far from being censured or shamed, scholars working for the tobacco juggernaut are very often showered with honors and awards. In an earlier chapter I reviewed the honors won by the cardiologist Suzanne O'Parrell, but collaborators in many other fields have been similarly fated. Bernard G. Greenberg, the special projects operative and first statistician ever to testify for the industry in court, in 1981 won the O. Max Gardner Award, given annually by the Board of Governors of the University of North Carolina to a faculty member who has made the greatest contribution to the welfare of the human race. Kenneth Ludmore was named a Master of the American College of Physicians in 2005, after testifying in more than a dozen trials for the industry. Ludmore also won the Nicholas E. Davies Memorial Scholar Award for outstanding contributions to humanism in medicine, and in 2001 won the first Dean Tostson Award, with the Harvard pulmonologist Steven Weinberger as head of the prize committee. Should lung doctors be giving prizes to scholars who earn hundreds of thousands of dollars defending big tobacco? Other collaborators have had prizes, professorships, or even buildings named for them. The Morris Fishbane Professorship at the University of Chicago honors a long-standing friend of tobacco, as does the Clarence Cook Little Hall at the University of Maine. The John C. Burnham Early Career Award given out by the Journal of the History of the Behavioral Sciences honors a former Philip Morris Project Cosmic Director, see Chapter 24, and Burnham himself in 2009 won the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Society for the History of Psychology, part of the American Psychological Association. The Arnold Zellner Doctoral Prize, awarded to students at the University of Chicago's Booth School of Business, honors a man who testified for the industry in court as an expert witness. Many other prizes have been awarded in the name of scholars who have worked for big tobacco, or sometimes even influential tobacco lawyers. The H. Thomas Austin Memorial Writing Competitions, open to students of law throughout the United States, honor a man who became wealthy helping big tobacco defend its legal interests. The prize committee's website, organized by the Food and Drug Law Institute, describes Austin as having practiced food and drug law for over 50 years at the firm of Covington and Burling, but leaves off any mention of the fact that Austin was also a major architect of tobacco's legal strategy. Winners of such handsomely endowed prizes might be surprised to learn where the money came from. Rockefeller's sites and LEDERBERG. When it comes to sponsored research, part of the problem has been that university administrators often don't seem to know much about how the industry operates and what it means to collaborate with such entities. I've mentioned the growing number of institutions refusing such ties, but the more common pattern has been to welcome tobacco's easy money. The archives are full of letters from administrators bowing down before these mighty dispensers of cigarette largesse. In March of 1980, for example, Rockefeller University's executive vice president wrote to Ernest Pebbles, chief counsel of Brown and Williamson, expressing his gratitude for the company's recent gift. Dear Ernie, please forgive my delay in writing formally to thank you again for arranging with Mr. Shin, from Shook, Hardy and Bacon, to visit the campus with Jack Romer, Reynolds's general counsel, on January 3, joining us for lunch and visits both to our hospital and to Dr. Norton D. Zinder's laboratory. Dr. Joshua Lederberg sincerely regretted that he was not able to return from the West Coast prior to your visit then, and so he was delighted that he could meet you on February 6. I hope that during these recent meetings we have conveyed an overall perspective on the missions that the university, earlier the Rockefeller Institute, continues to fulfill in the development of biomedical research in the U.S. In any case, now that B&W is a major partner in our work, and many thanks again for so quickly arranging the generous grant of $90,000, we look forward to frequent exchanges on many subjects of mutual interest. We look forward to welcoming you back to the campus often. Rockefeller president and Nobel laureate Joshua Lederberg was equally thrilled to have big tobacco on campus, writing to Reynolds' CEO, Dear Paul, to express how tremendously grateful he was for the company's extraordinary generosity. 6 years later, Lederberg wrote to the top lawyer for Brown & Williamson, maker of Viceroy and Cool cigarettes, I know you will share our pride in the caliber of scientific endeavor made possible by your partnership with us in the expansion of knowledge for human benefit. Your company's support has been a source of much encouragement to us all. Lederberg listed some of the uses to which this money was being put, including the study of illness from parasitic infection, in global terms, the leading health problem, purchase of a nuclear magnetic resonance spectrometer, and expansion of a dermatology center exploring carcinogenic damage that may result from the toxic effects of atmospheric oxygen and from exposure to chemicals, drugs, and ultraviolet irradiation. Cigarettes of course go unmentioned, and the tobacco men must have been pleased to see this friendly neglect. Of course, one could argue that Rockefeller was just taking the industry's money in order to advance the cause of basic science. And what harm could there be in that? A senior Stanford medical colleague of mine likes to say that the only problem with tainted money is that there tain't enough of it. Collaborations of this sort, though, allow tobacco manufacturers to advertise themselves as responsible corporate citizens, promoters of science and the noble goals of medical research. Such was the case in 1975, when the makers of Camel cigarettes established the R.J. Reynolds Industries postdoctoral fellowship at Rockefeller, endowed with a gift to the university of $300,000. That same year an additional $2.50 million was promised to establish a 5-year R.J. Reynolds Fund for the biomedical sciences and clinical research on campus, characterized by the company as an effort to achieve progress in understanding the basic causes of the principal diseases afflicting mankind. As explained in company documents, however, the goal was also to furnish tangible evidence of the company's commitment to good citizenship on a major national scale in a field of great potential benefit to mankind. Rockefeller's enthusiasm for such arrangements becomes clearer once we understand the personal devotion of Lederberg's predecessor to the tobacco cause. Frederick Seitz, president of Rockefeller from 1968 to 1978, was a powerful figure in American science, serving as both president of the National Academy of Sciences, 1962-69, and a member of President Richard Nixon's Science Advisory Board, which must have helped him win the National Medal of Science for his work in solid-state physics. Seitz was also, though, an enthusiastic advocate for R.J. Reynolds and its denialist cause, and later a vociferous denier of global warming. The man had zero medical credentials, but that didn't prevent him from being hired, in 1979, to head Reynolds's new Medical Research Committee, MRC, the chief conduit through which the Camel makers dispensed funds for external medical research. Seitz was joined on this committee by Alvin Feinstein, the well-heeled Center Special Projects operative at Yale, and Leon Goldberg, a corporate confederate from the Chemical Industry Institute of Toxicology in North Carolina. Seitz's job as head of the MRC was basically to help decide how to turn a sliver of Reynolds's profits into basic research in the field of degenerative diseases. None of this work implicated tobacco in any kind of illness. Kenneth Moser at San Diego was exploring a causal role for fungi in lung disease. Joseph Post at NYU was studying hormone therapies for breast cancer, and Hidezaburo Hanafusa at Rockefeller was probing certain virus-induced cancers in fowl. Seitz knew that only a few human cancers seemed to be linked to virus infections, but he also informed his paymaster that research along these lines had produced a detailed working model of a cancer-causing system at the molecular level. Seitz reviewed other work funded by Reynolds, on cellular membranes and stem cells at Colorado's School of Medicine, on chromosomal markers for genetic diseases at Rockefeller, on viral diseases at the Wistar Institute, and similar work at Duke, the University of Utah, the Eleanor Roosevelt Institute for Cancer Research in Denver, and so forth. All perfectly respectable science, and perfectly irrelevant, or worse, to the problem of tobacco and disease. Seitz characterized Reynolds-funded work at the Southwest Research Institute, San Antonio, on pedigreed baboons as showing high promise of adding to our store of information regarding the relative influence of diet and genetics on the development of arteriosclerosis, deflecting attention from tobacco. Seitz sometimes recommended support for projects already funded by federal agencies, a Columbia University effort to establish blood biomarkers, to single out individuals who are at special risk for contracting emphysema, for example, Seitz urged as exceptionally fund-worthy. Seitz himself profited handsomely in this capacity. Vanity Fair in 2006 reported his having earned about $585,000 from Reynolds for his work as a company advisor. Joshua Lederberg continued this friendly relationship with tobacco in 1978, when Seitz retired as Rockefeller's president. The archives preserve a record of President Lederberg telling Brown and Williamson about his desire to see research into the effect of depriving people of cigarette privileges when they are under stress. Brown and Williamson by this time was providing hundreds of thousands of dollars to Rockefeller, and Lederberg himself was quietly servicing the company as a paid consultant, while serving as Rockefeller's president. We don't know much about what he was doing. It apparently had something to do with the FTC's ongoing investigation of the Barkley filter. We do know that the very existence of this consulting arrangement was to be held in absolute confidentiality. Rockefeller academics would continue chumming around with tobacco executives for quite some time. On April 1, 1988, for example, Reynolds flew half a dozen of its corporate higher-ups, by private jet, to Manhattan to explain to Lederberg, Seitz, and others at the university the virtues of the company's new, smokeless, premier cigarette. Naivete and greed. I've cited ingratiating letters from Lederberg and Seitz to cigarette makers, but hundreds of such letters from university administrators are preserved in the tobacco archives. Collaborations of this sort were made possible by a confluence of political naivete and greed. These were surely not ignorant men, but perhaps we should not overestimate their understanding of the sociology of knowledge and the potential for bias. An overly narrow conception of the nature of science could well have led some of these scholars to fail to see their role as pawns in larger schemes of knowledge management. Or maybe it's better just to talk about naivete and greed. University administrators may well have failed to see any harm in taking such money, imagining perhaps that in moving from cigarette profits to research funds, the lucre of the Camel men was cleansed of its questionable origins. No one was ever forced to take such money, after all, and recipients were nominally free to do with it as they wished. This is a very narrow view of how science works, however. Research relationships build up, there are incentives to please, PR comes into play, and there is a subject matter skew to what gets funded, altering the balance of research priorities on campus. Scholars taking such funds may be free to research whatever they want, but the companies make sure that money only goes to topics, and scholars, judged harmless or even helpful to the cigarette cause. And handshakes of course make good photo ops, and the industry garners laurels. The industry sponsors academic research because it polishes its reputation, providing it with a semblance of authority and legitimacy. In a nutshell, how can we be so bad if Stanford and Harvard and UCLA are helping us? The names of such institutions are used for public relations purposes. In 1988, for example, the Tobacco Institute published a brochure titled In the Public Interest, 3 Decades of Initiatives by a Responsible Cigarette Industry, citing sponsorship of University of California scholars as evidence of its corporate responsibility. In a section titled, Scientific Research, we learn that UCLA's School of Medicine had been given a $2.75 million grant to investigate lung defense mechanisms including early detection and treatment of cancer. The Council for Tobacco Research issued a press release celebrating this same grant, citing it as evidence of the industry's honest and sincere efforts over the past 2 decades to resolve questions about smoking and health. E. A. Horrigan, RJR's chairman of the board, had made similar arguments in a 1984 publication titled An Open Debate. In a section of this glossy brochure labeled, "No Scientific Proof," Horrigan claimed that evidence of a smoking disease link had been based only on statistical studies, not on scientifically established proof of cause. The brochure also claimed that the industry was trying to find answers by financing independent research at such institutions as Harvard University, the University of California at Los Angeles, Washington University, and other top centers of scientific research. Of course, it is not just the name of the university that is coveted. There is also the desire to win friends and stockpile useful facts and solve certain legal or PR problems or otherwise strengthen the ability to sell cigarettes. Why did Reynolds in the mid-1970s give the University of Washington in Seattle $2.80 million for a 5-year project on cardiovascular disease? The industry's archives reveal a desire to exercise influence on the scientists and doctors there, and specifically to use such contacts to spread the word that tobacco people are not ogres. Why did Philip Morris give the psychiatrist Redford Williams at Duke $4.75 million? They liked his idea of heart attacks being more common among angry people, because hostiles secrete more of certain hormones that can also cause heart attacks. The industry has long had this goal of funding not just skeptics or sycophants, or persons skilled in scientific sleight of hand, but also scholars who have some way of making nicotine look good. Similar goals were in play when Philip Morris sponsored John P. Cook's work at Stanford. Cook, a distinguished cardiologist, was an early recipient of money from the company's external research program, an organization set up in 2000 to continue the work of the Council for Tobacco Research and Center for Indoor Air Research, in violation of the 1998 Master Settlement Agreement, so ruled the court in USA v. Philip Morris. Cook had been doing experimental work showing that nicotine promoted angiogenesis, growth of new blood vessels, which for a time looked like it might have commercial prospects in the form of nicotine-coated stents. The theory was that nicotine would help promote the growth of new blood vessels, speeding the recovery of people who had undergone heart surgery. Philip Morris liked this idea of a therapeutic use for nicotine and authorized a multi-million-dollar grant to support Cook's research. The work was clearly of public relations value, which is why the Tobacco Reporter published an article extolling the Stanford professor's work on what it called the healing weed. The news has been conveniently ignored by tobacco's adversaries, but recent studies indicate that, aside from its well-known risks, the golden leaf may have some health benefits. More and more research is showing that certain tobacco compounds offer protection against medical disorders, such as brain diseases like Parkinson's disease and Tourette's syndrome. Much like the rainforests have been a plentiful source of compounds for developing new pharmaceuticals, tobacco fields could be the next gold mine for the pharmaceutical industry. The article goes on to describe how Cook et al.'s research proves that certain tobacco compounds have therapeutic qualities, allowing us to conclude that nicotiana is not merely the evil weed that some public health activists make it out to be. 6. Cook would later defend the right of faculty to collaborate with the industry as a basic academic freedom, but only after he himself decided to turn down future funding from the tobacco maker, to avoid all appearances of impropriety. Berger's entanglement. The TI, Center, KIR, and PMERP were well-oiled vehicles for the industry's doubt-mongering in the United States, but other kinds of academic front groups have been established in other parts of the world. In 1988, for example, when nicotine addiction was coming under attack as comparable to heroin and cocaine addiction, Philip Morris responded by setting up an organization called ARISE, for Associates for Research into the Science of Enjoyment, composed principally of European scholars dedicated to defending smoking. Self-advertised as apolitical, the true purpose of the group was to challenge efforts to regulate tobacco use, and to do so using third parties to hide the industry's involvement. ARISE began by hosting a series widely advertised workshops on addiction controversies in Florence in 1988, on pleasure, the politics and the reality in Venice in 1991, on pleasure and quality of life in Brussels in 1993, and on Living is More Than Surviving, in Amsterdam in 1995. Conferee's papers and opinions were splashed about the press and published to further spread the message, albeit with no acknowledgement of the role played by the tobacco industry as the primary instigator and sponsor. The whole point of Arise was to reclaim smoking as a vital and even healthful part of human life. David M. Warburton, a psychopharmacologist at the University of Reading and worldwide coordinator of the group, warned about health educators becoming the new high priests of pleasure control with epidemiologists as their oracles. Warburton insisted that moderate consumption of coffee, alcohol, and cigarettes could actually lengthen life. There is clear scientific evidence that a cup of coffee, a glass of wine, a cigarette and a few pieces of chocolate make people calmer, more relaxed and generally happier. Medical evidence shows that happier people live longer, so moderate indulgence can only be beneficial. Other Arise associates made similar claims. Petra Netter, a psychologist from the University of Gießen, claimed that pleasurable experiences resulting from the use of food, wine, coffee, smoking, tea, cola drinks and chocolate are beneficial when used in moderation. The more common Arise bluff, though, and this is a frequent industry refrain in the 1980s and 1990s, was that the steps being taken to protect against exposure to secondhand smoke constitute an intolerable infringement of basic human liberties. Timothy Evans, a political sociologist from London's Adam Smith Institute, railed against the proliferation of campaigns designed to restrict personal freedom and individual choice, especially those targeting the alleged dangers associated with alcohol, tobacco, caffeine and an increasing range of foods. Frank Van Dun, a legal philosopher at Maastricht University, held that the use of political means for the prevention of disease requires totalitarian control over the lives of people. John Luke of the Niagara Institute in Canada took a similar stance, denouncing Neopuritans and the health paternalists for meddling in our lives. He also denied the reality of addiction, characterizing it as an ideology. Luke later went to work for Forces International, a smokers' rights citadel whose website still lists him as a researcher. Luke still today says it is wrong to think of tobacco use as causing people to have no control, people can and do quit, which he takes as proof that smoking cannot be addictive. Luke is a skilled conjurer, but he also attacks a straw man. No one says an addiction is impossible to overcome. People can have a disease, after all, and still be cured, which doesn't mean they were never sick. Even the most highly addicted smoker can quit if sufficiently draconian measures are imposed, but that doesn't mean that addiction is just an ideology. Luke insists that defending smokers' rights doesn't necessarily make one a tool of big tobacco, but the example he himself sets is hardly convincing, given his long and cozy history with the industry. Project Arise included 20 scholarly associates from university faculties all over Northern Europe and America. The point was to amplify the voices of academics willing to celebrate the joys and benefits of smoking, spreading the good news that smoking was really not so different from enjoying an occasional cup of coffee or piece of chocolate. And associates were well paid for their services. Philip Morris from 1991 to 1993 paid David Warburton $250,000 for his work on smoking psychology, part of the company's larger project Cosmic, see below. These were not uninfluential figures. Indeed, the industry has often been able to capture trend-setting savants to get across its message. One remarkable case is the employment of Peter L. Berger, a Rutgers University sociologist, to fight for the tobacco cause. Berger had become something of a trendy maverick in 1966, when he and Thomas Luckman published The Social Construction of Reality, arguing that facts are very much social constructs and that how we see the world depends on the groups to which we belong and how we are socialized. Berger seems to have come to the attention of tobacco manufacturers in 1977, when he published an article lamenting the success of anti-smoking forces in pushing through laws restricting smoking in public places. Philip Morris et al. Liked his denigration of the clean air movement as potentially totalitarian, especially his characterization of smoke-free legislation as another step in a long-term campaign of stigmatizing and even criminalizing smoking. He admitted to having no competence with regard to the medical questions at issue, but he did claim to know something about the broader social and cultural context, including the aggressiveness of anti-tobacco campaigns. Berger was clearly personally annoyed, as an avid cigar and pipe smoker, but he also lamented the demeaning segregation of smokers. In 1982 he testified before a U.S. Senate committee investigating whether to strengthen warnings on cigarettes and attacked such proposals as dangerously paternalistic, carrying the disturbing implication that the American public actually consists of childlike individuals. 5 years later he participated in an industry-financed conference organized to undermine the science demonstrating a cancer hazard from second-hand smoke. Berger here complained that faith in the Surgeon General had led people to swallow a load of anti-tobacco claptrap. He also cautioned that anti-smokers had come to have vested interests. They were no longer a little band of lonely zealots, but rather part of a well-organized, international anti-smoking conglomerate. The anti-smoking movement was also elitist, pursuing a quasi-religious quest for immortality, for the fountain of youth. Smoking restrictions he compared to the prohibition of certain types of cuisine, say, Italian restaurants, and other totalitarian encroachments. Berger even played the Nazi card, declaring anti-smoking to be the new anti-Semitism. The industry of course loved his conception of ideologies being on both sides of a purported smoking debate, passed as freedom versus tyranny. Berger was also useful in that his industry-friendly articles, his quasi-autobiographical, Furtive Smokers, published as the cover story in Commentary in June of 1994, for example, didn't reveal his having taken tobacco money. The industry has always liked to exercise its influence through carefully cloaked third parties, and Berger was apparently willing to play and profit from this game. His trendy constructivism also fit nicely with the industry's denialist agenda. If all facts are constructs and truth is really just a contest of authorities, why should we believe the Surgeon General over the Tobacco Institute? Berger remains one of the world's most cited sociologists. His social construction of reality alone has more than 20,000 citations in Google Scholar, though I doubt very much that those who so honor him know about his entanglement with Big Tobacco. Intimate relations. U.S. tobacco manufacturers from 1954 through 1998 funneled much of their sponsored research through the Council for Tobacco Research, and from 1988 to 1998 through the Center for Indoor Air Research, the comparable body designed to distract from second-hand smoke hazards. Both were ordered disbanded by the Master Settlement Agreement, but Philip Morris resurrected the KIR in 2000 as the Philip Morris External Research Program, which operated into 2008. The companies still fund academic research, though it is important to realize how different this is from the work of legitimate research foundations. A grant from Reynolds or Philip Morris is not like a grant from, say, the Ford Foundation. An application submitted to the Ford Foundation is not run by the legal department of the Ford Motor Company, which is more like what happens in the tobacco context. Tobacco grants are approved by damage control experts at the companies, which means that tobacco money is more like development research, or a kind of advertising. So when Stanford takes money from Philip Morris, this is really not so different from putting up a giant Marlboro billboard on campus. The industry supports research to help it sell more cigarettes, or to boost itself in the eyes of cultural and political elites. And scholars who take this money are facilitating these efforts. Of course, there are other ways the companies exercise influence in academe. Professorships have been established. Northern Illinois University in DeKalb has a Philip Morris Professor of Sales, and the University of Kentucky has a Philip Morris Professor of Plant and Soil Sciences and a Philip Morris Professor of Management Information Systems. VCU has a Philip Morris Endowed Chair in International Business, and Yale has a Philip Morris Chair in Marketing. The University of Kentucky hosts the Philip Morris Agricultural Leadership Development program to develop leadership skills of young, active, burly tobacco farmers, and administers the company's Outstanding Young Farmer Awards. North Carolina State in Raleigh has long had intimate tobacco relations, which is hardly surprising given the crop's importance to the state. The university has always helped farmers with planting problems and by the 1950s was serving tobacco scientists through its tobacco literature service run out of the D.H. Hill Library. Since 1978 the university has had at least 14 Philip Morris professors. A quick check of the university's website reveals a Philip Morris Professor of Agricultural and Resource Economics, an R.J. Reynolds Professor of Mechanical Engineering, a Philip Morris Professor of Plant Pathology, a Philip Morris Professor of Crop Science, a Philip Morris Professor of Economics, and a Philip Morris Endowment for Extension. The Philip Morris Endowment stipulates that the tobacco giant recognizes the important role of North Carolina in the production of an adequate supply of high-quality flue-cured tobacco. Marlboro Munificence also assists the university to retain highly trained and competent tobacco specialists in key roles to work with county extension staffs to assure continued successful tobacco production in the state. North Carolina State also has a number of professorships funded through a gift of 10,000 shares of R.J. Reynolds stock in 1950. The William Neal Reynolds Professorship, named for the brother of the original R.J.R., remains the highest honor bestowed by the university. Brown and Williamson has also supported the university's pesticide laboratory. Prizes and fellowships are another avenue of influence. Florida, Georgia, and North and South Carolina in the 1980s were targeted by Philip Morris with its Young Farmer Awards, leadership seminars, and extension specialist trips, with a monetary value exceeding $400,000. Philip Morris funded activities included 3 endowed extension professorships at NCSU, undergraduate scholarships, graduate fellowships, a young farmer short course, and support for the multiple cropping irrigation park in Georgia. Apart from research, Philip Morris also supports reunion seminars, trips to tobacco growing regions in Brazil, Philip Morris fellowships, and a Philip Morris Prize. The University of Georgia has received similar funding, and Clemson in South Carolina has received money from Philip Morris to support seminars on agricultural technology, training in computer technology, and tuition and graduate fellowships for tobacco country extension agents. Not all such benevolence goes to the tobacco-growing South. Philip Morris in the 1970s offered fellowships at places like Columbia University, where Stanley Schachter used the industry's money to support graduate students working on smoking psychology. And in 1985 Philip Morris approved a payment of $275,000 to the City University of New York's Baruch College to sponsor the Philip Morris Incorporated Distinguished Visiting Professor in Business and Society, and the Philip Morris Incorporated Lectures on Business and Society, in honor of George Weissman, the company's former president. Similar support has been extended to universities abroad. More than 100 researchers in Austria, Germany, and Switzerland have received the Philip Morris Prize since it was established in 1983, basically the Nobel Prize of the tobacco world, with winners taking home about $100,000. The prize is awarded in all fields of science except for medicine, interestingly. Nyenrode University in the Netherlands has had a Philip Morris Professor of Strategic Entrepreneurship, and there are now several Philip Morris professorships at the Czech Republic's famous Charles University in Prague. Philip Morris has often given code names to European collaborations. Project Claude Bernard was the name given to the industry's support of Jean-Paul Tasson's neuropharmacology at the Collège de France. Project Galileo supported John Goddard's work on nicotine metabolism at King's College in London, and Project Paracelsus supported Bertold Schneider's biometrics at the University of Hanover. Projects Broca and Descartes supported Robert Mollimard's Laboratory of Experimental Medicine at the University of Paris. There are dozens of projects of this sort, with code names including Bacon, Concarneau, Fermi, Franklin, Gauss, Harvey, Kepler, Leibniz, Lavoisier, Newton, Pascal, Rouse, and Verson. All were part of Philip Morris's plan to identify and support potential witnesses or scientists able to help in finding witnesses. Scholars were also chosen for their ability to help present smoking or nicotine in a favorable light, as when Jean-Marie Walter, Gabriel Micheletti, and Beatrice Lanas at the University of Strasbourg were funded to document the beneficial effects of smoking for people suffering from Alzheimer's, Project CAHAL. Alzheimer's has been one of the few diseases shown, in rats, to respond positively to nicotine. Parkinson's is another, and both of these get mentioned by tobacco lawyers in litigation, to make it sound as if smoking has benefits as well as risks. Neglected is the fact that even the industry's own archives describe such studies as small, poor, and lacking in proper controls. Ignored also is the fact that many Alzheimer's patients end up quitting when their matches are taken away, to prevent them from accidentally starting a fire. Janine Cataldo at UCSF recently surveyed 43 published articles on the smoking Alzheimer's link, and after controlling for tobacco industry affiliation found that smoking actually increases one's risk of contracting the disease. Cataldo's study is significant from a methodological point of view, in that an effort is made to distinguish tobacco-tainted from tobacco-free research. This is a growing trend in tobacco-free scholarship. Recognition that publications on tobacco health hazards cannot be relied on without controlling for the possibility of an industry-friendly skew. Academic collaborations have been established in other parts of the world. In Australia, grants have been made available through the Smoking and Health Research Foundation, formerly known as the Australian Tobacco Research Foundation, an industry group. Fellowships have also been offered through the Rothmans Foundation, set up by the makers of Winfield cigarettes. Many Canadian universities accept research grants and donations from the industry, but tobacco industry officials sometimes even hold senior academic appointments, ranging from governor, president, and chancellor to positions in teaching hospitals and in university development. A 2002 study of this phenomenon found 26 instances of tobacco industry officers and directors holding university appointments in Canada between 1996 and 2001. Academic funding has also been pervasive in Britain, and scandalous, where scholars have actually been paid by the industry to research corporate responsibility. Scholars have been organized to dispute the hazards of second-hand smoke, through an elaborate network of ETS consultants, established by Philip Morris in 1987. Dozens of scholars from Europe and Asia were harnessed for this purpose, with the goal of going beyond the establishment of a controversy concerning an alleged ETS health risk, and actually working, as one Philip Morris executive put it, to disperse the suspicion of risk. 8. In Germany, relations between the tobacco industry and academia have been so close that it is hardly even fair to talk about penetration or conflict of interest. The Verband der Zigarettenindustrie for many years was the principal industry academy go-between, attracting hundreds of academics to shill for the industry. In 2008, however, the head of Germany's prestigious Institute for Heart Research in Berlin came under fire for accepting a large grant from the Philip Morris Foundation. The recipient claimed that the money was in no way influencing his research, overlooking the multi-purpose nature of such grants. The point is only partly to secure industry-friendly results, it is also to gain prestige, establish allies, and create a stable of thankful experts willing to help in some time of need. The companies fund such research to help them survive in the political arena. Recognizing this broader purpose, Dean Martin Paul of Berlin's famous Cigarrete, the largest medical school in Europe, barred all academic contacts with the industry in the early years of the new millennium. Collaborations continue at many other European institutions, however, perpetuating the banality of smoking. The penetration is even deeper in Asia, where there is not a great deal of independent tobacco scholarship. Transnationals such as Philip Morris have provided scholarships to students in Singapore and in other Asian nations, and we can expect such ties to grow with globalization. In China, tobacco research is almost entirely in the hands of a governmental elite trying to get more people to smoke. The Jiangsu Tobacco Research Institute in Henan is the largest such institute in the world, with a staff of 281, including 17 professors. Scholars throughout the country aid and assist the monopoly with technical expertise, while farmers labor to produce the millions of tons of leaf and flavorings needed to supply a third of the world's smokers. As of 2010, there are perhaps 15 people making their living in China trying to curb tobacco use, while 15 million make a living doing everything they can to keep people smoking. Tobacco prevention is not yet taken seriously, though that could change very fast once China's leaders realize how much damage is being done to national prosperity. Smoking may continue for another few decades in China, but it won't be around forever. Abuse with a velvet glove. Scholars who worry about academic integrity often focus on theft of intellectual property or falsification of data or improper disclosure and the like. In the case of tobacco industry sponsorship, however, the bias is typically more complex and indirect. The industry does not ask researchers to falsify data or to come up with some preordained conclusion, and they don't usually interfere with a scholar's freedom to publish. Indeed, they want to see industry-friendly research in print. There are of course such abuses, but that is not how the industry ordinarily exercises its influence. The pattern has been to finance large numbers of scholars, with additional awards then going to those who come up with results the industry can live with. As if you were to sow a field with seeds and then to select and nurture only those flowers that grow in the colors you find pleasing. Scholars who pass such tests are then further cultivated and if all goes well will be invited to testify at hearings or in court as expert witnesses. We saw in an earlier chapter how the industry supports academic research to create what they've called a stable of experts, for use in litigation or some other public or PR capacity. Not everyone who works for the industry ends up defending it, but even a 5 or 10% harvest can still suffice. The tobacco archives contain hundreds of thousands of pages of transcripts of trial testimony and depositions of scholars working for the industry, and from all branches of academia. Many of these scholars are from leading research universities. Almost all have either a medical degree or a non-medical doctorate. Many were originally grantees of the Center or the CIAR, which operated as hothouses for cigarette-friendly expertise. The archives contain long lists of potential experts, along with people whom the companies believe can direct them to others willing to serve. The industry trots out such experts in litigation or regulatory hearings, using them to produce a string of denials, qualifications, rationales, diversions, or whatever else might be needed to exculpate the industry's conduct, past or present. The bias created by tobacco-sponsored research is therefore different from what is commonly imagined. The industry creates bias in the aggregate pattern of research rather than, only, in any one scholar's work. This is notorious in the case of second-hand smoke science, where the industry for many years was able to fund the work of skeptics, producing what amounts to noise in the smoke disease signal. Deborah Barnes and Lisa Barrow from the University of California studied this impact of sponsorship on hazard assessments for second-hand smoke and found that scholars taking the industry's money were far more likely to find no evidence of a health threat. Brown and Williamson's director of scientific issues later twisted this same disproportion to dispute the reality of risk. I do not believe that the evidence on second-hand smoke is very convincing. If you look, for example, at the studies on lung cancer, you find that the vast majority of those studies, around 80% or so, do not report a significant increase in risk. So from my perspective, I think we have to seriously question a lot of the claims that have been made on environmental tobacco smoke. The industry's modus operandi by this time was familiar. You basically fund lots of research to dispute a hazard, then cite this same research to say that lots of scholars dispute it. Of course there are always dissenters and laggards in any scientific community, and not just quacks and charlatans but also respectable scholars who, for one reason or another, are not up to date on the relevant research. The industry gives trumpets, drums, and dollars to these laggards, to make it all seem like honest controversy. This is abuse with a velvet glove. as if the Catholic Church had not thrown Galileo in prison but rather had simply hired, fated, and funded all manner of diehards and skeptics to march in step with those who held the earth to be the center of the universe. Tobacco industry sponsorship has been corrosive of honest intellectual inquiry on a scale that is difficult to comprehend. Tobacco expertise for many years was dominated by the industry, as it still is in many parts of the world. Entire scientific societies have been formed to sabotage the science showing harms of one kind or another, and several scientific journals owe their existence to the industry's need for friendly research, tobacco science, but also more scholarly organs like indoor air. The industry is not just corrupting academia, they're also creating it. All businesses want to succeed, of course, and in this respect tobacco is no different. What is different is the extent to which tobacco has been willing and able to obstruct popular and scientific knowledge, jamming the scientific airwaves with noise. We are talking about racketeers with academics as accomplices, and a breach of academic integrity more serious and deadly than anything since the horrors of the Nazi era. Cigarettes should be banned, if for no other reason than to end the corruption of science caused by the industry's drive to continue its deadly trade. To repeat, collaboration with the tobacco industry is one of the most deadly abuses of scholarly integrity in modern history. Abuses of the Nazis and Soviets are better known and more immediately murderous, but the mortal force of cigarettes is so vast, and so easily avoidable, that the comparison is not inappropriate. 100 million people died from smoking in the 20th century, and we are now on a pace to have many times that in the present century. Academics would have blood on their hands but for the fact that most tobacco deaths are bloodless and distant from the acts that first set mortality into motion. Comparisons could be made to prostitution, but that would insult a trade that does not kill half its clients. It also usually takes decades for smoking to kill, rendering the deaths seemingly faint and uncertain on the horizon. But the mortality is no less real and no less nefarious. 24. Historians join the conspiracy. The abuse of history is infinite in its variety. ANTOONDBAETS, Responsible History, 2008. The tobacco industry cannot do what it does without help. Grave misdeeds require accomplices, and in the cigarette world a continual rewriting of the past is key to the industry's survival. Time and again the companies have been forced into court and come out smelling like a rose. They cannot do this alone, however, they need experts willing to help. Scholars can be a remarkably compliant lot, and my own field of history is no exception. Indeed, they have much to atone for. Since the early 1990s, more than 50 professional historians have testified for the industry in court. See the box on page 460, earning millions of dollars for presenting lopsided, biased, and historically impoverished accounts of cigarette history. A more shadowy band of historians has worked alongside these experts as consultants, preparing reports and doing archival work, sometimes while being groomed for promotion to the rank of expert witness. See the box on page 464. Some of these historians sign confidentiality agreements, including agreements not to publish on the topic under investigation. James H. Jones, author of the classic history of the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, signed such an agreement when he worked for the industry. The industry wants to control this work and generally doesn't want its experts to expose their labors to peer review. Of course, the industry has long relied on scholars to polish its image. Clarence Cook Little was chosen to head the Tobacco Industry Research Committee in 1954 not just because he could organize a face-saving research enterprise but also because he presented a friendly face to the public, including regulators, juries, and judges. And we've already seen how scholars from virtually all walks of academic life have served this purpose, including hundreds of physicians. The job has been to display their expertise in ways that will exculpate the industry, to make black appear white and vice versa. Whatever is needed. Historians WHO have testified as expert witnesses for the defense in American tobacco litigation, 1986-2010. Compiled with Louis M. Kyriakides, Ambrose, Stephen E., deceased. Testified in Covert v. Liggett Group, 1994, deposed in Florida v. American Tobacco, 1997, designated in Haynes v. Liggett, 1997. Bean, Jonathan J., Southern Illinois University. Designated in St. Louis v. American Tobacco, 2004, named as an expert in Schwab v. Philip Morris. Berman, Hyman, University of Minnesota. Deposed for and testified in Minnesota v. Philip Morris, 1997 and 1998. Breeden James O., Southern Methodist University. Expert report submitted in Allgood v. Reynolds, 1994. Burnham, John C., Ohio State University. Designated for Dewey v. Reynolds, 1986, expert disclosure for Cipollone, 1986. Burns III, Augustus M., University of Florida, deceased. Deposed for Florida v. American Tobacco, 1997, and Engel v. Reynolds, 1998. Carstensen, Fred v. University of Connecticut. Deposed for and testified in Cipollone v. Liggett, 1987 and 1988, and deposed for Israeli. And for Bifolk v. Philip Morris. Chesson, Michael B., University of Massachusetts, Boston. Provided affidavit in Longden v. Philip Morris, 2003. Cobbs Hoffman, Elizabeth, San Diego State University. Deposed for and testified in Boken v. Philip Morris, 2001, deposed for Patterson, Evers, and Martin, 2009, Engel progeny cases. Tobacco, Thomas v. American University. Listed for Richardson v. Philip Morris, 1997, deposed in and testified for Eastman v. Brown and Williamson, 2003, deposed in Blue Cross v. Philip Morris, 2000, Engel v. Reynolds, 1999, and Katz v. Reynolds, 2010. Drobny, John, President, IHG, Inc. Disclosed as expert historian for Texas v. American Tobacco, 1997. English, Peter Calvin, Duke University. Testified in Blue Cross v. Philip Morris, 2001, expert report and deposition for USDOJ v. Philip Morris, 2001, deposed for Bullock v. Philip Morris, 2002, designated in Haynes v. Liggett, 1992, etc. Ford, Lacey K., Jr., University of South Carolina, Columbia. Testified in Rowlerson v. Reynolds, 1997, Jones v. Reynolds, 2000, Kenyon v. Reynolds, 2001, and Allen v. Reynolds, 2003, deposed for Blankenship v. Philip Morris, 2000, Engel v. Reynolds, 1997, 1999, and Medical Monitoring, 2000, deposed for and testified in Carbionic v. Reynolds, 1997, Engel v. Reynolds, 1997, 1999, Little v. Brown and Williamson, 2000, and multiple Engel progeny cases, 2008-11, designated in St. Louis v. American Tobacco, 2004, cross-noticed for Keegan v. Reynolds. Graham, Otis, University of North Carolina, Wilmington. Testified in Kotler v. American Tobacco, 1990, deposed for Texas v. American Tobacco, 1997, designated in Haynes v. Liggett, 1992. Green, George D., University of Minnesota. Retained as expert witness in Minnesota v. Philip Morris, 1997, deposed on August 26–27, 1997, and expert report submitted on December 8, 1997. Greenwood, Jeanette T., Clark University. Expert report for Donovan v. Philip Morris. Disclosed as an expert witness for multiple Engel progeny cases. Harkness, John M., University of Minnesota. Testified in Berner v. Brown and Williamson, 2003. Harvey, Paul, University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. Deposed for Coolidge v. Philip Morris, 2004, named an expert in Allen Nichols v. Asbestos Corporation Limited, 2008, and Cabala v. Reynolds, 2010. Hilty, James, Temple University. Testified in Carter v. Philip Morris, 2003. Hoff, Joan, Ohio University, Athens, Montana State University, Bozeman. Testified in Rogers v. Reynolds, 1996, Dunn v. Reynolds, 1998, and Tompkin v. American Brands, 2001, deposed for Dunn v. Reynolds, 1997 and 1998, Tompkin v. American Tobacco, 2001, and Engel progeny cases, 2009 and 2010, deposed for and testified in Whiteley v. Rabestos Manhattan, 1999 and 2000, and in Barbanel, 2009, Engel progeny case. Hudson, Robert P., University of Kansas, deceased. Deposed in Allgood v. Reynolds, 1994. Judd, Jacob, Lehman College. Expert report filed in Standish v. American Tobacco, 2003, testified in Rose v. American Tobacco, 2003. Lenoir, Timothy, Duke University, formerly Stanford. Expert report and deposed for Tune v. Philip Morris, 1998, 2001. Lipartito, Kenneth James, Florida International University. Named an expert witness in Engel progeny litigation. Lowry, Charles D., Mississippi State University. Deposed for Mississippi Ag, 1997. Ludmara, Kenneth M., Washington University. Trial testimony in Kotler v. American Tobacco, 1990, deposed for Cipollone v. Liggett, 1991, expert report for Unkel v. Liggett, 1994, deposed for State of Mississippi tobacco litigation, 1997, Florida State Attorney General's case, 1997, Engel v. Reynolds, 1998, State of Washington vs. American Tobacco, 1998, Blankenship v. Philip Morris, 2000, and Scott v. American Tobacco, 2000, trial testimony in Williams v. Philip Morris, 1999, Apostolou v. American Tobacco, 2000, Anderson v. American Tobacco, 2000, and Boken v. Philip Morris, 2001, deposed for Tompkin v. American Tobacco, 2001, and Harvey v. Ab Lummis Global, 2002, deposition and expert report for USA v. Philip Morris, 2002, listed for Engel v. Reynolds, 1997, and for Creighton v. Safeway, 2000. Martin, James Kirby, University of Houston. Deposed in and expert report for Burton v. Reynolds, 1996, deposed and testified in Ironworkers v. Philip Morris, 1999, and in Felice v. American Tobacco, 2000 and 2001. Martinez Fernandez, Luis, University of Central Florida. Testified in Eli Rogelio Figueroa Cruz v. Reynolds in Puerto Rico, 2002, deposed for and testified in multiple Engel progeny cases. May, Glenn A., University of Oregon. Testified in Williams v. Philip Morris, 1999. Mitchell, Greg L., University of Texas at San Antonio. Deposed for and testified in Campbell v. Reynolds, 2009, deposed for Walden, 2010, and Webb v. Reynolds, 2010, work for Jones Day since 2003. Miller, Donald L., Lafayette College. Expert report submitted for Cigarrete v. Laurelwood, 2005. Morgan, H. Wayne, University of Oklahoma. Testified in Oklahoma AG, 1998. Norrell, Robert Jefferson, 3, University of Tennessee. Testified in Newcomb v. Reynolds, 1999, 2003, deposed for and testified in Carney v. Brown and Williamson, 1998, 1999, and Scott v. American Tobacco, 2000, 2003, earlier work for litigation in Alabama, Florida, and Louisiana. Deposed for and testified in multiple Engel progeny cases, Martin v. Philip Morris, 2009, 12 depositions altogether by 2009. O'Donnell, Edward T., Hunter College, CUNY, and now Holy Cross College. Expert witness report prepared for Small and Fubini v. Laurelard, 1997, scheduled for deposition in Zito v. American Tobacco, 1997. Parrish, Michael E., University of California, San Diego. Testified in Meal v. American Tobacco, 2003, deposed for Barnes, Arch, v. American Tobacco, 1997. Frosina v. Philip Morris, 1997, Washington vs. American Tobacco, 1997, and Berner v. Brown and Williamson, 2003, deposed and testified for Henley v. Philip Morris, 1998, 1999, affidavits for Stuart Lomantz v. Brown and Williamson, 1996, Frosina v. Philip Morris, 1997, Small and Fubini v. Laurelard, 1997, and Tab v. Philip Morris et al., 1998. Listed for Engel v. Reynolds, 1997. Parsinen, Terry M., University of Tampa. Testified in Arnott's v. Philip Morris, 2004, and in Engel progeny cases. Roberts, Randy W., Purdue University. Disclosed as an expert in Walden v. Reynolds, Engel progeny case, deposed for Budnick, Allen, Hetzner, Haldeman, and other Engel progeny cases, 2010. Rose, Mark H., Florida Atlantic University. Disclosed in Brown v. Liggett, 2003. Rosenberg, Nathan, Stanford University. Testified for the industry in 1988 hearings as a technology policy witness, part of an effort to ensure smooth introduction of alpha free from federal government interference or regulation. Sonsing, David G., University of Mississippi, Oxford. Testified in Berner v. Brown and Williamson, 2003, deposed in Mississippi tobacco litigation, 1997, deposed for and testified in Horton v. American Tobacco, 1990, and Wilkes v. American Tobacco, 1993, testimony and/or deposition in Carter v. Philip Morris, Grinnell v. American Tobacco, and Schutz and Walton, inter alia. Savert, Todd, East Carolina University, Medical Humanities. Expert report for Ierody v. Laurelard, 1991. Schaller, Michael, University of Arizona. Disclosed for Arizona v. American, 1998, Sweeney v. Philip Morris, 1999, and Simon v. Philip Morris, 2000, testified in Apostolou v. Philip Morris, 2000, Rella v. Philip Morris, 2003, Lucia v. Philip Morris, 2003, and Frankson v. Brown and Williamson, 2003, deposed for Seltzer v. Reynolds, 1998, Grill v. Philip Morris, 2010, and Engel progeny cases, 2008, trial testimony for multiple Engel progeny cases, 2009-11. Sharp, James Roger, Syracuse University. Expert report for, deposed for, and testified in Melman v. Philip Morris, 2000 and 2001, testified in Anderson v. American Tobacco, 2000, and in Engel progeny cases. Skates, John Ray Jr., University of Southern Mississippi. Deposed in Mississippi tobacco litigation, 1997. Snitzinger, John G., California Polytechnic State University, San Luis Obispo. Deposition in Bullock v. Philip Morris, 2002. Stuke, William, University of Georgia. Expert disclosure and affidavit submitted in Isa v. Brown and Williamson, 2002, affidavits in Mash v. Brown and Williamson, 2004, deposed for Alexander v. Philip Morris, 2010. Tulchin, Joseph S., Woodrow Wilson Center, Washington, D.C. Testified in Widdick v. Brown and Williamson, 1998. Wilson, Theodore A., University of Kansas. Deposed for Barnes, Arch, v. American Tobacco, 1997, Chamberlain, 1999, Clay v. Philip Morris, 1999, Smith, 1998, Thompson v. American Tobacco, 1999, Blankenship v. Philip Morris, 2000, and West Virginia's Medical Monitoring Cases, 2000, Expert Report, 2001, and Deposition, 2002, for U.S. DOJ v. Philip Morris, Affidavit for State of Florida Litigation, etc. Historians, though, have come to play a special, and especially disturbing, role in this context. The tobacco industry has been funding historical work for decades, long prior to the second wave of litigation in the 1980s. And prior even to the Second World War. Much of what we think we know about tobacco's history is an artifact of such investments. Tobacco manufacturers like us to think of theirs as an ancient and honorable art. Tobacco is the East for the West and the West for the East, whence all those images of camels and liberty. Tobacco is patriotic. America's founding fathers grew the precious leaf, after all, and tobacco leaves are carved atop Latrobe's columns for the Capitol building. And what could be more American than the Marlboro Man on the open range? Historians are used to help craft and maintain this image of a world we cannot do without, which is one reason people continue to buy and die from cigarettes. Historians are paid to immortalize tobacco, to make it seem natural that people should smoke. Indeed, much of modern tobacco historiography has a nicotine taint. Historians WHO have served as expert consultants for the tobacco industry without testifying, partial listing. Abrams, Richard M. University of California, Berkeley. Black, Gregory D. University of Missouri, Kansas City. Clune, John J., Junior University of West Florida. Engelman, Larry San Jose State University. Etterling, John University of Houston. Sonny Plattsburgh, President. Grill, John Peter H. Mississippi State University. Harp, Richard University of Kansas, Engel. Department. Harley, David formerly of Oxford University. Herken, Greg University of California, Merced. Hook, Ernest B. University of California, Berkeley. Jenkins, Robert L. Mississippi State University. Jones, James H. San Francisco, formerly University of Houston. Cargan, Robert H. Johns Hopkins University. Klein, Herbert Stanford University. Klein, Benjamin San Jose State University. Kushner, Howard I. Emory University. Lankwich, George J. Bronx Community College, Manhasset. Means, Richard K. University of Alabama, Auburn University. Muldoon, James Rutgers University. Musto, David F. Yale University. Overman, Ronald J. San Francisco, formerly Program Officer National Science Foundation. Pettigny, Allen University of Florida. Robert, Joseph C., deceased, University of Richmond. Sauer, John E. Ohio State University. Smith, George D. Winthrop Group and NYU Stern. Sobel, Robert N., deceased, Hofstra University. Sosner, Morton Cornell, formerly Stanford University. Talley, Colin Emery University. Unger, Irwin New York University. Here I want to explore how historians have worked for the industry, focusing on contract history, consulting, and, especially, expert witnessing for the industry in court. I also want to suggest that while historians who service the industry may not realize it, their labors have the indirect effect of keeping the price of cigarettes low, by saving the companies from having to pay out costly legal awards. Which means that when historians testify for the industry in court, they're effectively helping the industry to avoid a kind of tax. Saving the industry money in this manner keeps prices low, meaning more cigarettes smoked and more people dying from the habit. The chain of causation is indirect but nonetheless real. Witnessing for the industry causes death. Contract history. Historians who have worked for the tobacco industry fall into three main categories. Scholars who have been paid to write for the industry, sometimes as official corporate historians. Scholars who have done more secretive consulting for the industry, usually in preparation for litigation. And scholars who have testified as expert witnesses for the industry in court, exculpating the industry's conduct by placing blame on the individual smoker. Readers should keep in mind, though, that even this covers only a small fraction of industry-friendly tobacco historiography. There is a vast unpublished body of historical writing in the archives of the industry, covering everything from the rise and fall of specific brands to the origins of certain kinds of processing equipment. There are chronicles of marketing campaigns and tobacco paraphernalia, along with histories of tobacco growing regions and of particular cigarette additives. There are unpublished histories of specific firms but also of specific departments and top brass within those firms. Some of this was prepared for use in litigation, though most seems to be just part of the company's efforts to create institutional memories for themselves in the form of commemorations, timelines, literature reviews, or internal honorifics. Judging purely from the number of pages, there may be more historical writing in the industry's archives than has ever been printed in scholarly books. Some of this has been written by professional historians, but the authors are more often corporate staff assigned to prepare chronologies or literature or brand reviews of one sort or another. Hundreds of chronologies are preserved in the industry's archives. Nearly 20,000 documents contain the word chronology. The industry also, though, generates published histories for popular consumption. The story of Camels, Winstons, Marlboros, and other popular brands has been told in countless popular magazines, along with tales of how tobacco was once a medicine or barred from consumption in one part of the world or another. Narratives along these lines are sometimes conveyed through museums and historical exhibits, such as that maintained by the Duke Homestead Education and History Corporation in Durham, North Carolina, or any of the dozen-odd other tobacco museums funded by the industry in different parts of the world. Tobacco museums are not as numerous as they once were. SCITA has closed its French museum, as has Austria Tobacco in Vienna, but those that remain are de facto ads for the habit, displaying the golden weed as a venerable luxury and economic powerhouse. Museums are sometimes created to coincide with the penetration of a new market. Philip Morris established a museum at its Kutna Hora plant in the Czech Republic in 1995, for example, when it took over production from the former state monopoly. Some of these are sizable. The China Tobacco Museum in Shanghai, opened in 2004, cost an estimated $22 million to build. The edifice houses 150,000 historical artifacts and presents a predictable whitewash of health effects. There is no need to object to cigarette smoking. There has never really been an honest tobacco museum. All are essentially conflicts of interest masquerading as educational institutions. The practice of paying historians to write for the companies dates back at least to the 19th century, but a historiographic watershed of sorts was 1937, when Jerome E. Brooks published the first of 5 volumes of A Sumptuous Tobacco, its history illustrated by the books, manuscripts and engravings in the library of George Arntz Jr., cataloging the rare books and smoking ephemera that, until recently, occupied an entire hall on the top floor of the New York Public Library. Brooks went on to a stellar career as the industry's premier historian, publishing widely read books on the glories of tobacco law, along with folksy brochures and pamphlets for the Tobacco Institute. His 1952 book, The Mighty Leaf, Tobacco Through the Centuries, is textbook triumphalist hagiography, celebrating smoking as a treasured necessity and natural right of humankind. Medical historians were also engaged early on. One of the first in the United States was Morris Fishbane, the iron-fisted editor of JAMA, who in the early 1950s was paid, by Laurelid, tens of thousands of dollars to write a comprehensive book on smoking and health. Fishbane, to his credit, did a pretty good job. too good in fact, which is probably why the book was suppressed. Laurel had reneged on its offer to buy several thousand copies, and Doubleday cancelled his contract. One reason for the funding of historical writing has been to be able to recommend a set of right-minded books to people inquiring about the history of tobacco. In 1975, for example, when an Arizona scholar wrote to Reynolds asking for information along these lines, the company's public relations department could recommend 4 comprehensive histories. Robert K. Hyman's Tobacco and Americans, 1960, Jerome E. Brooks's The Mighty Leaf, 1952, Joseph C. Roberts' The Story of Tobacco in America, 1949, and Nanny M. Tilley's The Bright Tobacco Industry, 1948. All interesting and well-written books, but all activist histories dishing up slavish praise for tobacco, with virtually no acknowledgement of health harms. And all written by scholars with close ties to the industry. Robert Hyman at the time was executive assistant to the president of American Tobacco, and an NYU-trained sociologist. Jerome Brooks was a lifelong writer for the industry on Hill and Knowlton's payroll. Joseph Robert worked for Reynolds, and Nanny Tilley had served as R.J. Reynolds's official corporate historian, a position she held from 1959 through 1964. Industry-funded historiography continued into the 1960s and 1970s. Robert Sabell's 1978 book, They Satisfy, The Cigarette in American Life, was financed by the industry, as was Mark Edward Lender's A New Prohibition. An essay on drinking and smoking in America, published by Brown and Williamson in 1995. Sobel was a professor of history at Hofstra University. Lender was, and is, chair of the history department at Keene University in New Jersey. Lender acknowledged tobacco industry support for his book. A cigarette manufacturer published it, after all, but histories with cigarette links have often been published without any such acknowledgement. Francis Robicsek, in his lavishly illustrated History of Tobacco in Meyer Art and Religion, The Smoking Gods, thanks the Tobacco Institute for its cooperation, for example, but nowhere lets the reader know that the book was made possible by a $55,000 subsidy from that lobby body. More serious is Milton Rosenblatt's failure to disclose his tobacco industry ties in his 1964 History of Lung Cancer for the Bulletin of the History of Medicine. Rosenblatt here made the by then preposterous argument that lung cancer rates were not in fact on the rise. The increase was only apparent, a consequence of the fact that cancers were being diagnosed more often from the growing use of X-rays. So the pandemic was really just a tribute to progress in diagnostic acumen. Rosenblatt had been working for the industry since the 1950s and by 1961 was taking TIRC, Special Services, money. He repeated his denial of any real rise in lung cancer throughout the 1960s, testifying to this effect before Congress and on CBS television's Calendar show with Harry Reasoner. Rosenblatt also shows up in the Tobacco Institute's 1972 propaganda film, Smoking and Health, The Need to Know, claiming once again that the observed rise in lung cancer was illusory. The Tobacco Institute loved his dismissal of the idea of smoking causing cancer as a colossal blunder, and featured this prominently in its brochures and videos. Tobacco enthusiasts clearly valued his assistance. A 1962 memo from J. Morrison Brady, Associate Scientific Director of the TIRC, to Clarence Cook Little described the industry's public relations woes, created by cancer research of the 1950s, as, like the early symptoms of diabetes, certain dietary controls kept public opinion reasonably healthy. When some new symptom appeared, a shot of insulin in the way of a news release, a Bergson antidote, a Rosenblatt television rebuttal, etc., kept the patient going. The patient, in this case, was the cigarette cartel, threatened by the revelation of cigarettes causing death and disease. Rosenblatt had helped cigarette makers handle the 1954 emergency, along with subsequent public relations problems that must be solved for the self-preservation of the industry. Center offices as late as the 1980s were regurgitating his denialist theory in testimony before Congress, with the man held forth as an outstanding medical historian. Some historians who have worked for the industry do so unabashedly, and out in the open. Joseph C. Robert, a member of the history faculty of Duke and later Richmond University, for many years worked as a contract historian for R. J. Reynolds. He was also a frequent speaker at cigarette industry conferences, where he would celebrate the law and lure of Nicotiana in an opening or after-dinner lecture. I've mentioned Nanny Tilley's position as official historian at Reynolds. Tilley was sometimes asked to field questions for the firm, on the composition of estron, for example, answer, cellulose acetate, used as a filter material, and her books include subtle and accomplished accounts of early tobacco technology, tobacco economics, and the corporate history of Reynolds itself, always with the health issue conspicuously overlooked. We also find unpublished histories by such authors in the industry's archives. Jerome E. Brooks in the 1970s, for example, was commissioned to write an authorized unpublished history of Philip Morris for the company, which we now know about only from documents submitted in response to subpoenas. Tobacco manufacturers throughout the world have commissioned such histories. British Americans Unpublished History Project, from 1972 surveyed the growth of the company's trade in Australia, Brazil, China, the Congo, and more than a dozen other countries, citing 36 books on tobacco history and a larger number of pamphlets and magazine articles, many published by the companies or corporate agents. Some of this literature written for internal corporate use is now online, thanks to the subpoena power granted to litigators. The notorious 460-page Corporate Activity Project, produced by Jones Day for Reynolds, is now available online, for example, but there are histories of this sort we cannot access. Patrick O'Neill Dunn's prodigious 21-volume history of U.S. cigarette advertising, for example, compiled at the request of Carreras Limited in Britain, makers of Craven, A, and Black Cat cigarettes. That text was put together for internal use, published on a restricted basis for distribution among the Rothmans Group affiliates, and we know of its existence only because of one single mention in Brandstand, the official publication of the Cigarette Pack Collectors Association, an amateur group with friendly connections to the industry. Another oft-encountered genre is the company-sanctioned corporate history, which typically treats the rise of a particular firm in the form of a business history. Howard Cox's The Global Cigarette, Origins and Evolution of British American Tobacco, 1880-1945, is a good example. The book is both a substantial piece of scholarship and a celebration of one of the world's largest tobacco transnationals. It is also, though, based on a detailed study of hard paper, BAT archives not accessible without permission from the company. What are the ethics of a historian using sources to which only he or she has access? Cox's book relies on a series of unpublished corporate histories, prepared by BAT's legal department. How are we to evaluate such scholarship, if no one apart from the author has access to the archives? What is left out of such accounts, and what kinds of bias have been written into the story? Cox's book is dedicated to R. Glyn Davies, former editor of BAT News and the company's marketing information officer. Does this cozy connection have anything to do with the fact that the dangers of smoking are almost entirely ignored in this book? Or that the chronology stops just about when the lung cancer hazard is nailed down? Similar questions can be raised about most of these contract histories. B. W. E. Alford's history of W. D. and H. O. Wills, for example, or Brian Dutoit's history of Augusta, or W. Twiston Davies's account of the African Organization of the Imperial Tobacco Company, 1907-1957, or Sue V. Dickinson's history the first 60 years of Imperial's American Leaf Organization, and so forth. Project Cosmic and the Politics of Transparency. A more secretive prompt for contract history was Philip Morris's Project Cosmic, an effort launched in 1987 to establish an extensive network of scientists and historians from all over the world to produce tobacco-friendly scholarship. An Oxford historian by the name of David Harley was appointed one of 6 Project Cosmic directors, and wrote several articles for this purpose. A 1987 letter in Philip Morris's files describes his plans to start work immediately on the history of tobacco use in England, producing papers suitable for publication in learned journals. A 1990 progress report describes his plan to lecture at the Columbus Quincentenary in Madrid and meetings of the American Society of 18th Century Studies and the American Association for the History of Medicine, and to publish a book-length history of tobacco. His article on The Beginnings of the Tobacco Controversy in the 1993 Bulletin of the History of Medicine failed to disclose his industry funding. There is also no mention of the fact that creating controversy was a central pillar in the industry's ongoing denialist campaign. Harley thanks Daniel Ennis for encouraging his interest in the topic, but Ennis's position as Project Cosmic coordinator for Philip Morris goes unmentioned, as does the fact that the article itself was a cosmic project. Harley was paid handsomely for his services, $17,415 in 1988, $21,000 in 1989, $46,706 in 1990, and $31,074 in 1991. David F. Musto, a professor of psychiatry at the Child Study Center and the History of Medicine at Yale, was another Project Cosmic director highly valued by the industry. Musto in January of 1990 was awarded $300,000 from Philip Morris to document the history of social response to mood-altering substances. Project Cosmic directors all produced industry-friendly research and in some instances went on to help the companies with legal challenges. Ohio State's John Burnham, for example, was disclosed as an expert witness for the defense in Cipollone v. Liggett, where he was expected to testify that scientists were strongly skeptical of any link between cigarette smoking and lung cancer prior to the 1950s, and that the industry's response to the discovery of tobacco mortality was both timely and appropriate and constituted a respectable, commendable scientific effort. Burnham also recruited other historians for use as experts, more on which in a moment. Philip Morris's Project Cosmic lasted about 5 years, with hundreds of thousands of dollars paid to its principals, including the above-mentioned historians but also David Warburton from the Psychology Department of Reading University and the psychologist, eugenicist, and tobacco-phile Hans Eysenck of the University of London. Funding resulted in a number of publications, none of which acknowledged support from Philip Morris. David Musto in 1991, for example, published an article titled, Opium, Cocaine and Marijuana in American History, in Scientific American, with no disclosure of his ongoing work for Philip Morris. Nor was there any mention of his tobacco ties in 1992, when he hosted a Nova television series on the history of drug use. Indeed, the show's writer and director, Eric Stange, was quite surprised when I told him that his host had been taking tobacco money throughout their filming and indeed for some years previously. The industry for its part was clearly pleased with Musto's work, judging from the praise we find in Philip Morris's archives, which commends his role in popularizing a moderate view of substance use in the media. The tobacco giant especially liked his theory of a 70-year cycle of tolerance and intolerance towards psychoactive substances, which could be used to naturalize the present phase we were going through. Musto's industry-friendly thesis was even reported on by Gina Colata of the New York Times, who probably had no idea it was tobacco-tinged. Yale administrators were also happy to have him bringing in these funds. Leon E. Rosenberg, dean of Yale's School of Medicine at the time, thanked Philip Morris profusely for its support, adding that Dr. Musto's research would bring us closer to the time when our society will have a healthy relationship with substances that affect our moods. Harley's and Musto's failure to disclose financing from the industry is not unusual. Other historians working for the industry have failed in similar fashion. Some have even employed assistants without letting them know whom they were really working for. Ernest Hook, a professor of public health at UC Berkeley, apparently did not tell his assistants which side they were working for example, and John G. Snitzinger at California Polytechnic State University in San Luis Obispo is known to have hired graduate students to help him prepare for litigation without telling them they were working for the industry. As one of his assistants later reported, "I would not have done the work if I had known what it was for. I'm relieved that the jury rejected the tobacco industry's argument, and I wish Ms. Bullock's attorneys had contacted me to learn about the rather selective research I was supposed to do, and b. that Snitzinger was using grad students to do the work without fully disclosing who and what it was for." Historians have not yet come to grips with when and how to require disclosure of potential conflicts of interest, though confessions have begun to appear in some academic journals, mainly in response to peer reviewers raising questions about the origins of a particular piece of scholarship. We should also realize, though, that disclosure and transparency can be double-edged swords. In recent years, the tobacco colossus, in concert with other polluting industries, has sought to manipulate science by this means, using and even creating data access laws to deconstruct science they see as a regulatory threat. A remarkable example is the industry's work to help draft and pass the Data Access Act of 1998 and the Data Quality Act of 2000. These new federal laws allow the industry, or anyone else with sufficient resources, to obtain and reprocess the raw data from anyone publishing any kind of scientific or medical study using federal funds. The tobacco industry pushed for legislation of this sort to make it easier to reanalyze and reinterpret, i.e., look for flaws in research critical of the industry. Philip Morris employed multinational business services and other front organizations to help push through these laws, over objections from both the National Academy of Sciences and the American Association for the Advancement of Science. The new laws create a deep and disturbing asymmetry in the scrutiny applied to different kinds of science, with publicly funded research subject to a much higher level of interrogation than research conducted by the industry. The laws make it possible for corporate actors to sit as if behind a one-way mirror, directing the dissection of whatever body of data they regard as a threat to business as usual. Which is why some environmental experts have called such laws a tool to clobber every effort to regulate, and an instrument to promote censorship and harassment. 1. Deluge materials and the chicken soup defense. The industry's exploitation of historians increased dramatically in the 1980s in response to a new level of threat from lawsuits such as Cipollone v. Liggett, filed in 1983. Rose Cipollone was a 58-year-old New Jersey woman who had smoked Chesterfield, L&M, Virginia Slims, and True cigarettes before contracting lung cancer and then dying from the disease. Lawsuits had been filed much earlier, several hundred since 1954, in fact, but the industry had always been able to win by claiming that tobacco, while dangerous, was not unreasonably dangerous, and that people knew about and therefore knowingly assumed the risk when they purchased the product. Tobacco attorneys had also usually been able to outspend their opponents on trial preparations, often by an order of magnitude or more, making every case a mismatch. Industry lawyers used to brag about this. The aggressive posture we have taken regarding depositions and discovery in general continues to make these cases extremely burdensome and expensive for plaintiffs' lawyers, particularly sole practitioners. To paraphrase General Patton, the way we won these cases was not by spending all of Reynolds' money, but by making that other son of a bitch spend all his. Several key elements in this landscape had changed by the 1980s, however. For one thing, a number of legal teams had become quite wealthy working for the defense in asbestos litigation, often by blaming cigarettes for the lung maladies suffered by shipyard workers. Attorneys working for big asbestos had become practiced in the art of attacking tobacco and used this to their advantage in this new wave of tobacco trials. The asbestos companies blame everything on tobacco. The tobacco companies blame everything on asbestos. Trial lawyers were further emboldened by new doctrines of comparative fault and split liability, allowing claims for compensation even when the plaintiffs were partly to blame for whatever harms they may have suffered. Juries have been more willing to rule in favor of plaintiffs under such circumstances, which is one reason Cipollone v. Liggett returned a verdict favoring the plaintiffs, the first such victory in an American court of law. Big Tobacco recognized the gravity of this confluence of events and sought to develop new weapons for its defense, which is where the historians came in. In October of 1984, acting on the request of Reynolds's chief counsel, Max Krohn, attorneys from the company's powerful policy committee of lawyers formed the Special Trial Issues Committee, STIC, for the purpose of identifying and preparing potential non-medical witnesses for pending tobacco liability litigation. Outside counsel were tapped to coordinate this effort, with the lead being taken by Arnold and Porter, Chadbourne and Park, Jones, Day, Revis and Pogue, Shook, Hardy and Bacon, Webster and Sheffield, and King and Spaulding. The goal was to locate scholars who could testify to the high level of public awareness of tobacco hazards and b. the industry's lack of deception. This is explained in a 1992 memo reviewing the accomplishments of the committee. STIC has developed social, business and medical historians as witnesses to attest to the high level of public awareness regarding tobacco hazards and the absence of any deception by the tobacco industry. These experts will also explain more broadly the evolution of tobacco in America as a result of natural social forces, wholly unrelated to industry coercion or promotion. 2. In a nutshell, people knew what they were doing when they decided to smoke, and the companies were never involved in any kind of deception. And however tobacco evolved in the United States, this was purely the result of natural social forces. Historians were needed to buttress these claims and so were hired, in droves. Robert Sobel from Hofstra University was hired to prepare a series of papers on the history of the cigarette, for Jones Day, under the guidance of Alan R. Purvis from Shook, Hardy and Bacon. Articles from the San Francisco Chronicle were assembled by a team of historians hired by PHR Associates, a Florida-based, human resource and risk management firm guided by Janet L. Johnson of Arnold and Porter. Professor James Muldoon from Rutgers was assigned the task of combing through New Jersey newspapers, with a lawyer, John B. Kearney of Kenny & Kearney, working along similar lines under Bruce Scheffler, an attorney from Chadbourne and Park. West Virginia newspapers were handled by Shook, Hardy and Bacon's Alan Purvis, who also supervised similar work by Professors Fred Carstensen at the University of Connecticut, Erwin Unger at NYU, and Muldoon at Rutgers. PHR Associates reviewed California's Vallejo Times and the Mare Island Grapevine, collaborating with the law firm of Rogers, Joseph, O'Donnell and Quinn. Articles assembled from Mare Island papers were supposed to provide a test run of the materials that we can generate for plaintiff-specific cases. The plan in each instance, as in most subsequent trials, was to assemble huge files of cautionary statements on smoking and health from local newspapers, magazines, schoolbooks, and whatever else might have influenced a plaintiff's information environment, all cast as evidence of fair warning. Novels and plays and short stories were canvassed, along with film scripts, editorial cartoons, and comic strips. Historians were paid to look for examples of humor revealing common knowledge, as when Mark Twain commented on how easy it was to quit, having done so hundreds of times. The point was to show that anyone with even half a brain would have been aware that smoking was bad for you, or at least that authorities had conveyed such warnings. Plaintiffs were deluged by such materials. Deluge materials from the New York Times and other nationally distributed newspapers were collected, with the point being again that no one could have escaped such a flood. The Winthrop Group helped assemble deluge materials, with Shook Hardy's Alan Purvis in many cases serving as the supervising attorney. PHR Associates were assigned Texas and Kansas newspapers. Fred Carstensen reviewed Time and Newsweek, and Shook Hardy surveyed Reader's Digest. Texts from such publications were copied, coded, and entered into a computerized awareness database maintained by Jones, Day, Revis and Pogue, with each item indexed according to an elaborate system encompassing not just author, date, and title but also type, scope, and place of publication and several hundred other categories, type of hazard, who was spreading the word, the role of religion or the particular slang or rhetoric used, etc. Dozens of historians and student assistants were hired to help construct this database, and it could well be that the cigarette industry by this means becomes the largest industrial employer of historians in post-World War II America. Striking in all of this, research, which is perhaps better described as a kind of factory-scale clerical performance, is how circumscribed and shoddy these investigations have been. Defense historians have rarely been asked to investigate how tobacco manufacturers influenced the information environment. There is no exploration of the role of Hill and Knowlton or the Tobacco Institute or any of the other PR arms of the industry. Little consideration is given to the impact of cigarette ads or the industry's white papers, or other means by which the companies denied hazards, scoffed at medical authority, and reassured smokers. Entirely ignored is the disinformation environment, the deliberate effort to confuse and befuddle. The industry's historians have been led to produce testimony that is phantasmagoric from the point of view of basic human psychology. There is no effort to understand the feelings created by visually seductive tobacco ads, for example, or the impact of sponsoring sports, music, and the arts. Or how warnings are made invisible by, wear out, or how impressions of corporate social responsibility are created by conspicuous displays of sheltering the homeless and caring for battered women. A slanted, ahistorical account of popular tobacco culture is deployed in court, with the industry virtually absent as a historical actor. Louis Kyriakides in his review of the industry's use of historians hits this nail on the head, concluding that the historians present a skewed history of the cigarette in which the tobacco industry all but ceases to exist. Of course, it doesn't take a great deal of talent to dig up awareness, or deluge, materials and to code these for storage in the industry's computers. Much of the spade work is actually done by lawyers, or by researchers contracted by defense legal teams. I've mentioned PHR Associates and the Winthrop Group, but many other firms have been hired to gather such materials. A company called Texas Energy Research was hired to read through the Beaumont Enterprise, the Beaumont Journal, and Houston's 3 biggest newspapers for use in Grinnell v. American, with Chadbourne and Park supervising. Private research corporations such as History Associates in Rockville, Maryland, or Morgan, Angel and Associates in Washington, D.C., were engaged. Boston newspapers were reviewed by Steve Nachman, an attorney with Webster and Sheffield, for use in Palmer v. Liggett, and Baton Rouge newspapers were catalogued by Bill Bradner of Chadbourne and Park for use in local trials. The Tobacco Institute had maintained a newspaper clipping service since 1959, which was pilfered for examples of awareness, as were the collections of the Tobacco Merchants Association. The end goal in all of this was the industry's so-called universal awareness or common knowledge defense, the point being that since everyone has always known about the hazards, people have only themselves to blame for whatever illnesses they contract. Everyone has always known that tobacco is bad for you, though no one has ever been able to prove it. The legal implications are obvious. People voluntarily assumed risks when they began smoking, and the companies acted responsibly in refusing to admit any proof of a danger. This has also been dubbed the chicken soup defense, as in, people have always known that chicken soup is good for you, but medical scholars have only recently proved it. The idea is that popular knowledge often precedes expert knowledge, so ordinary people knew about tobacco harms long before they were proven by scientists. It is important to realize that while historians who work for the industry may be well known for their scholarship, their litigation-related work is typically not widely known, even to their colleagues. In some instances, the industry actually requires a certain measure of confidentiality. Consultants are told that their work falls under a kind of attorney work product privilege. John Burnham makes this claim, for example. And some scholars sign a contract requiring that they not publish using the sources under investigation. James H. Jones, for example, signed a non-publication agreement when he went to work for the industry in the late 1980s, about 5 years after publishing his book, Bad Blood, on the Tuskegee syphilis experiments. Jones was being groomed as an expert witness, but after about a year and a half of work in Library of Congress archives and Arentz's famous collection at the New York Public Library, he was dropped, perhaps because, as he now suspects, the lawyers were unhappy with his recognition of the reality of addiction. That is how the industry works. It has enough money to hire large numbers of scholars, giving them nominally free rein to investigate certain, narrow, topics, and then promotes a select few to the status of expert witness who can be counted on to stick to the requisite script. Jones, incidentally, is the only historian with whom I have spoken who regrets having worked for the industry, though perhaps there are others. The industry was more pleased with John C. Burnham, who had gone to work for the industry a few years prior to this time, in 1986. Burnham is one of the few industry experts ever to have published on tobacco prior to his work for the companies, though it should also be noted that his book, Bad Habits, Drinking, Smoking, Taking Drugs, Gambling, Sexual Misbehavior and Swearing in American History, 1993, was published 5 years after he began working for Philip Morris's Project Cosmic. Burnham was one of 3 Project Cosmic directors with a history of medicine background, along with David Harley, then at Oxford, and Yale psychiatry professor David Musto, who, according to his website, should be considered the leading historian of drug policy in the United States. More than a dozen medical historians would eventually work for the industry, tainting the articles and editorial boards of the world's leading medical history journals, cf. I. G. U. R. E. 3. Closing parenthesis. Witnessing for the industry in court. Among the various services rendered by historians to big tobacco, the most disturbing, and consequential, is their provision of testimony in court. Expert witnesses are most often recruited from the larger body of consultants already working for the companies, sometimes for months or even years. John Harkness, for example, was chosen to help defend the industry as an expert witness in Berner v. Brown and Williamson, in 2003, after having worked for the industry for about 8 years, part of which overlapped with his editorship of ISIS, the official journal of the History of Science Society. For his tobacco work, Harkness was paid about $500,000, $300,000 as salary and another $200,000 for research expenses. I analyzed the substance of his testimony in a recent article for Tobacco Control. Raising this question of disclosure, should authors be required to disclose such relationships? What about members of an editorial board or peer reviewers? Should they be required to disclose? And if so, how and how often and to whom? And is disclosure always enough? When does scholarship become too tainted to publish? This last mentioned item may sound outlandish, but the fact is that several medical journals already bar publication of any and all research funded by the tobacco industry. And perhaps it is time for historians to consider doing the same. The network of historians who have testified as expert witnesses for the industry is large, including at least 48 professors of history in the United States alone. Non-historians have presented historical testimony, but those persons listed in the box on pages 460 to 63 are all professional historians. One particularly disturbing aspect of this business is the deep involvement of medical historians. Kenneth Ludmerer, M.D., a Washington University professor of medicine and medical history, was actually the first academic historian to testify on the stand for the industry, in Kotler v. American Tobacco, an individual plaintiff's case tried in Boston in 1990. Ludmerer had begun working for the industry in August of 1988, when Arnold and Porter hired him to prepare a response to Jeffrey E. Harris, an MIT economist who, in 1985, had written a chronicle of the recognition of tobacco health hazards for the plaintiffs in Cipollone v. Liggett. It is not entirely clear how Ludmerer first came to the attention of tobacco attorneys, but it may have been through the recruitment efforts of John Burnham at Ohio State, who had earlier been listed as a witness for the defense in Cipollone. Ludmera says he agreed to work for the industry after seeing the poor quality of historical testimony introduced by the plaintiffs, but what is remarkable is how truncated his own investigations have been, especially in light of his own self-praise. In 2002 in USA v. Philip Morris, for example, Ludmera claimed to have studied the history of tobacco and health more thoroughly, more comprehensively, more representatively, more systematically than anyone in the world had ever done. He admitted that the Surgeon General's report of 1964 helped erase any residual doubt about the lung cancer hazard, but nowhere did he acknowledge the industry's refusal to admit the reality of such hazards. Remarkably, he also never consulted the industry's internal documents. In Harvey v. Lummis, he admitted to having never asked anyone at Philip Morris what the company knew about the hazards of smoking, nor did he review any internal industry documents. Q. Would it be correct to say that you have not reviewed a single internal Philip Morris company document? That is correct. Ludmera seems not to have been embarrassed by this. He just didn't consider it part of his assignment. That is where much of the bias in such testimony can be found. In delimitation of expertise, in the framing of questions posed and questions neglected, producing a kind of strategic myopia or tunnel vision. Asked about his neglect of such documents, Ludmera says this had to do with the historian's unavoidable setting boundaries to research. Queried about the TIRC, he says only, "I have heard the term. I really don't know much about it. I have not studied it. I have no intention to study it. It is again out of my area." Delimitation of expertise seems to be a deliberate industry strategy. They hire and train a scholar in only one particular area and then can be assured that when he or she is asked a potentially embarrassing question, this will be beyond their scope of competence. Ludmera in Cipollone claimed not even to know whether smoking posed a public health threat. Q. Sir, would you agree that there is reliable evidence today to suggest that cigarette smoking is a major threat to the smoking public? A. I do not have an opinion on that subject, an expert opinion. Again, in the same deposition. Q. Doctor, is it your opinion that cigarette smoking contributes to the development of lung cancer in human beings? A. I have no opinion on that. Q. Do you have an opinion as a physician? No, I have no expert opinion. How could such a distinguished medical scholar have no opinion on what is arguably the most important medical fact of modernity? We don't have to speculate. The fact is that Ludmera was simply following the script drafted for him by his handlers. In 1988, in a memo titled, Witness Development, Arnold and Porter's Janet L. Johnson explained to STIC's state-of-the-art subcommittee their need to develop a storyteller to tell our version of the history of the recognition of tobacco hazards. Jeffrey Harris's expert report for Cipollone had presented a detailed chronicle of the discovery of the lung cancer hazard, identifying evidence from the 1930s and the strong case for a proof by 1957. The industry wanted to counter this testimony, without having to address when a link had actually been established. Instead of trying to defend the issue of whether and when a link between cigarette smoking and lung cancer was established, we should consider focusing our testimony on defending 1954, attacking Harris's 1957 date on which a link was proven, and demonstrate that it was not proven in 1957 with post-57 statements by medical experts about the existence of a controversy. The industry's claim would be that controversy persisted after 1957 and that the relationship between lung cancer and cigarettes was not even a legitimate scientific question until 1954. Johnson realized there was little to be gained by extending the state-of-the-art story into more recent times. Indeed, there were advantages to limiting the time span covered by their expert, insofar as this would free them from having to answer questions about when in fact the controversy was resolved. Johnson acknowledged the tightrope any such expert would have to walk when distinguishing his personal opinion from his expert testimony. This witness could probably testify credibly that it is his personal opinion that cigarette smoking is only a risk factor in the etiology of lung cancer. It would be less credible, however, for this witness to give expert testimony that the community of scientific and medical experts believe today that smoking is only a risk factor. That is why Ludmera could make this delicate point, that he had no expert opinion on causality, whatever his personal views might be. Recall that the conspiracy to deny all evidence of hazards was still in force. It would not be abandoned until the end of the 1990s, when legal settlements with the states forced a partial retreat. The industry's lawyers realized they were going to have to deal with certain tensions in the testimony of any medical history expert. What will this witness say about general causation? What will this witness say about the current state of the art? Is the controversy still alive? If not, when did it end? If it's still alive, who believes it? Only tobacco interests. Who else? Defense attorneys had earlier tried to resolve these tensions by developing a medical history witness who was not a physician, and could therefore get away with having no expert opinion on causation. This witness would be hired to focus exclusively on pre-1960 events, absolving them of having to talk about the industry's conduct after that time. As expressed in 1988, this was one of the industry's original mandates for developing a state-of-the-art witness. One of the original mandates for developing a witness to address state-of-the-art issues was to find a witness, a, who could not have an expert opinion on general causation, and b, who could not address the current state-of-the-art on general causation. Following this mandate, we developed a non-MD, medical historian, John Burnham, who, because he was not a medical doctor, could not have an expert opinion on general causation, and who, because his research and expertise focused on the pre-1960 period of history, did not have an expert opinion on the current state of the art. On the other hand, this witness was not qualified to evaluate specific research issues because he was not a medical doctor or a scientist. By contrast, however, a state-of-the-art expert with medical credentials will have to face squarely issues on general causation. Notice how carefully crafted this search for an expert witness was. The witness had to be ignorant on the crucial issue of causation, since the industry's denialist enterprise was still in force. Nor could the expert safely address state-of-the-art issues after 1964, because that would expose the bankruptcy of the industry's denial of causation. Ludmera solved the latter problem. He was a medical historian but was asked to investigate only the limited time frame from 1930 to 1964, keeping the spotlight off those several decades thereafter, when the conspiracy of denial was still in full force. And the problem of causation was solved by having him separate whatever personal views he might have from those based on his professional expertise. The testimony offered by defense historians in American tobacco litigation is not difficult to grasp. Indeed, it can be summarized in a single sentence: everyone knew, but no one had proof. People have only themselves to blame for whatever suffering is caused by cigarettes, and the industry did nothing wrong in questioning statistics or stalling for more research or marketing light cigarettes. Of course, there are sub-strategies and nuances in such testimony. Ludmera, for example, argues that statements must be situated in the context of their times, that history is complex and messy, and that we must guard against the 20/20 vision of hindsight, Monday morning quarterbacking. All fine truisms, but in the industry's hands all gamed as exculpatory stratagems. Ludmera's stress on context, for example, allows him to situate, to exculpate, to make the abnormal seem normal. Admonishing against hindsight allows him to say that events back in the day were not as they appear to us now. We need to cut the past some slack and not judge too harshly. Messiness also suggests a fog of uncertainty about the past, with neither black nor white but only shades of gray. Countless variants on such arguments have been introduced to deny addiction or enfeeble advertising or otherwise exculpate the industry. The defenses are elaborate, hackneyed, and sometimes formulaic to the point of exhibiting plagiarism. They are also put forward in court by such distinguished professors as Peter English of Duke, a pediatrician and medical historian, Michael Schaller at the University of Arizona, Elizabeth Cobbs Hoffman at San Diego State, Lacey Ford at the University of South Carolina, Michael E. Parrish of UC San Diego, and dozens of others. See again the box on pages 4. 6. 0-63. The human cost. I've highlighted several different ethical breaches in the tobacco history encounter. These ethical issues are weighty enough, but more than ethics is at stake. Let me conclude this chapter by recalling that there is a human cost to expertise and that every time a historian steps into a courtroom, human lives hang in the balance. What is the human cost of expertise when historians work for the tobacco industry in court? According to a Wall Street Journal report from 2000, the U.S. tobacco industry spends about $900 million per year on legal expenses. Let's call it $1 billion. The value of such efforts to the industry could be quite a bit higher, but let's assume this is a justifiable expense and one of their many costs of doing business. If we regard this as a normal business investment, and one for which the companies expect a reward on a par with other investments, we can calculate its impact on tobacco pricing and therefore on tobacco consumption and therefore on human health. Let us assume the industry cannot win its cases without experts and that historians provide the industry with, say, 10% of its litigation expertise. Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that historians contribute $100 million a year to the industry's survival. The figure could well be higher than this, since the billion or so spent on litigation may be worth many times this amount. It could be lower if you think that historians don't contribute much to the winning of such cases. Let us further assume that this $100 million is a savings passed on to consumers in a form that basically keeps the price of cigarettes low. What would this mean for the impact of historical expertise on human health? The cost of litigation can be considered a kind of tax on cigarettes. If the cost is passed on to consumers in the form of higher prices and higher prices means fewer cigarettes smoked, then we can calculate how many deaths are caused by the provision of historical expertise. That is because there is a close and predictable relationship between the number of cigarettes smoked in a society and the number of tobacco-induced deaths in that society 25 years later. The delay stems from the long but predictable time lag between exposure and death. Philip Morris talks about this as, not unlike a glacier, to which new smokers are added at one end and eventually melt away at the other, slowly, steadily over time. 4. This relationship is consistent and predictable and basically runs as follows. For every million cigarettes smoked in a society there will be one excess death caused by those cigarettes. And for every 3 million cigarettes smoked there will be one extra death from lung cancer. Both have this time lag of about 25 years. These are approximations of course but seem to hold pretty much true for anywhere in the world. Divide the number of cigarettes smoked in any given year by 3 million, and you will have the number of lung cancer deaths per annum 25 years later. So what does this say about the impact of our experts? The first thing to recall is that the price elasticity of tobacco is about 0.4. Which means that for every 10% increase in price, consumption will fall by about 4%. A $100 million increase in cost therefore causes about $40 million worth of cigarettes not to be consumed. If cigarettes cost $5 per pack with 20 cigarettes per pack, this means that an increase in the price of cigarettes by $100 million will cause a reduction in the number of packs smoked by $40 million divided by $5 per pack equals 8 million packs, or 160 million cigarettes. If cigarettes cause one death for every million smoked, this means that the industry's deployment of historical expertise in litigation causes about 160 deaths per year. Of course the true figure, if there is such a thing, could be higher or lower. Maybe it's not 160 but 16 or 1,600. The point is not to calculate an exact or even an approximate figure but rather simply to emphasize that the provision of aid to polluting industries costs human lives. It's not just a question of moral or social responsibility. It's also a question of life and death. Do historians realize that lives hang in the balance when they step into the witness stand? I don't know what they're thinking, or if they really are thinking. Maybe they are dazzled by the money or the attention, or just trying to do a good job. Some may see in the defense of smoking a higher cause of some sort, perhaps liberty or personal responsibility. Many are clearly led to focus on some narrow body of historical facts and may not even know or care they are missing the forest for the trees. Some may think they are working not for big tobacco but for some higher truth that is supposed to come from the clash of warring experts. Most seem to take comfort in the belief that their handlers don't seem to be influencing their findings. Historians employed for such purposes may well be kept ignorant of the consequences of their actions, perhaps by the elaborate parceling up of tasks that is often entailed in such assignments. Perhaps they feel they are just following facts, if not just following orders. Part 4. Radiant Filth and Redemption. What we have thus far seen of the rise of lung cancer, that is surely just the beginning of the catastrophe. Fritz Lickint, 1953. If the exit gate from our market should suddenly open, we could be out of business overnight. Claude E. Teague, 1982. On May 26, 1995, Philip Morris made a startling announcement. The world's largest cigarette company admitted that a sizable number of its cigarettes had been tainted by improper mixing of a plasticizing agent ordinarily used in making filters and announced the beginning of a recall. 8 billion, smelly, bad-tasting cigarettes were eventually pulled from the shelves, after smokers had started noticing an odor akin to certain kinds of plastics or pesticides. The recall cost the company over $100 million, but the public was assured no harm was done, and business continued as usual. A batch of improperly mixed plasticizer was blamed for the foul-up, though details were never released on precisely how this had gotten into the tobacco. It eventually turned out that the contaminant, methyl isocyanate, a close relative of the compound that killed thousands when released from a chemical plant at Bhopal, India, was not from a plasticizer but from the paperboard used to make hard pack cartons of Marlboros, Virginia Slims, and Benson and Hedges. This recall is odd, though, on several levels. One of the largest consumer product recalls in history was absorbed with little more than a hiccup in the company's stock price, which had risen nearly 70-fold since the mid-1970s, outperforming the Dow Jones Industrial Average by an order of magnitude. FYI, $10,000 invested in Philip Morris stock in 1958 would now be worth about $50 million. The move is also odd, though, because it must have saved many lives, albeit not for reasons one might imagine. The recall saved lives not because it prevented exposure to a defective plasticizer but rather because these were cigarettes no one ended up smoking. Since one person dies for every million cigarettes smoked, in theory at least this recall saved about 8,000 lives. Of course, if Philip Morris had had its way, the cigarettes would never have been contaminated and would have been sold and smoked in the usual deadly sort of way, killing those 8,000 people. The company didn't recall the cigarettes to save lives. The recall was issued simply to protect the company's image, fouled by whatever PR mess might have come from people throwing away their stinking fags, fearing Bhopal. The tobacco industry spends a great deal of time and money making cigarettes look good. The paper is bleached to a pleasing ivory white, the rod evenly shaped and uniform, the package sparkly clean and attractive. Even the color of the ash is not left to chance. The companies have learned that smokers prefer a light-colored ash, and chemicals are added to achieve this effect. Billions of dollars have gone into cigarette design, much of which involves manipulation of physical image and symbolic effluence. The modern cigarette is a work of art, or piece of work, fated via billions in ad and promotional revenues as a handy, handsome, white, svelte, smooth, and easily fondled consumer good. Image and reality, however, are as night and day in this realm. We've already seen how Kent's was sold with micronite filters containing crocidolite asbestos. Billions of asbestos-laden cigarettes were smoked from 1952 through 1956, causing some number of smokers to contract asbestosis, lung cancer, or mesothelioma after inhaling the mineral needles of this laurelid brand. Scholars have gone back to dissect old cigarettes from such packs, which reveal, via electron microscopy, asbestos fibers protruding from the business ends of these vintage cigarettes. And by smoking them on machines designed to replicate the human lung, scholars have calculated how many fibers were likely to have been inhaled. Smokers of Kent's in the mid-1950s on average inhaled over 100 million particles of asbestos every year, more than enough to cause tumors. Lawsuits against laurelid have been filed by people suffering from mesothelioma or lung cancer, and some such cases have been won. 2. Asbestos, though, has been only one of many extra ingredients in cigarettes. Smokers inhale fibers of cellulose acetate, the chemical standard for virtually all modern filters, but smokers are also known to have inhaled charcoal particles, sand, the combustion products of various machine greases, worm and insect body parts and excrement, asbestos filaments from sealing insulation in tobacco plants, and other kinds of filth. Cigarette manufacturing is not, in fact, a very clean business. A 1958 study by British tobacco manufacturers found bits of steel from the knives used to cut tobacco, along with sand from the carborundum wheels used to sharpen those knives. Food inspectors routinely examine food for flies, vermin and rot, and various forms of adulteration, but who watches over the cigarette factories? One way to learn about such contaminants is from the many letters of complaint written to the companies. Smokers have often contacted the companies to protest finding filth or defects of one sort or another in cigarettes, and in 1983 the American Tobacco Company divided these complaints into 25 separate categories, as part of an effort to compare its different manufacturing plants. Most of those who complained drew attention to cigarettes broken or torn by rough handling, but stems, worms, rubber, plastic, metal shards, and other foreign matter were also noted. The Reynolds Company preserved many such letters, containing similar complaints. A sailor stationed at Pearl Harbor in 1998 wrote about a carton he had bought containing 3 cigarettes with bug holes in them, including one with at least one bug alive. A man from Alton, New York, complained about an odd taste in several of the Doral menthol lights he had recently purchased, prompting him to dissect one. I decided to take one of the cigarettes apart. I found this mealworm or whatever type it is in with the cigarette tobacco. A woman from Shoreline, Washington, complained about a different problem. Today I was about halfway done with my cigarette when it suddenly flamed up. The flame was high enough that it burned my nose and singed my hair. The companies must have received hundreds of thousands of such complaints over the years. A man from Newcastle, Texas, complained that his Doral cigarettes tasted so much like bug spray I couldn't smoke them. A woman from Gurnee, Illinois, reported that her Salem lights not only taste funny, but gave her a blinding headache. A woman from East Baldwin, Maine, wrote after finding worms, I know that smoking isn't good for you, but I don't enjoy smoking worms. Others wrote to complain about filters detaching or air bubbles in the wrap or a terrible aftertaste, tinny or metal of some sort. Others complained about cigarettes being as old as dirt, or full of holes or exploding into the smoker's face. A man from Tampico, Illinois, wrote that his wife had been driving when the front end of her cigarette fell off, burning her hand. A Florida man wrote, I found a stick inside the cigarette. What is it? Tobacco. Wood. Please explain. A Madera, California, woman wrote, my husband thinks that because of all the lawsuits and attorney fees that you're letting the quality of your product go down. R.J. Reynolds carefully tabulated each of these letters and categorized them by nature of complaint. In one 3-month period from 1995 the company logged 38 pages of complaints for the single category, fire falls out, causing burns. Product complaints were traced by elaborate tracking mechanisms to specific factories and even to specific making machines. Complaints about insufficient glue, for example, were traced back to the specific machines that had produced those cigarettes. 8. The archives also preserve examples of the company's responses. In 1999, when a man from Martinsburg, West Virginia, wrote to Reynolds about feeling sick from smoking a cigarette with some kind of metal in it, Reynolds' consumer response specialist Ginger co-wrote to reassure that the company had examined the metal and found it to be a piece of wire composed of iron and copper. This was no cause for alarm, co-wrote, because copper is a metal with a low order of toxicity. It is also an essential trace element required for good health. The temperature encountered in a cigarette and the duration of contact is not sufficient to volatilize metallic copper, MP equals 1083 degrees Celsius. Iron also has a low order of toxicity and is also an essential trace element required for good health. The temperature encountered in a cigarette and the duration of contact is not sufficient to volatilize metallic iron, MP equals 1535 degrees Celsius. Based on a thorough review of all available information, our scientists have concluded any health risk associated with the one-time smoking of this material is minimal and would not be responsible for the health effects you described. We also know there were differences from factory to factory in the particular kinds of screw-ups. Odor was a more common complaint for cigarettes made at American's Durham plant than at its Reedsville facility, whereas Durham was more likely to generate complaints about worms. Similar records were kept for cigarettes stained, missing, or defective in some physical aspect. In 1988, American Tobacco received 39 written complaints of cigarettes being wormy, with the highest number coming from Florida. This was an improvement over previous years. In 1983, for example, 80 complaints of worms were received within the space of a single month. Perhaps you were a smoker back then and smoked some of these worms, or their excreted feces. Of course, it is strange to think about contaminants in smoke when even pure, pristine, natural tobacco is already toxic. If even the cleanest cigarette smoke will kill you, does it really matter if there is extra filth in the form of metal shards or insect excrement? Perhaps this is different from, say, fecal pellets in your cereal or hair in your hot dog. We don't really have much of a common cultural perception of the filth in cigarettes, nothing we can compare to the rotten stench of the stockyards Upton Sinclair exposed in the jungle. Which is odd, because far more people die from cigarettes than ever perished from the maggots and microbes that once tainted our meat. The moral of this story is not that tobacco should be clean but rather that its makers cannot be trusted. To find out more about what is really in a cigarette, we need to return to the archives, where we find the companies well aware of the presence in cigarettes of lead and arsenic, along with pesticides and polonium, and a witch's brew of chemicals added for various purposes. Topics rarely broached in the consumer letters, because most people really have no idea what they are smoking. 25. What's actually in your cigarette? The belief that cigarettes contain only pure, unadulterated tobacco is almost universal among smokers. They're blissfully ignorant of the ungodly messes of which they're composed. Herman Scharlit, Cigarette Smoking as a Health Hazard, 1935. There's an old saying in the food business, that people will eat almost anything if you grind it up fine enough. With food, of course, there is a certain amount of oversight, and acute poisonings attract attention. But with tobacco the situation is different. Cigarette makers have had virtually unlimited freedom to add whatever they want to cigarettes, whether to elevate sales or reduce costs or kill mold or prolong shelf life or make handling by machinery easier, or to supercharge the nicotine or to appeal to the youthful sweet tooth. And given the fertility of the tobacco man's mind, some remarkable things have been added. Tobacco chemists put a breathtaking variety of additives into tobacco leaf, cigarette paper, and packaging foils, flavorants and moisturizers, of course, but also impact boosters, burn accelerants, fire retardants, bronchodilators, smoke particle size reducers, and a broad palette of coloring and bleaching agents. And that's just what is there by design. Smokers may think they're smoking cured tobacco leaf, but there is actually quite a bit of other stuff in cigarettes, some of which enters just by chance. The industry doesn't like to admit it, but we know from their internal archives that unwanted filth sometimes makes its way into cigarettes. This includes shards of metal or glass, but also substances that enter through rough handling in the growing stage. Dirt, sand, and pesticides, for example, but also grease from the machines and even chemicals that gas off from the cellophane. The list of contaminants is long. Before diving in, though, we should appreciate that additives and contaminants have never been high on the list of things that tobacco's critics worry about. Given that the cured leaf by itself is so toxic, what difference does it really make that a company is adding dangerous chemicals if natural tobacco is already super deadly? American spirits much hyped, natural cigarettes are no less deadly than any other kind, despite having a Native American on the pack. The same with China's popular, herbal, brands. Worrying about whether your tobacco is natural or organic is like worrying about whether the fecal pellet in your cereal was excreted by a caged or free-range rat. There is another oddity we must keep in mind. The industry has long maintained that it uses only approved food additives, which makes about as much sense as the rat pellet point. For many years this additives list was a closely guarded secret, and even today we know more about the constituents of cat food, which should give smokers pause. But think for a moment about this approved food additive point. A fruit salad eaten is quite different from a fruit salad burned and inhaled. Almost any complex organic mixture will be toxic when pyrolyzed and drawn into the lungs, and you can be sure that a fresh fruit salad dried, burned, and inhaled will not do you any good. And the same is true for many of the additives forced into tobacco. Sugar may be relatively safe when consumed in moderation, apart from cavities and the like, but when burned in a cigarette will produce acetaldehyde, a carcinogen. Glycerine is likewise innocuous when eaten, but when combusted produces acetaldehyde and acrylane, carcinogens both. Protein is also of course an essential nutrient in food, but quite toxic when burned and inhaled. Burning protein produces nitrosamines, among the deadliest of all carcinogens. Philip Morris scientists in 1963 characterized nitrosamines as the most potent carcinogens known, with the dosage needed to produce cancer being exceedingly low. So it is ridiculous to say that some specific cigarette ingredient is generally regarded as safe, GRA, as we so often hear from the industry. The entire concept of GRA is intended solely for foods, not for substances burned and inhaled. The confusion is bizarre and a typical tobacco subterfuge of the facts. So let us ask again, what is in your cigarette? Here are a few of the choicer items, with some of the history behind how they got there. Arsenic and lead. Arsenic and lead became a hot potato in the 1930s and 1940s, when lead arsenates and arsenites were widely used as pesticides, on tobacco but also on many kinds of food crops. Catastrophic poisonings in the 1930s inflamed the press, as when dozens of laborers in the Moselle Valley, near Germany's border with Luxembourg, died after spraying the compound on grapes. Some died from drinking wine made from the grapes, and autopsies showed that many of these victims had tumors. No one knows how many people perished from handling the pesticide, or from the arsenic that lingers even today in cigarettes. By the early 1930s, the tobacco industry had already started hiding what it knew about arsenic. A letter of 1932 to Laurellade's vice president detailing the arsenic content in plain Havana blossom, chewing tobacco, for example, began by noting, "Since we understand that considerable secrecy has been maintained relative to the subject, we are taking the liberty of writing you this report in longhand, and trust that you will be able to make it out." Laurelade measured an average of 2.8 parts per million, ppm, arsenic in its tobacco, though other investigators had been finding up to 30 ppm in the actual smoke. Pesticides were one principal source, but Henry Ford, the carmaker and cigarette critic, as early as 1914 had reported arsenic being used, along with lime and lead, to toughen cigarette paper, and that solutions made from paper treated in this manner had enough poison in them to kill mice. Lead got into cigarettes the same way as arsenic, mainly from lead arsenate pesticides, but there were other sources. The metal was commonly used in the foil used to wrap cigarettes, for example, a practice not banned in the United States until the 1940s, by the War Production Board, interestingly, which implemented the ban not to protect human health but rather to safeguard the nation's supply of metals for making ammunition. Leaded gas was also sometimes used as a fuel for cigarette lighters, which must have caused some inhalation. Pesticides, though, were clearly the predominant source, with the Consumer's Research Bulletin already by 1936 proposing as a cynical cigarette slogan, "Have you inhaled your lead and arsenic today?" Agricultural spraying of arsenic was drastically cut back after the Second World War, causing measured levels of both arsenic and lead in cigarettes to decline. Unpublished studies done by the Imperial Tobacco Company had documented a gradual increase in As-2O3 in unburned leaf throughout the 1930s and 1940s, with the highest values, 51 ppm, recorded in 1947. Many scholars at this time, Richard Doll, for example, thought arsenic might well be the principal carcinogenic agent in cigarettes, and speculations were sometimes voiced that eliminating the element from smoke might make cigarettes less deadly. Arsenic levels in smoke have fallen ever since, with smokers today inhaling only hundreds of kilograms per year, compared with the hundreds of thousands of kilograms from previous decades. With the phasing out of arsenic insecticides, however, one ogre was simply replaced by another with just as many warts, which brings us to the synthetic pesticides of the post-war era. Petrochemical pesticides. People in the tobacco trade apply a wide variety of chemicals while growing the plant, weeding the fields, curing and aging the leaf, and rolling and packing the final product. Chemicals are used to save on time or human labor but also to keep the plant from being attacked by pathogens of one sort or another. Much of what the industry worries about in terms of tobacco and health is actually damage to the tobacco plant, from microbes like the tobacco mosaic virus or a bacterium of some sort, but also molds, fungi, and myriad insect pests. Treatments generally involve spraying the soil, plant, or stored leaf, often with chemicals that end up as residues in groundwater or the cigarettes people smoke. The threats are diverse, as are the compounds used to combat them. Blue mold and black shank, for example, are prevented by sprayings with fungicides such as mancozeb, a carbamate nerve toxin also known to cross the placental barrier. Metalaxyl is often applied, though this benzenoid fungicide is feared for creating resistant strains in other crops. Farmers consult the online blue mold forecast system, which identifies outbreaks. Powdery mildew is thwarted by sprayings of Dinocap and Benomil, black root rot with methyl bromide and soil strelants such as chloropicrin. Bacteria also attack the plant, causing black leg, hollow stalk, and barn rot, treated by methods similar to those used to control nematodes. Nematodes, tiny subterranean roundworms, attack the tobacco plant by roosting in the roots, where they form balls and promote the growth of fungi, causing black shank, fusarium wilt, and black root rot. Nematodes are beaten back with fumigants such as ethylene dibromide, aldecarb, 1,3-dichloropropene, and methyl isothiocyanate. Integrated pest management has become the fashion here as elsewhere, but chemical insecticides remain a big part of the tobacco world. Cutworms are controlled by sprayings around the base of the plant, and white grubs and false wireworms are counted by soil fumigants. Similar chemicals are used to combat aphids, flea beetles, grasshoppers, hornworms, loopers, stink bugs, thrips, leaf miners, tobacco slugs, stem borers, and whiteflies. Predators attack the tobacco as it is stored, so dimethyl dichlorvinyl phosphate is used to control the cigarette beetle and tobacco moth, two predators that alone chew up hundreds of millions of dollars worth of tobacco stocks every year, and that's just in the United States. Cigarette beetles are found at all stages of manufacturing, presenting the specter not just of economic loss but also of cigarettes contaminated by insect corpses or byproducts, such as feces and body oils. So even though pheromone traps and the like are sometimes used to catch cigarette moths, a great deal of poison is still sprayed on or around the leaf at one stage or another. Many such chemicals are hard to handle safely but can also be hazardous for smokers who inhale the residues and for wildlife wherever tobacco is grown. Many tobacco pesticides harm birds or cause soil depletion. Some, like methyl bromide, are notorious ozone depleters. Applications tend to be quite heavy, with some tobacco crops receiving as many as 16 different treatments. One of the most widely used is maleic hydrazide, a suckering agent that deserves some special remarks. MALEICHYDRAZIDE, pesticide for suckers. Plants often do things farmers don't like, and one of these is to sprout where they shouldn't be sprouting, depriving already established leaves of energy for growth. To prevent this, tobacco farmers apply suckering agents, the most popular of which is maleic hydrazide, MH30, a growth retardant used to remove new shoots from the stalk of the plant after topping. Topping involves removing flower tops to concentrate growth in the leaves. The compound has been recognized since the 1960s, even by the industry, as a carcinogen, but farmers have been reluctant to give it up. In Rhodesia, present-day Zimbabwe, the compound was actually banned for use on tobacco in the early 1960s. Today, though, it is still widely used, and residues can be found in most cigarettes. Philip Morris in 1987 launched Project Moon to monitor contamination and found the following levels in European brands, measured in parts per million. 1. Cigarettes weigh about a gram, which means that if 1 trillion were being smoked in any given year, which is about right for Europe at that time, and residues averaged 20 micrograms per cigarette, then the total mass of just this one herbicide in cigarettes smoked by Europeans was about 20,000 kilograms per year. MH30 residues have been recorded even higher, up to 115 ppm in some samples, with 5 to 7% being transferred into the smoke. Of course, while exposures from any one cigarette may be small, the aggregate over a lifetime can add up, which is significant when it comes to pesticides, given how many thousands of tons are sprayed on tobacco. In the United States alone, according to the General Accounting Office, an estimated 27 million pounds of pesticides are sprayed onto tobacco fields every year. Indeed, for non-agricultural workers, inhaled tobacco smoke will likely be the principal means by which smokers are exposed to pesticides, with the mode of delivery being about as dangerous as it gets. Farm workers are exposed via several different routes, but smokers burn it right into their lungs. Environmentalists have been sounding this alarm for quite some time. Rachel Carson in her 1962 Silent Spring pointed to the cumulative nature of sprayings, causing the arsenic content of American cigarettes to rise more than 300% from 1932 to 1952. Government agencies have long been granted authority to control such compounds in foods but have never had much power to limit pesticides in cigarettes. Most countries have been apathetic. German authorities in 1988, for example, confirmed the lack of concern with residues of methoprene, Kabat tobacco protector, on imported leaf so long as it was kept below 10 ppm. And a Philip Morris document from 1991 talks about how Malaysia was being pressured by the tobacco giant to increase its tolerance from 1 to 15 ppm. Apathy stems in part from the fact that for tobacco control advocates it doesn't really matter how tobacco kills you. The brute fact is that it does, and the details are, in a sense, a distraction. Another source of neglect stems from the fact that manufacturers rarely alert smokers to the presence of pesticides in cigarettes. Some companies have recently tried to play the pesticide-free card. American spirit cigarettes, for example, are advertised as made from 100% additive-free natural tobacco, and have managed to capture much of this eco-granola market. Reynolds saw this as a growth area in the 1980s and 1990s and set out to buy the rights to this brand from the Santa Fe Natural Tobacco Company, which it did for a whopping $340 million in 2002. Health-conscious smokers in the San Francisco Bay Area are enthusiastic consumers of this Naturo Bunkum brand. which makes about as much sense as hoping that the car crashing into you is a fuel-efficient Prius rather than a gas-guzzling Ford. Pesticides have also been ignored because of regulatory or administrative impotence. Cigarettes have not until recently been regulated by the FDA, so there never has been any full disclosure of what is actually in a cigarette, or virtually any limit on either contaminants or additives. And no requirement to study the health impact of an additive prior to adding it. So regulatory myopia has encouraged industrial nonchalance. The companies have long fought to keep pesticide residues from being classed as foods or drugs, and to keep tolerances high in those few countries where pesticides in tobacco are regulated. The industry has been largely self-regulating in this realm, which is more like saying anything goes. So when specific additives are discussed, this is most often done under the irrelevant rubric, ingestion, as if eating a dried leaf soaked in licorice was the same as burning and inhaling it. With the irony that whatever pesticides end up in a smoker's lungs, even if deadly, might be no worse than the natural fumes from gimmicks like American Spirit. Flavorants and additives. Tobacco manufacturers add flavorants to cigarettes for many different reasons: to enhance pack aroma or cool the smoke, to attract the young or beginning smoker, or just to mask the nasty stank of nicotine. Many of these were already in use in the 19th century, with old-time stalwarts like cocoa, licorice, and molasses joined more recently by exotics like rose of Latakia, imperial prune, and a parade of synthetics from German or Japanese labs. Many of these are described in the industry's archives, but some take detective work to decipher, as they're listed only under code names. AMSPIN, croton, and MADMART, for example, turn out to be licorice, cocoa powder, and St. John's bread. British American Tobacco began using 5 to 7 letter code names for additives prior even to the Second World War, continuing a practice from the trade secret sensitive flavorants industry. Flavorants are often added not for taste at all but rather just to improve the smell of the cigarette prior to combustion. Upon opening the pack, for example, pack aroma appears in 5,000 company documents. The industry has devoted enormous resources to researching the sensory qualities of tobacco and the impact of various additives and has developed an elaborate vocabulary to talk about aroma, impact, flavor, and the like. Oriental, Turkish, tobacco, for example, is said to have a cheesy, sweaty butter odor reminiscent of isovaleric acid, while other varieties are said to have aromatic notes of wood, leather, dirt, or various animal scents. Flavors are described as bitter, sour, or metallic, or as having a peppery bite or sting. Tobacco researchers developed the science of hedonics to distinguish such sensations, with some industry documents listing more than 100 different ways to characterize a particular sensory impact or impression, from putrid or fecal to malty or molasses. 1. Coumarin is used to impart a vanilla-like aroma, and ylang-ylang provides a floral scent with notes of jasmine and custard. It's also used in motion sickness medicines. Balsam of Tolu is added to provide hints of cinnamon, and patchouli oil is added for earthy notes. Flavorants include oil extracts from cardamom, cedar, and coriander, juice extracts from prunes and figs, and oddities like otto of rose or castoreum, an aromatic oil extracted from the anal glands of Canadian and Siberian beavers. Most of the world's herbal chests have been probed for this purpose, and scrutinized through taste tests in the transnationals' laboratories. Some classes of additives have been more successful than others. Lots of fruity and chocolatey flavorants have been tried, along with extracts intended to provide a good bourbon or whiskey flavor. In one series of Brown and Williamson tests, menthol and cinnamon got good marks, but perfumes and florals didn't pass. And neither did many spices, which were often judged too sharp or hot. Perfume or floral flavors such as mimosa, jasmine, frangipani, and musk were explored to pretty up second-hand smoke and to intensify the smoking experience. Philip Morris invented its New Leaf brand using wintergreen and a breeze menthol sauced up with cloves. Saratoga had extra licorice and chocolate. American's oddly named Mayo brand was tinctured with spearmint. And Brown and Williamson sold a fruity cigarette called Lime, prior to the rise of the tick-borne disease. None of the companies ever fared very well with raspberry, peach, or banana, though Brown and Williamson apparently used small amounts of each in its cigarettes. Better luck was had with lemon, orange, apple, and cherry, as with brandy, rum, and bourbon, though Winston's, winey, and raisiny notes were thought to have been achieved with flavors of sage. Less successful were efforts to simulate Scotch, cognac, or vermouth. For a time great hopes were held out for coffee flavors, with the obstacle being that most such signatures are unstable. One reason for many of these intrigues was to replace flavors lost from the rush to low-tar cigarettes, but tobacco chemists also hoped that low-delivery products would offer ideal vehicles for high levels of added flavors. There was also the hope that new fruity flavors would attract young smokers. Some wild and crazy ideas were explored, like adding opposite-sex attracting pheromones to cigarettes. Philip Morris researchers in 1978 urged the company to register trademarks such as male and female for this purpose. Natural flavorings can be expensive or unstable, which is why the industry has often turned to synthetics. Grape, for example, is approximated by a methyl anthranilate, peach by a complex carbon aldehyde, and banana by an amyl acetate. Many such compounds have code names. Ambrox is an ambergris odor substitute, for example, with the more technical name tetramethyldodecahydranophthofurane. Coumarin, used to impart vanilla-like aromas, has at least 7 different code names and numerous synthetic counterparts. Green apple is achieved with 3-hexanyl propionate, and a meaty smell is obtained from hexyl 2-furcate. Hundreds of synthetic flavorants are routinely used in cigarettes, with many being obtained by the ton from chemical manufacturers. Brown and Williamson in the 1970s was using about a dozen suppliers, including Norda, for oil of lime and orange, Firmenich, imitation chocolate, Glidden, peppermint, Gentry, cherry, Givaudan, apple and cinnamon, Fritsche, mace and bourbon, and Dragoco, coffee. These suppliers obviously knew what their products were being used for. 1. So did they ever worry about them being burned and inhaled? Did any such firm ever refuse business from a cigarette company? And what safety tests were ever done prior to shipment? Recall that if only 1% of all cigarette deaths have been caused by burning and inhaling such additives, this would still be 1 million deaths worldwide during the 20th century, and a toll growing higher every year. Tobacco additives have been almost entirely unregulated, which means virtually unlimited freedom to add whatever manufacturers might fancy. If plutonium were not a controlled substance, there would apparently be no obstacle to tossing it into a cigarette. What could be the objection? That it raised the likelihood of death from high to extreme. The reality is that many known carcinogens have been added to tobacco products. Angelica root extract is sometimes used in cigarettes. The compound appears in more than 1,700 internal industry documents. Saffrol was apparently being used in Kent cigarettes in 1990, years after it was banned, as a carcinogen, from soft drinks. One document prepared for Brown and Williamson lists over 100 cigarette additives, from star anise oil to smokanilla, with more than 40 designated by the company as potentially hazardous. Compounds in this category range from tonka bean and saccharine to diethylene glycol and Dragoco tangerine. Additives have included the food dye known as butter yellow, found to cause liver cancer in animals, calamus or sweet flag, banned in 1968 because it caused malignant tumors, cobalt and its salts, chest pains resembling heart attacks, ammoniated glycyrrhizin, severe hypertension and cardiac arrhythmia, juniper berries, nervous system toxins which can cause hallucinations, lithium chloride, several human fatalities, mannitol, diarrhea, nausea, and vomiting, and pennyroyal, can induce abortion. Many of these compounds are used in substantial quantities. Licorice, for example, has been widely used, on a gargantuan scale, as a sweetener in cigarettes. Tobacco manufacturers in the 1980s in the United States alone were putting 12 million pounds of licorice into cigarettes every year, with an estimated 90% of all licorice in the country going into tobacco products. Along with 35 million pounds of glycerol, millions of pounds of cocoa, and millions of pounds of synthetics of various sorts. These are huge investments. The U.S. tobacco industry spent $76 million on flavorings in 1977 and $113 million 2 years later. The U.S. Surgeon General in 1981 cautioned that additives might pose increased or new and different disease risks. The industry was asked to stop adding new ingredients, a request apparently ignored. The industry likes to be able to say, in effect, that everything we use can be sprinkled on cornflakes, but how many people really want to smoke cornflakes? Widespread smoking of cornflakes would no doubt cause lung cancers. A 1992 Covington and Burling document gives a revealing look into the quantities of hundreds of different ingredients used in American cigarette manufacturing. Here is a small sampling from that list. 2. I have selected 20 ingredients, but the document from which this is taken includes some 614 distinct compounds. Readers may be surprised to learn that American cigarettes in 1989 contained 9,725 pounds of cola nut extract, 863 pounds of monosodium glutamate, MSG, 34 pounds of myrrh oil, and just over a pound of horehound extract. Or that in 1990 manufacturers were adding 35,324 pounds of maple syrup, 500,000 pounds of honey, and nearly 9 million pounds of licorice. Many of these are either carcinogens by themselves or produce carcinogens upon burning. A swamp plant known as deer tongue, so named for the shape of its leaves, contains coumarin, a compound with vanilla-like flavors and aromas. Coumarin was originally extracted from deer tongue or tonka beans, with Reynolds alone by 1930 using 1,200 pounds per month in its cigarettes. The FDA banned all use of coumarin in foods in the 195 OS, following research showing it causes liver damage. Some cigarette manufacturers may well have cut back, but a 1983 Mother Jones investigation found the compound still being used, and on a fairly large scale. The leaves are gathered from Georgia swamps and pine forests and sold to middlemen, who then turn the herb, wild vanilla, over to tobacco factories. American manufacturers in the early 1980s were still buying 1 to 3 million pounds per annum, despite its broad recognition as a carcinogen. Reynolds rationalized, to itself, its continued use by claiming that the amounts added were small. A 1981 Research Department memo, marked Secret, noted that all domestic companies except PM add coumarin to one or more of their cigarette products. Philip Morris brands contained less than 1 microgram per gram, but Reynolds' own Now brand showed 67 micrograms and Carlton 85's a whopping 140 micrograms per gram of tobacco. 2. Do smokers know that the cigarette industry has a history of adding known carcinogens to its products, making the poison go down easier? Menthol was first added to cigarettes in the 1920s, when Axton Fisher unrolled its menthol-cooled spud cigarette containing the peppermint extract. Menthol was already regarded as a medicinal cough suppressant, which is why smokers were advised, in ads, to switch to spuds when you have a cold. Manufacturers used mice to test for toxicity. A 1935 report for Brown and Williamson claimed that the amounts added to Kool, Polar, and Spud cigarettes, from 1.33 to 2.08 milligrams per cigarette, were below levels thought to be toxic. Though here again we find a failure to reflect on the fact that smokers were not ingesting but rather inhaling the compound after combustion, with all the chemical shape-shifting that implied. Brown and Williamson's research at this point was preemptive. There was not yet any real opposition. The research was undertaken, simply to have it ready in case somebody starts something about mentholated cigarettes being harmful. It is already here, though, in these 1930s reports, that we find some of the first arguments of the form, There is no more menthol in 60 cigarettes than in 10 to 20 cough drops. Trivialization by creative and inappropriate comparison. Yale University scholars working for the makers of cool cigarettes noted that you would have to smoke 12,000 a day to absorb the same amount of menthol given to patients as internal medication. Which, again, is like ignoring the difference between eating a pistachio nut and inhaling its carbonized remnants. Synthetics have long been used to achieve the menthol sensation, even though Bat knew by the 1960s that some of these at least were carcinogenic. Brown and Williamson had patented monomethyl maleate for use in cigarettes, for example, but Bat's additives panel in 1967 expressed their wariness of using such a compound, given that some of its byproducts, maleic anhydride, for example, had been shown to be mildly carcinogenic. Researchers at Bat raised this issue with the company's legal counsel, who advised the firm to be extremely cautious using such a substance, since it involved a direct allegation of carcinogenicity in a probable pyrolytic product. Worries of this sort led the firm to explore other menthol esters, menthol succinate and triborate, for example. Menthol is added to cool cigarette smoke and to make it less harsh, which means that menthylation makes a cigarette easier to smoke. Menthol is an anesthetic. It soothes or even numbs the linings of the mouth and throat and suppresses the body's natural cough reflex. And by making it easier to smoke, it also makes cigarettes more attractive to young or beginning smokers. Brown and Williamson in the late 1980s reflected on how menthol brands were good starter products, since new smokers already know what menthol tastes like vis-a-vis candy. Menthol today is much beloved by the industry, and few cigarettes nowadays aren't treated with at least subliminal levels. Which is also why the industry fought so hard to exclude it from the list of sweeteners barred from cigarettes by the Family Smoking Prevention and Tobacco Control Act of 2009. Strawberry, banana, vanilla, and 10 other fruity, sweet additives were banned, but the industry won at least a temporary stay on menthol. The banned flavorings affected less than 1% of the American cigarette market, whereas menthol, the ultimate candy flavoring, according to Philip Gardiner of California's Tobacco-Related Disease Research Program, is the characterizing flavor of more than a quarter of all cigarettes sold. 2. Menthols have long been smoked disproportionately by African Americans, which is why cigarette makers were accused of racism in fighting to keep menthols on the market. That charge is not entirely unfounded, given Laurelard's archival record of explaining menthol's appeal as part of a purported desire, by Negroes, to mask a genetic body odor. William S. Robinson, executive director of the National African American Tobacco Prevention Network based in Durham, North Carolina, withdrew his support for the FDA bill when negotiators agreed to exempt menthols from the initial ban. The FDA in 2010 began hearings on whether to disallow menthol in cigarettes, with a recommendation due on this topic in 2011. The agency is likely to consider not just the incremental hazard but also the fact that menthols are disproportionately smoked by African Americans and other racial minorities. Regardless of whether menthol is found to confer added physical harms from a purely biochemical point of view, the question will be whether this peppermint flavoring poses a hazard by making it easier or more attractive to smoke, or harder to quit. Philip Gardiner has urged the FDA to consider that by sweetening cigarettes, menthol makes the poison go down easier. Menthol will be a crucial test case for the FDA's new authority to regulate cigarettes. If the FDA can ban flavorants that make the poison go down easier, it can presumably also reduce the alkaloid that keeps smokers coming back for more. Currently it is barred from eliminating nicotine altogether, but nothing prevents it from requiring that it be reduced to, say, 3% of current levels, which is certainly technically feasible. The fact is that anything that makes smoking more attractive will make people more likely to smoke and therefore causes harm. Menthol on these grounds is clearly a threat to public health, as is virtually everything else about cigarettes. There is certainly legal precedent for requiring that cigarettes be made less attractive, Tobacco manufacturers cannot advertise on television, for example, which limits their ability to attract customers. Lives will be saved if cigarettes are made less attractive, and eliminating menthol will do just that. Lives will be saved if cigarettes are made less addictive, and reducing the nicotine will do that as well. The FDA has this power, the world is watching, and it remains only to be seen whether the government has the courage to exercise that power pro bono publico. Postscript: the FDA's Tobacco Products Scientific Advisory Committee in March of 2011 issued its report on menthol cigarettes, concluding that the minty additive was not just a flavoring agent but had drug-like effects, including cooling and anesthetic effects that reduce the harshness of cigarette smoke. The report found that while menthols were no more harmful than regulars on a per-cigarette basis, mentholation could make it easier to start and harder to quit. By reducing the harshness of tobacco smoke, menthol could facilitate initiation or early persistence of smoking by youth. Menthol could also facilitate deeper and more prolonged inhalation, resulting in greater smoke intake per cigarette. And for those who quit, reminders of menthol from candy or even toothpaste could prompt a relapse. 3. No policy recommendations were made, and it remains to be seen what action will be taken by the FDA, if any. Bronchial dilators, paper additives, and particulate filth. Bronchial dilators have been added to smoothen smoke and to facilitate deep inhalation. The industry has tried many different ways to make smoke milder or easier to inhale. Menthol is part of this, but so is cocoa and myriad other additives. Cocoa contains a chemical known as theobromine, for example, which acts to expand the airway passages of the lungs. Cocoa has been added to tobacco since the 19th century, but it was really only in the 1960s that manufacturers began appreciating its pharmacologic effects. The quantities used are impressive. British American Tobacco in 1978, for example, was adding 1,250 metric tons of cocoa butter to its cigarettes every year, and most other companies were following suit. Synthetics have also been developed. A proprietary fat, known as coberine, made by Unilever, has been used as a substitute for cocoa butter, and cocoa aldehyde was in use as a cocoa substitute by the 1950s. Sugar seems to have allied effects, since sugar upon burning produces acetaldehyde, which interacts with nicotine to intensify psychopharmacologic effects. Licorice also seems to have a bronchodilation effect, which is important given the enormous quantities added to tobacco. Tobacco manufacturers talk about reducing irritation by means of quenchers, meaning agents with anesthetic properties such as menthol, terpenoids and other pharmacoactive additives. Achieving mildness has long been a priority of the companies, with researchers investigating sugar amination during toasting, and possible effects of antioxidants as scavengers of free radicals. Efforts along these lines reveal how intensively smoke chemistry has been manipulated, once cigarettes came to be regarded as drug delivery devices. Additives to cigarette paper. We tend to forget that you cannot smoke a cigarette without smoking cigarette paper, which means that whatever goes into the paper also gets smoked. Cigarettes often have brand names inked onto the rod, for example, which means that a bit of ink gets smoked along with each cigarette. Colorants and/or bleachings are often added, and these, too, get smoked, which is not as trivial as it sounds. Cigarette paper has many different chemicals added, from bleachings to make it white to burn accelerants to keep it lit. None of these are present in large amounts, but in the aggregate we are talking about quite a lot of stuff. Even if there is only a microgram of ink on any given cigarette, for example, this still means 6 million grams of ink smoked worldwide in any given year. That's more than 10,000 pounds of ink, burned and smoked along with 300,000 tons of cigarette paper. Comparable figures could be given for bleaching and whitening agents. Some of these additives are anything but innocent. In the 1980s, for example, with worries about asbestos in the news, tobacco manufacturers started wondering whether the talc used by cigarette paper makers contained asbestos, the notorious carcinogen. The Acosta company quietly conducted an investigation, and its suppliers assured the company that no asbestos was in the talc it was supplying, at least not in detectable levels. 3. The most important paper additives from a health point of view are the burn accelerants, oxidizing agents, added to keep a cigarette lit or to decrease machine-measured deliveries, because the cigarette burns up faster. The most widely used in recent decades have been sodium or potassium citrates, though many other oxidizing agents have been added, nitrates, tartrates, etc. Additives of this sort complicate the chemicals emitted in the smoke, but their most important impact is on fire safety, since burn accelerants also keep a cigarette lit when tossed or dropped onto the ground, or onto paper or fabric, which can then cause fires. Some large fraction of the world's thousands of annual fire deaths are made possible by the industry's use of burn accelerants in cigarettes. Particulate filth. Particulate filth is one thing the industry tends to take quite seriously, since this poses a threat to the integrity of the machinery used to manufacture cigarettes. Smokers often complain about finding foreign matter in their cigarettes, and this has led to further concerns at the level of public relations. British American Tobacco in the early 1990s began working with the Chilworth Technology Centre to develop experimental systems for separating clean tobacco from contaminants such as paper, carbon particles, filter material and silica. Techniques explored involved charging the particles by exposing them to some kind of a static electricity, following which they could be removed by exploiting the differential charge imposed. It is not clear whether this particular method was ever employed, but the fact that such ideas were entertained shows that contamination was taking place. Tobacco substitutes. Cigarette manufacturers have often used non-tobacco plant materials in cigarettes, and for various reasons. People in times of war, for example, have turned to substitutes when tobacco became scarce. Germans in World War II tried dozens of different alternatives, from dried lettuce and chicory to corn silk and cherry leaves, and the French even before the war were fond of cigarettes and cigars made from cocoa leaves and pods. Kids from the American South used to smoke whatever leafy weeds they could find, calling this rabbit tobacco. Tobacco substitutes have been used to save on manufacturing costs, but there has also been a hope that inert substances might lower machine-measured tar and nicotine and provide health reassurance. Researchers at the Roswell Park Memorial Institute in Buffalo, New York, conducted an elaborate experiment with cabbage cigarettes in 1964 and found after testing 110,000 such cigarettes that smokers lost the desire to smoke tobacco cigarettes for several hours, suggesting this as one possible way to cut down. The Wall Street Journal reported that cigarettes of this sort produced an odor akin to cabbage burning in a pan. In the United States, commercial cigarettes have sometimes been made from plant derivatives judged unfit for human consumption, corn silk, for example, or inexpensive edible materials. The first factory for lettuce cigarettes was built in Hereford, Texas, in 1966 to sell Bravo cigarettes. Sales by March of that year reached $50,000 but never went much further, apart from a couple of isolated markets. In 1967, 2 of every 100 cigarettes smoked by students in Amarillo, Texas, the company's test market, were made from lettuce. Triumph cigarettes, another lettuce brand, were no more successful when introduced in 1969. Interest in tobacco substitutes remained high throughout the 1960s and 1970s, however. Fred G. Bock at Roswell Park studied several different kinds of plants to find out which, when smoked, would produce the fewest carcinogenic tars. Beets, petunias, cabbage, dandelions, maple leaves, lettuce, and catalpa all came under scrutiny. One researcher attached to the French tobacco monopoly in the 1960s described a patent for a tobacco-free cigarette, the Santab, made from coltsfoot, lobelia, rose petals, and cinnamon. Cocoa cigars were smoked in France in the decades prior to the First World War, and this same researcher described these as very much appreciated by children, who would procure them from the bakery or from the grocers. Cigarettes were sometimes made from eucalyptus leaves, and chocolate cigarettes, for smoking, for a time were made in a Marseille factory. Lots of other substitutes have been proposed: dried menthol, pulverized pine needles, coffee hulls, citrus pulp or pulp from sugar beets, algae in various forms, gum and pectin fillers of various sorts, a Celanese product known as citral, and substances more generically characterized as designed, or low tar filler, LTF. Tobacco makers of course have long used substitutes simply to save on costs. Laws against adulterating tobacco have been around since the 19th century, though many seem to have been poorly enforced. One common fad from the 1970s was to introduce non-burnable materials into the cigarette rod, much as you might reduce the calories in a certain volume of ice cream by pumping it full of air or some other inert filler. Materials added to cigarettes have included volcanic glass, ceramics, and various synthetic fibers and clay-like materials. A number of British firms played this game. Peter Taylor in his Smoke Ring reports that some British cigarettes in 1977 contained 25% new smoking material, NSM, a tobacco substitute produced through a £20 million cooperative venture between Imperial Tobacco and Imperial Chemical Industries. Millions of kilograms of NSM went into about a dozen new brands in 1977, none of which proved successful over the long haul, despite huge fanfares of publicity. As Taylor puts it, non-burnable tobacco substitutes were a monumental flop. Cigarette manufacturers had hoped that NSM would be welcomed as helping to make a safer cigarette, but Britain's Health Education Council ridiculed the gimmick, comparing it to jumping from the 36th floor of a building instead of the 39th. Elephant juice and imprudence. The additives considered here are only a tiny fraction of those utilized by the industry, and a much smaller part of the universe of those considered for use. The archives reveal some ideas that, to anyone outside the tobacco labs, sound quite sinister. In the 1970s, for example, when many people thought marijuana might become legalized, the industry started exploring the possible use of super addictors in tobacco, and perhaps in marijuana. Scientists at British American Tobacco in 1977 pondered spiking its cigarettes with atropine, a narcotic 10,000 times more addictive than morphine, also known as elephant juice, for its use in immobilizing elephants. The idea today sounds outlandish but is perhaps unsurprising given the industry's long history of adding substances to influence a cigarette's burn rate, smoke particle size, or nicotine potency, or even the whiteness of the paper or the color or integrity of the ash. Some companies have even added appetite suppressants, mindful of the fact that many women smoke to control their weight. The archives also reveal tobacco manufacturers sometimes blindly adding substances about which they had no clue as to composition. BAT in the 1960s pressed one supplier, Sandoz, to reveal the composition of YOMARON, used by the company since 1950 as a bleach for cigarette paper. Sandoz eventually reported toxicity data to the company, but what is remarkable is that BAT didn't even know its chemical composition during the first 10 years it was being used in cigarettes. Sandoz in 1960 revealed it to be a diaminostilbene derivative containing triazine groupings. BAT regarded the Sandoz reporters clearing the compound, even though the data were exclusively for ingestion and, according to BAT, we still don't know what happens on burning. The company continued using this bleaching agent for several years thereafter, prior to deciding, in 1967, that it would be better to use more desirable additives, serving this purpose. Safety has always been the odd man out in the cigarette business, and one thing we find in the archives is the presumption that a long history of use is justification enough for a compound's continued use. BAT in 1967, for example, okayed the continued use of cocoa butter, codenamed CELMOE, on the grounds that cocoa enjoyed a very long history of use at quite considerable levels. Dosage was sometimes a consideration, as when BAT justified, to itself, its adding of ZAMPAR, an aldehyde supplied by International Flavors and Fragrances, there is no reason why ZAMPAR should not be used on tobacco at an application rate of 1 ounce per 1,000 pounds cut tobacco, given that it took 18.5 grams of the stuff per kilogram to kill half the rats exposed. The British metric mishmash is in the original. More cautious, perhaps, was the suggestion that a compound known as ketonerome, 1-methyl-CYCLOPENTA2, 3-dione, was to be added to cigarettes, at the lowest level necessary, given evidence of cilia toxicity for similar decarbonyl structures. Formalin was likewise to be used, in starch pastes, to kill mold, only as a last resort, because it was physiologically active. The philosophy in most instances seems to have been, assume safety unless you can prove otherwise. That was the approach in 1967, when Australian manufacturers asked about using 2 different flavorants for which BAT had recommended an upper safety limit. The question was whether one should worry about synergistic effects, and Sidney J. Green's response at BAT was basically, in the absence of other information, assume no interactions. I'm not sure what name to give to this violation of the precautionary principle, reckless endangerment, but in the cigarette world it seems to have been business as usual. Some additives have been banned by national legislative bodies. Diethylene glycol is prohibited in cigarettes sold in Australia, for example, and coumarin has been banned in Germany. Maleic hydrazide was banned in Rhodesia in the 1960s, as already noted. British cigarette makers in the 1950s were barred from adding either sweeteners or humectants to tobacco, though they were permitted to add spices dissolved in rum, to improve the smell, and acetic acid, to reduce mold. A number of countries have banned the use of ammoniated tobacco sheet for purposes of freebasing, and there are bans on many types of tobacco products in different parts of the world. In most parts of the globe, however, there are few restrictions on what can or cannot be put into cigarettes. The United States has historically been lenient in this regard, one could say profoundly negligent. Prior to 2009 the country had no rules governing what could be legally added to tobacco, apart from controlled substances such as opiates or barbiturates. The tobacco industry has a stated policy of using only additives approved for use in foods and, generally recognized as safe, for. But that has been a purely voluntary code with no legal teeth and suffers from the already mentioned conflation of ingestion and combusted inhalation. Manufacturers of dog food are more careful and humane, and if cigarette makers decided to make human feces or rodent hair an ingredient, there would seem to be no law stopping them. Smokers are not likely to know much about what goes into cigarettes and might well be surprised to find out the truth. 26. Radioactivity in cigarette smoke, 3 Mile Marlboro, and the Sleeping Giant. Publishing our research on polonium has the potential of waking a sleeping giant. The subject is rumbling, and I doubt we should provide facts. Paul A. Eichhorn, Manager of Technical Planning, to Robert B. Seligman, Vice President of R&D, Philip Morris, 1978. Some cigarette constituents are astonishingly little known, or rather transiently known, publicized, and then forgotten in cycles of media attention and forgetfulness. Radioactivity is a perfect example. Few people today realize there are deadly radioactive isotopes in cigarettes, but the fact is that smoking is one of the principal means by which people are exposed to cancer-causing radiation. The story is a remarkable one, and little known to the world outside the company's private laboratories. The reality is that radioactive isotopes were identified in smoke as early as 1953. D. K. Mulvaney that year presented the first such evidence in a letter published in the British journal Lancet, raising the possibility that radioactive potassium-40 in cigarette smoke might be responsible for the upsurge in lung cancer. Mulvaney reported finding twice the potassium in cigarette smoke as in ordinary air and reasoned that even though the dosage was minute, this was nonetheless the only naturally occurring radioactive element that gains entrance not merely to the cytoplasm of a cell but to its very nucleus, where cancers were thought to begin. Richard Doll picked up on this shortly thereafter and hypothesized that radioactive potassium might be responsible for the cigarette cancer epidemic. V.C. Runnels from Imperial Tobacco of Canada reviewed this question in a 1961 article for Nature, concluding that the amounts inhaled were far lower than those ingested in ordinary foods and that whatever made its way into the lungs would be quickly expelled. The idea was of sufficient interest to others in the industry, however, that by 1959 librarians working for British tobacco manufacturers were listing radioactivity as one of the physical properties of tobacco and tobacco smoke. The TIRC in the United States also had a program exploring trace metals and radioactivity in smoke, or such at least was the claim of its executive director, Wilson T. Hoyt, responding to a University of Tennessee scholar who had wondered whether the radioactive thorium used in cigarette lighter flints might be making its way into the lungs of smokers. The floodgates didn't really open until 1964, however, when two scholars from Harvard's School of Public Health identified polonium-210, a powerful alpha emitter, in cigarette smoke. The quantities measured were small, roughly 0.4 picocuries per cigarette, but the element was known to be energetic, releasing tens of thousands of times more radiant energy, gram for gram, than the plutonium used in the atom bomb dropped on Nagasaki. So the obvious question was, could this be why smoking was causing cancer? Timing enlivened the question, as Radford and Hunt's paper appeared in Science magazine on January 17, 1964. Only 6 days after the press conference accompanying the release of the Surgeon General's report. Hotspots. Radford and Hunt's paper caused a flurry of scientific activity over the next few years, as scholars outside the industry confirmed the findings while cigarette makers watched with nervous apprehension, and quietly conducted their own research. The pattern by then was familiar and well rehearsed. Publicly the industry dismissed any such hazard, calling it just the latest scare tactics used against the industry. Privately, however, the companies also launched a series of efforts to measure radioactivity in cigarettes, while trying also to develop filters and other methods to keep the carcinogen from reaching smokers' lungs. While this part of the story should not be surprising, what is remarkable are some of the tricks used to trivialize the hazard, and the fact that the companies ultimately abandoned any effort to reduce the polonium threat, because they judged it not worth the expense, given the lack of public worries. Brianna Rego in her history of this episode has shown that while Radford and Hunt's measurements were quickly verified, industry researchers did so using methods that produced conveniently lower values. Radford and Hunt, after all, had stressed that while total exposure to the lungs averaged only about 36 rems over a lifetime of smoking, the more alarming fact was that radiation could accumulate in particular parts of the lungs, notably the deciliated branching points, or segmental bifurcations, creating hotspots with far greater potential for causing harm. Radford and Hunt measured the radioactivity in these hotspots and found that tissues at pulmonary branching points could be receiving upward of 1,000 rems over a period of 25 years, a substantially higher dose than revealed by looking only at averages over the lungs as a whole. The rem is a unit of exposure per mass of tissue exposed, so radioactivity concentrated unevenly in tiny areas can have disproportionately high exposures, hotspots. The industry was clearly trying to minimize the measured effect by calculating only total lung exposures. Both methods were technically correct, but the industry's was deceptive, as if to say, hey, it's not so bad getting shot, since the force of any one bullet is trivial when spread over your whole body. Alpha radiation is like a real-world bullet in this sense, impacting only one small part of the body, but with whole-body consequences. The isotope lodges in some particular spot in your lungs, from where it starts mutating tissues. Calculating exposures in terms of whole lung dosages while ignoring hotspots was deceptive and failed to capture the deadly force of smoking. More disturbing even than this dosage deception, however, is the fact that the industry researched polonium in cigarettes for many years, without ever warning the public of a possible danger. For decades, 2. The industry worked hard to find out how polonium came to be in cigarette smoke, exploring the path by which it entered the tobacco plant, its chemistry in the burning cigarette, its mode of deposition in the body, and what methods might be used to eliminate it. One early discovery was that tobaccos grown in different parts of the world harbor different levels of radioactivity. North Carolina leaf, for example, had about 3 times the polonium as tobacco grown in Maryland, and tobacco grown in the United States was more than twice as radioactive as tobacco grown in New Zealand. These differences were explained as coming from the soil or method of culture or something about the environment or curing process. Fallout from nuclear tests was one early suspect, for example, but experiments exposing tobacco plants to high levels of radon in greenhouses showed this was unlikely. T.C. Cho and his colleagues at the USDA realized soon thereafter that polonium was probably coming from the superphosphate fertilizers routinely applied to tobacco plants. Superphosphates contain high levels of natural uranium. Phosphates had been attractive to tobacco farmers to lower the nitrogen concentrations in the leaf. Nitrogen affected taste, but it also increased nitrate concentrations in the leaves, which produced nitrosamines and other poisons upon burning. Scholars would later claim that tobacco grown in countries such as India, Indonesia, and Turkey had lower concentrations of radioactive polonium because tobacco farmers there used organic fertilizers rather than the high uranium phosphates favored in the Americas. The tobacco industry's reaction to all of this was interestingly different from how they had reacted to Winder's 1953 mouse painting experiments or the 1964 Surgeon General's report. These 2 previous challenges had been accompanied by broad publicity, but the public response to polonium was muted, relatively speaking. Philip Morris assigned a staff radiochemist to look into the question, which resulted in a report by Gonzalo Segura, since 1959 head of the company's isotope committee, that polonium could indeed cause cancer if dosages were sufficiently high. Segura in 1964 advised the company to stay ahead of adverse publicity and be in a position to counter it quickly whenever necessary. He also suggested that since it was apparently through the decay of lead-210 that polonium got into tobacco, one solution might involve loading the soil with non-radioactive lead-206 to cut down on the uptake of lead-210. The industry also tried to keep embarrassing research at bay. John E. Noakes from Oak Ridge Associated Universities in 1967 applied to the Center for Funds to study polonium, for example, and despite impressing the industry as knowing what he was talking about, and having a well-thought-out plan and a relatively simple and inexpensive means of reducing polonium in cigarettes by switching to low-uranium fertilizers, Noakes's proposal was rejected. The center was not in the business of exploring potentially embarrassing facts, and polonium was clearly too hot to handle publicly. Privately, though, the companies developed a number of different methods to monitor and to manipulate radioactivity in cigarette smoke. Changing fertilizer was an obvious intervention, but American Tobacco also tried to develop filters to take out some of the polonium, Project PTTA-68A, while Philip Morris explored the possibility of washing tobacco leaves to render them less radioactive. Edward Martell, a radiochemist from the National Center for Atmospheric Research in Boulder, Colorado, in 1974 had published a new proposed route by which polonium entered cigarettes. Martell agreed that phosphate fertilizers were the ultimate source of the contamination but disagreed that polonium was absorbed through the roots. His proposal, radioactive lead-210, from the fertilizer, lands as fallout on the leaf via a decay chain from uranium-238 through radium-222. Lead-210 is then inhaled when the cigarette is burned. And only then, after lodging in the lungs of a smoker, does the lead decay into polonium. Crucial also to Martell's view was that the lead-210 formed through decay of radium sticks to the tobacco leaf by attaching to the small sticky hairs known as trichomes coating the surface of the leaf. Cigarettes rolled from these leaves incorporate these radioactive trichomes. Martell's theory opened up the possibility of washing the tobacco leaves prior to processing, which would prevent the radioactive trichomes from ever reaching the finished cigarette. A number of tobacco companies explored such a possibility, and in 1980 Stauffer Chemical obtained a patent on a washing process. The tobacco companies were quite taken with this prospect. Experiments seemed to lower polonium counts significantly, and the hope was to be able to use such methods in the event of negative publicity. America had suffered its worst nuclear accident in March 1979, a partial core meltdown of a reactor at 3 Mile Island Nuclear Generating Station in Pennsylvania, and the tobacco industry didn't want to have to deal with talk of 3 Mile Marlboro. No commercial advantage. By the 1980s a number of different methods had been developed to keep polonium out of tobacco. Polonium could be reduced by changing fertilizers. T.C. Cho at the USDA had shown that fertilizer choice influenced polonium content and that polonium in finished tobacco could be dramatically reduced by applying fertilizers low in natural uranium. Polonium could also be reduced by including only low polonium tobacco varieties in tobacco blends. As early as 1965, Philip Morris was pondering whether to select tobaccos for use in manufacturing, to be sure these are not high in polonium content. Polonium could be reduced by breeding tobacco plants without the sticky trichomes to which radiolide and polonium were sticking. Cho had bred a glandless variety of tobacco at the USDA's Tobacco Research Station at Oxford, North Carolina, and found that glandless yielded whole smoke condensate, with a 20% reduction in soluble 210 Po, indicative of lower leaf retention of radioactivity by airborne deposition due to the less sticky nature of the glandless leaf. Polonium could also be reduced by washing the tobacco leaves prior to processing. A patent was obtained for this process in 1980, involving washing of tobacco leaves with a dilute solution of acid and hydrogen peroxide. None of these methods was apparently ever put into commercial practice. R.J. Reynolds's resident expert on polonium, Charles W. Nistorm, rejected the trichome washing procedure on the grounds that it would have no commercial advantage. Philip Morris regarded washing as too expensive, and at one point actually worried about the proper disposal of the resulting radioactive waste. Better just to let smokers smoke it, apparently. Other methods were rejected as ineffective. The use of ion exchange resin filters, for example. The companies may even have feared that acid washing might alter the acid-base balance of cigarette smoke, affecting nicotine pharmacology. All of this was discussed behind closed doors. Indeed, as Rego shows, the principal character of the industry's public response was silence. Alan Rodgman at Reynolds in 1982 noted that since the polonium question had already appeared and disappeared several times, the company should not worry about taking it too seriously. The public had forgotten before and would presumably forget again. The industry eventually made a conscious decision not to even measure polonium, consistent with Wakeham's dictum that you couldn't be criticized for not knowing something. And here it does seem that by artful divisions of labor and keeping silent, knowledge of the polonium problem began to disappear, even within the companies. In 1982, when Thomas Winters and Joseph DeFranza from the University of Massachusetts revived the issue with a letter in the New England Journal of Medicine, equating pack and a half per day smoking with 300 annual chest X-rays, Brown and Williamson's senior field manager was shocked. Our R&D department will just love to hear this. As if they didn't already know. Researchers inside the companies had been keeping tabs on polonium for years, but little effort seems to have been given to instructing employees in other departments. In 1985, when Miriam Adams in Reynolds's PR department received an inquiry on this topic, she had to report she had no information in file to give to her correspondent. Radioactivity in smoke was clearly not something the companies wanted people to know about. Winters and DeFranza commented on receiving hundreds of letters from smokers who had quit after learning about radioactivity in cigarettes, and the companies feared they could lose many customers if attention were to be drawn to the topic. They didn't want to say it was safe, but they also didn't want to draw attention to the problem by criticizing the science. The smoking gun memo is from 1978, when Philip Morris debated whether to go public with a critique of Martell's work prepared by company researchers. Paul A. Eichhorn, Philip Morris's manager of technical planning and information, decided the risk was not worth any possible benefit and penned a handwritten note to his vice president of R&D, Robert Seligman, warning of the danger of waking a sleeping giant. The industry's critique, originally intended for publication in Science, was filed and forgotten. Cycles of attention and forgetting. It is hard, and perhaps impossible, to say how many fewer people would have died from smoking if the polonium had been removed. We don't really know what fraction of all cigarette cancers are caused by radioactivity. It could be 10%. It could be 1%. In the United States alone 10% would be 16,000 lives per year, counting only those lost to lung cancer. And even 1% would be 1,600 deaths. The fact is that the industry really didn't care one way or another, or at least not enough to threaten business as usual. They appear to not care even today, if actions are any measure of intentions. Cigarettes on the market today are all still radioactive. What is also remarkable, though, are the perennial cycles of attention and forgetting in this sphere. Polonium seems to be rediscovered, and republicized and then quickly forgotten, every decade or so. Why this cycling of discovery and forgetfulness? The principal reason, I believe, is that cigarette nuclearity falls into a kind of ideological gap, or disinterest pit. The story never really gets political legs, because no one has been able to attach it to more familiar agendas. For the industry, of course, the whole topic is anathema, so their silence is hardly surprising. Anti-nuclear groups have always been happy to propagandize against radioactivity, but natural radiation in tobacco or anywhere else, think of radon or the natural radioactivity in Brazil nuts, appears to have been regarded as a distraction from man-made nuclearity, notably atomic weapons and atomic plants, but also X-rays and exposures suffered by miners. The dangers of smoking have often been used to trivialize workplace hazards or environmental pollutants, and this may well have fostered a lack of interest in tobacco mortality from experts in occupational health. And public health activists have additional blinders. Anti-tobacco activists have never been terribly interested in precisely how smoking kills you. Indeed, they've tended to regard inquiries into carcinogenic mechanisms as distractions from the brute fact of tobacco mortality. Which is why the polonium story has never received more than passing attention from any of the professional groups one might expect to have focused on this issue. The radioactivity of cigarettes is periodically exposed but quickly falls back thereafter into silent slumber. Knowledge evaporates. Ignorance recovers. Russian spies and radiation warnings. I was recently involved in one of these perennial cycles of discovery and forgetfulness, when polonium hit the news from a rather different direction. In November 2006 I was intrigued to read in the press about Alexander V. Litvinenko, the former KGB agent, being fatally poisoned using this same polonium-210 isotope that had swung in and out of the news since the 1960s. This time, though, I was surprised to see no reference to tobacco. I published an opinion piece about this in the New York Times, which caused yet another flurry of attention, followed by yet another quick loss of memory. British health authorities responding to the poisoning commented that the isotope posed no threat to the general population, which of course was wrong. Smokers inhale it every day, as does anyone who breathes other people's smoke. The oversight is perhaps understandable. If tobacco is killing 6 million people every year, does it really matter which of these many constituent poisons is to blame? Tobacco manufacturers have never been under any obligation to make cigarettes any less deadly, which hopefully will change someday. Monique Muggally and her colleagues have proposed requiring radiation warnings on all cigarette packs. An excellent suggestion, but the fact is that far more dramatic action is needed. 27. The odd business of butts, and the global warming wildcard. The slopes on the sides of the Konati Valley, near Mount Kenya, are now completely bare. Their former covering of trees has been cut down to be used as fuel for curing tobacco. Tobacco depletes food crop land. Smoke signals, 1982. The final scene of the 1950 sci-fi flick Destination Moon shows a team of American astronauts faced with a life or death crisis. The spacecraft has successfully landed on the moon, but faulty navigation has forced the voyagers to use up more fuel than expected, and they realize they cannot make it back to Earth without shedding some weight. The crew starts looking everywhere to lose some pounds. A ladder is jettisoned, along with wrenches, clothing, and pretty much everything else not absolutely essential. Self-sacrifice is the leitmotif, and only some clever and drastic pruning prevents them from having to leave one of their own behind. For us here on Earth, too, there may come a time, if it is not already upon us, when we will be forced to think about what parts of our consumptive lifestyle we can do without. The wealthy of the globe now live in an unsustainable world of wanton excess, where a newspaper may have 100 pages of colored ink ads, lawns grow useless crops of chemicalized grass, and water is drunk from throwaway plastic cups and bottles. The talk is all of energy efficiency and alternative fuels, but surprisingly little has been done to cut effectively into excess and waste, or even to slow the rate of exhausting unrenewable fuels. Where does tobacco figure in this equation? How sustainable is the cigarette, and what contribution does it make to global pollution, global resource use, and global climate change? 1 billion kilograms of toxic trash. We tend to take it for granted, but cigarettes are actually among the world's biggest sources of toxic trash. 6 trillion are rolled and smoked every year, and since most have filters, this means nearly 6 trillion butts discarded every year. If each cigarette weighs a gram and the butt is 1/6 of that, that's 1 billion kilograms of plasticized, nicotine-soaked, cellulose acetate refuse, much of which gets tossed onto the ground. This is a non-trivial body of litter. It is also a substantial mass of toxic waste. Cigarette butts contain benzene, nicotine, cadmium, and dozens of other poisons, not the kind of thing you want in your environment. Not all butts remain unconsumed. Especially in poorer parts of the world and more miserable moments of history, discarded butts are often gathered, re-rolled, and re-smoked. Germans in the early years after World War II would collect discarded butts and twist them into cigarettes. 5 or 6 would usually do the trick. The practice has even been commercialized. In Indonesia, butts are sometimes gathered up off the ground and sent back to the factory, where they are recycled into new cigarettes. The more common fate, though, is for them to remain where they have been thrown, until they are washed downstream or eaten by birds or picked up by litter patrols. The quantity is such that these are often the single most common form of litter, gauged by number of pieces. In the United States alone, an estimated 68,000 tons of cigarette waste are discarded every year, and that's not counting the paper, cellophane packs. Even the Cigarette Litter Prevention Program financed by Philip Morris admits that cigarette butts account for about 1/3 of all litter in the United States, measured by number of individual pieces. And whereas in the pre-filter era these were fairly quickly degraded, or re-smoked, the use of plasticizers in recent designs has made them more durable. The net result: poison-laced filters are a ubiquitous feature in modern civilization, fouling sidewalks and sewers and urinals, and virtually every other place smokers frequent. Butts end up on beaches and in waterways, releasing toxins as they degrade. How toxic, though, is a cigarette butt? Environmental scientists have developed techniques to measure the extent to which a body of water has been fouled, using organisms with predictable responses to pollutants. One standard method uses a freshwater flea, Daphnia magna, a tiny crustacean sensitive to a broad range of toxins and a vital link in aquatic food chains. Daphnia eat algae and are eaten in turn by a wide variety of fish. So the extent to which a lake or stream has been polluted can be assessed by asking, how dirty does a body of water have to be to kill half the Daphnia in it? Whole effluent tests of this sort provide useful assessments of how badly a body of water has been polluted, without having to go through costly and time-consuming assays of individual contaminants. Cigarette butts don't fare very well in such tests. Smoke, of course, is toxic and kills people, so it is hardly surprising that the used butt ends of cigarettes can toxify water. Experiments have shown that a single used filter placed in 8 liters of water will kill half the Daphnia living therein. And cigarette butts can even kill fish. Richard Gersberg of San Diego State University has shown that one used butt dropped into a liter of water will kill half of all exposed freshwater fish, fathead minnows, or marine fish, topsmelt. More surprising is his demonstration that filters even from unsmoked cigarettes can kill. One might think that filters fresh from the pack would be inert, but even these are often infused with humectants, flavorants, plasticizers, and other compounds that can leach into groundwater, not to mention your lips and lungs. Gersberg has shown that 16 unsmoked filters placed into a liter of water release enough toxins to kill fish. There is a certain irony in all this, insofar as the growth of outdoor cigarette waste is partly the result of successful efforts to abolish indoor smoking. Bans on indoor smoking have pushed smokers onto the streets, which is one reason butts get tossed onto the ground. And one reason even non-smokers who live in places like New York have so much cotinine, a nicotine metabolite, in their blood. Cotinine is the most easily accessed nicotine biomarker, and the fact that New Yorkers show elevated blood cotinine is due in part to their exposure to second-hand smoke outdoors. The same is no doubt true in many other parts of the world. In European cities such as Vienna, where outdoor smoking is nearly ubiquitous, non-smokers partaking of cafe culture must have high levels of tobacco toxins in their blood. A number of communities have started organizing to prevent cigarette butt waste. In California, Tom Novotny at San Diego State University has formed the Cigarette Butt Advisory Committee and Cigarette Butt Pollution Project with the goal of reducing toxic waste from discarded butts. See cigwaste.org. A number of countries have taken aggressive steps along these lines. In Singapore, for example, tossing a butt on the ground can earn you a $300 fine, and convicted litterbugs are required to help clean city streets. The anti-butt movement was also strong early on in Sydney, Australia, where in 1996 cigarette butts were declared a compact concentrate of hazardous waste, and the city's #1 environmental problem. An estimated 6.7 billion butts were being discarded annually on the city's streets, clogging drains and polluting Sydney Harbour. The problem had become more acute in the 1980s, when the city's 800,000 smoking workers were barred from smoking indoors and flooded onto the streets. The city's "Please Bin That Butt" campaign posted a fine of $200 for anyone found littering, and though the ordinance became the butt of many jokes, the city did manage to solve much of its litter problem. Other solutions have been proposed. In 2009, San Francisco Mayor Gavin Newsom sought a 33-cent per pack fee to cover the $11 million cost of cigarette litter removal. The enacted version was 20 cents. Others have suggested a deposit tax, like the bottle bills from the 1960s that dramatically reduced glass and plastic waste from American roads and parks. Bottle deposits aided both in cleanup and recycling, and there is no reason to think this would not work for cigarette butts. Thomas Frieden in New York and Kelly Brownell in Connecticut have proposed taxing sugary soft drinks to curb obesity. A penny per ounce tax is a public health home run. And similar measures could help reduce both smoking and cigarette waste. The tobacco industry has proposed its own solutions, like making cigarettes more biodegradable. Biodegradability usually involves making a substance more vulnerable to moisture and heat, however, which does not bode well for a product that is essentially a conduit for moist hot gases. We should not expect to see anything useful from the industry on this score, apart from minor tinkering and showy displays. The industry will continue to support placement of ashtrays, yet more trash, one might say, and use of portable ashtrays, but the simpler and more intelligent solution will be to bar smoking from parks, urban streets, and other outdoor places where people congregate. Smoking is already barred along 140 miles of the California coast, and we are likely to see more smoke-free zones in the future. Are cigarettes sustainable? We don't often hear about tobacco as a cause of global climate change, but that is because we tend to ignore the entirety of the cigarette economy. The cutting of forests to make new land for planting or charcoal for flue curing, the spraying of pesticides on the soil and finished leaf, the heat curing and chemicalization of the product and its transport to factories, the chopping and rolling of the leaf, the paper and plastics used in the affixing of filters, the cellophane and foil consumed in packaging, the fuel used for transport and the waste involved in advertising, the ignition and burning of the final product by a billion smokers, the resources used in the manufacture of ashtrays, matches, and plastic or metal lighters, the energies squandered cleaning up cigarette waste, the fires caused by careless disposal, the heaters used to warm smokers taking outdoor breaks, and the costly medical services used to treat diseases caused by cigarettes, all of which exact a toll on the environment. 10 trillion packs of cigarettes have been smoked over the past century, and if each of these, empty, weighs about 5 grams, we are talking about 50 billion kilograms of packaging waste, including paper, ink, cellophane, foil, and glue. Piled into a heap, that would be enough to make a mountain 2.5 kilometers wide and 2.5 kilometers high, or enough to cover the island of Manhattan with a layer about 25 meters thick. Trillions of pages of color-inked ads have been printed in newspapers and magazines, billions of square feet of billboard space occupied, billions of coupons and mail offers mailed, and so forth and so on. Tobacco manufacturers used to brag about how central cigarettes were to the modern economy, employing 3 million people in the United States alone, where cigarettes consumed over 40 million pounds of moisture-proof cellophane, more than 70 million pounds of aluminum foil, nearly 27 billion cartons, all of which contribute greatly to the economies of these industries and in turn the economy of the nation. Altogether about 1,500,000 businesses share in the tobacco trade, supplying equipment, materials, transportation, advertising, distributing and merchandising services in every part of the country. Of course, in a world where the economy is measured by the sheer volume of goods consumed, such facts might be impressive. But cigarettes are, in fact, a drag on modern economies, a productive sink, a cause of poverty and of labor incapacity, inter alia. A waste and not a good. For the tobacco man reciting these facts, however, this was obviously a point of pride, which helps explain why this exact passage was plagiarized by at least 4 other tobacco industry advocates, following its first appearance in 1968 in an article by Frank B. Snodgrass in the United States Tobacco Journal. Snodgrass was talking only about the United States, but the global toll is now larger by more than an order of magnitude. 6 billion kilograms of cigarettes are smoked worldwide every year, which doesn't count the packaging, cartons, or cases in which they're housed and transported. So it should hardly come as a surprise that cigarettes are leaving a sizable carbon footprint on the planet. Global climate change has stimulated a great deal of interest in what are known as life cycle comparisons, meaning comparisons of how different industries contribute to greenhouse warming. And sophisticated models have been developed to calculate impacts for different kinds of industry. In 2002, for example, according to the Economic Input-Output Lifecycle Assessment, EIOLCA, models developed by Carnegie Mellon University's Green Design Institute, the $47 billion tobacco industry in the United States was responsible for generating about 16 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalents. American automobiles emit an average of about 4.4 tons of carbon per year, driving 12,000 miles, which means that if cigarettes were to disappear from the United States, the country would see a carbon benefit equivalent to taking nearly 4 million cars off the road. The benefit would actually be significantly higher than this, however, since EIOLCA modelers measure the carbon footprint of an industry or product only as far as the factory gate. Ignored or whatever emissions may stem from transporting cigarettes to retail outlets, or from smokers driving to the store to get their fix. More important, though, are the carbon costs of the medical care required to treat illnesses caused by smoking. Health care in the United States is estimated to have a total carbon footprint of about 550 million metric tons of carbon dioxide, 8. And since about 5% of all U.S. health care costs stem from tobacco, about $100 billion per year, we can assume that about 5% of this healthcare carbon burden could be avoided by eliminating smoking. That adds another 28 million tons of carbon to our cigarette greenhouse gas burden. But there is more. Tobacco manufacturing is a significant cause of deforestation. A 1991 estimate put the amount of land under cultivation for tobacco at 5.3 million hectares, making it the world's leading non-food crop. Tobacco at that time displaced land that could feed an estimated 10 million to 20 million people. Cigarettes are also a major cause of fires, including forest fires, and a substantial contributor to industrial disasters. The largest single industrial accident in the United States was directly caused by smoking. In 1947, careless handling of cigarettes was blamed for igniting 2,600 tons of ammonium nitrate on a ship in the harbor of Texas City, Texas, killing 600 people and causing an explosion so powerful it knocked planes from the sky. Smoking caused the crash of a Russian-made Ilyushin-18 plane on Christmas Eve 1987 at Canton, killing 23 passengers. And cigarettes caused the infamous Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire in 1911, killing 146 New York City garment workers. Tobacco fires don't get a lot of attention, but in the United States alone from 1970 through 2000, fires killed about 4,000 people per year, with about a quarter of these being traceable to cigarettes. The tragedy is magnified by the fact that it is not that hard to make, relatively, fire-safe cigarettes. All you have to do is wrap a few tiny bands of thickened paper around the rod. These bands extinguish the cigarette unless a smoker is actively pulling on it, preventing a dropped cigarette from kindling a fire. Designs of this sort were patented in the 1920s, and the negligence of the industry is such that cigarettes were not made fire-safe until the new millennium. Manufacturers actually exacerbated the danger by adding burn accelerants to help keep cigarettes lit, and even organized fire marshals to oppose fire safety standards. New York was the first state to mandate fire-safe cigarettes, in 2004, and other states have since followed this lead. The shocking fact is that tens of thousands of people have died needlessly from tobacco fires, including people who fell asleep with a cigarette lit. Fire deaths would surely merit a greater public outcry, were it not for the fact that cigarette deaths from heart disease and cancer dwarf those caused by fires by a couple orders of magnitude. A win-win-win situation. Cigarettes contribute substantially to the global climate crisis. In the United States alone, eliminating cigarettes would yield carbon savings equivalent to raising the fuel efficiency of all cars and trucks by several miles per gallon, or to converting the entire electrical grid of a state like Massachusetts to solar power. Eliminating cigarettes would probably make a bigger dent in the country's total carbon footprint than is presently made by all of the nation's wind and solar energy combined. We tend to think of saving the planet as involving painful sacrifices or breakthroughs in science and technology, but in this case global environmental health could be boosted by eliminating the world's leading cause of preventable death. This is a win-win-win situation, given that most smokers don't even enjoy their cigarettes, and wish they didn't smoke. The only real loss, apart from profits for the racketeers extruding the product, will be to governments hooked on cigarette taxes. When the real costs in terms of human health are factored in, however, including lost productivity and the costs of treating smoking illnesses, we return to our triple or even quadruple win: environmental health, medical savings, smokers' hopes, and the end of the world's biggest killer. 28. Safer cigarettes. Philip Morris is committed to domestic violence. Philip Morris Companies Inc. Domestic Violence Fact Sheet. Tobacco companies have sometimes claimed it is not possible to make a safe, or even a safer, cigarette, though the basis for that argument has shifted somewhat in recent years. The claim used to be there was no point to making cigarettes safer, since they had never been shown to be unsafe. In the late 1990s, this argument was given a bizarre twist, as the companies began characterizing cigarettes as inherently risky. The hope was to glide safely through the collapse of the denialist project, using the reassuring rhetoric of, risk, isn't life, after all, inherently risky? So isn't the cigarette very much like life in this respect? Smoking, then, entails certain risks. We are also reassured, though, that the companies are trying to reduce those risks through research. That is one reason Philip Morris built a new $350 million research facility in downtown Richmond, Virginia. One of the main goals of this high-tech, life sciences park, staffed by 300-odd research scientists, is to explore reduced harm tobacco products using nanotechnology and metagenomics and other state-of-the-art science fashions. Harm reduction has become the industry's new mantra. The companies now want us to believe that less hazardous products can be and are being made and marketed, in the form of cigarettes, of course, but also chewing tobacco, oral snuff, and that sexy spittle-soaked item known as Swedish snus, which causes mainly tooth loss and mouth tumors. Unquestioned in all of this is the ideology of consumer sovereignty. The presumption is that consumers should have unlimited choices when it comes to what kinds of products they might consume. It is the myopia that leads us to encourage cessation of consumption while ignoring opportunities in the realm of cessation of production. Consumers are encouraged to stop consuming, but producers are never discouraged from producing. Applied to harm reduction, the presumption is that we should only think of safer cigarettes in terms of products added to those already on the market. Harm reduction is envisioned in terms of inventing new products rather than restricting or banning those already being sold. But first, can cigarettes be made less lethal? Of course they can. Cigarettes are highly engineered artifacts and can be made in 1,000 different ways, and some will obviously be less deadly than others, depending, partly, on how they are used. Tobacco control advocates have often been leery of making this point, not wanting to seem to be helping the industry find ways to improve cigarettes, which might well discourage people from quitting or never starting. Health advocates are, in fact, divided over whether it is good for cigarettes to be made more safe, and for interesting reasons. On the one hand, there are those who ask, how could anyone not want cigarettes to be less hazardous? If people are going to smoke, shouldn't they be able to smoke in ways that are less likely to kill them? Comparisons are made to the use of drugs such as heroin. So long as people are going to shoot junk into their veins, shouldn't they at least be able to use clean needles? Such has been the basis for needle exchange programs in various parts of the world, and the tobacco industry has worked hard to piggyback onto at least part of this rhetoric, the harm reduction part. People are always going to smoke, so shouldn't we at least make cigarettes as safe as possible? There are good reasons to be skeptical of harm reduction, however. I tend to agree with those who sense that, as most commonly imagined, harm reduction may end up causing even greater harm by dangling false or even true hopes in the market. Quitting, or never starting, is really the only way to prevent harm, and if products touted as safer make smokers less likely to quit, then harm reduction could do more harm than good. There is the added legal twist that a tobacco manufacturer might have trouble obtaining approval for a novelty that might provide, say, only a 10% chance of killing you, compared with the 50% of traditional cigarettes over a lifetime of smoking. Cigarettes made in the conventional, super deadly way have been grandfathered in by the health and safety myopia of times gone by, but imagine a world in which cigarettes had never been invented, and the question were posed de novo: is the cigarette an acceptable drug or consumer product? Patent offices would presumably refuse it. Regulators would bar it. That is why new tobacco products, even those that are marginally less lethal, may not be welcomed with open arms. A California law, Proposition 65, defines a significant risk level as anything that would result in more than one excess cancer in 100,000 individuals exposed over a 70-year lifetime. Cigarettes are thousands of times more deadly, so even a 1,000-fold improvement wouldn't pass the Golden State's test of significant risk. Hence the difficulty. Of course, given how low the bar is for cigarette safety, almost anything will appear safer by comparison. Talk of safer cigarettes is rather like talking about safer terrorism, or safer smallpox, or safer forms of drowning. It's oxymoronic. An ugly irony. Again, it would not be hard to make a safer cigarette, or even one that is perfectly safe, so long as we are willing to stretch our definitions. A cigarette made entirely of solid wood or stone could not be smoked, for example, and therefore would be quite safe. The same would presumably be true for any cigarette that does not deliver toxins into the body. Cigarettes of this sort are not made, of course, because no one would buy them. People buy cigarettes because they have a craving for nicotine, and if cigarettes don't deliver the goodies, they won't get bought. The law also has a say in this matter. Cigarettes are regulated for purposes of taxation, and now in the United States by the FDA, which means we have legal definitions of a cigarette. In the United States, a cigarette has traditionally been a smokable tobacco product wrapped in paper. How important, though, is the paper to this definition, or the smokability, or the tobacco? What if we are talking about a nicotine delivery device that emits no smoke, or is not wrapped in paper, or contains no tobacco, or is not burned but rather heated? Is that still a cigarette? The question is not an academic one, since regulators have to decide whether a particular device is or is not a cigarette, in order to know how or even whether to regulate it. This was one problem encountered by Premier and Accord in the 1980s and 1990s. The devices were introduced as cigarettes but didn't so much burn as warm and release a kind of flavored nicotine steam. The industry called these cigarettes, and included tobacco to have them grandfathered into the FDA's regulatory neglect, since the agency was barred from regulating cigarettes, but not everyone agreed they were enough like cigarettes to ignore. There is an ugly irony here. Cigarettes that are not deadly enough may not be classified for regulatory purposes as cigarettes, especially if they don't contain, and burn, tobacco. Electronic cigarette manufacturers often include some small amount of tobacco in their products, just to guarantee these will be classed as cigarettes and not as inhalers or some other kind of drug device. Nicotine inhalers have to be approved by the FDA, whereas cigarettes generally speaking do not, though that is now beginning to change. And drug delivery designs that stray too far from traditional cigarettes may not be approved even if, and in a sense because, they're less deadly. Designs that might kill fewer people may not be classed as cigarettes and might not obtain regulatory approval. Cigarettes get grandfathered in as sacrosanct, while devices that might kill fewer people get barred as unsafe. From the industry's point of view, of course, it would be great to be able to make less deadly cigarettes, so long as profits could be kept high. The companies are not in the business to kill people. That is more of a side effect and one they would surely rather avoid. Everything else being equal, unattractive side effects, is how Brown and Williamson once described lung cancer and heart disease from smoking. The companies have tried from time to time to make cigarettes less deadly, albeit always within the confines of maximizing profits and fending off lawsuits. Many of these efforts were kept quiet, since the industry didn't want to admit that cigarettes were at all unsafe. And most such efforts involved little more than tinkering. Scientists working for Reynolds once summarized 10 different ways that cigarettes had been redesigned to offer safer smoking, following the arguments of Joe Gorey, their ally at the National Cancer Institute. These included use of high-porosity cigarette paper, air dilution filters, use of reconstituted tobacco and stems, along with inert fillers, tobacco extenders, such as clay or dolomite, novel methods of cultivation and curing, and reductions in machine-measured tar, nicotine, nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide, and hydrogen cyanide to appropriate levels. The industry now likes to display such efforts as proof of good faith efforts to make cigarettes safer, but the fact is that none of these are anything but minor tinkerings. High porosity paper helps the companies control the oxygen flow to the burning rod, affecting the temperature and rate of burn. Tar and nicotine look lower to smoking robots because the cigarettes burn up faster. Air dilution is just ventilation, a trick overcome by compensation and lipping behavior. Recon is primarily a way to save on factory costs and to fine-tune composition, and inert fillers make smoking safer if you believe that a few glass marbles in a bottle of soda will lower its calorie count. The industry's principal stabs at creating safer cigarettes ignore, or sometimes even capitalize on, the reality of compensation and can even cause more harm by delaying quitting. Untold millions of smokers have continued to smoke, imagining that by switching to extra longs, filters, menthols, low tars, or lights they were smoking safer. There are two chief problems in this safer cigarette business. The first is that no matter how you modify the product, repeated inhalation of smoke is going to cause disease. The second is more of a legal nature, having to do with the fact that so long as cigarettes in their super deadly form are legal, there really is no incentive for a manufacturer to make less deadly cigarettes. Think about it from a rather misanthropic marketing point of view. Why bother selling a safer cigarette when no one is stopping you from selling your unsafe brands? That was the problem with Laurellade's little cigars, launched with the brand name Madison in 1958. These were basically cork-tipped cigarettes made with brown instead of white paper and a smoke pH so high, on a par with cigars, they would not be inhaled. You need not inhale to enjoy them, which would have been a genuinely less deadly tobacco product. A few people even outside the industry realized this and grasped the underlying rationale. As Consumer Reports put it in 1959, cigar smoke is too strong and irritating for most people to want to inhale it, and smoke which merely is taken into the mouth does not, so far as is now known, cause or aggravate lung cancer. Little cigars never met with much commercial success, however, despite a burst of popularity following the 1964 Surgeon General's report. The companies never made any serious effort to advertise these as less lethal and never withdrew cigarettes with more easily inhalable smoke. The loyalty complications stem from the fact that once you start saying your new version of Lucky's, Marlboros, or Virginia Slims will kill fewer people, this would seem to be an admission that your old-school brands have not been on the up and up. Lots of safer cigarettes marketed or proposed for marketing have bitten the dust on these grounds. Liggett's Palladium cigarette, for example. Liggett's Palladium fiasco. In Liggett's case, the company had launched this effort jointly with the Arthur D. Little Company in the 1950s, spraying palladium nitrate onto cured tobacco leaves to achieve a more complete combustion. The idea was that the metal would act as a catalyst, helping to burn up some of those nasty polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons thought responsible for causing cancer. Catalytic converters were known to have done something similar for cars. Automobile exhaust is basically forced past a reactive catalyst at a high temperature, which breaks up some of the uglier complex molecules into softies like carbon dioxide and water. The afterburners attached to jet engines work on a similar principle, albeit with the goal being not to reduce emissions but rather to extract more energy from the fuel. Catalytic conversion might well have worked in cigarettes. Preliminary tests showed a lessening of carcinogenic potency, but the idea seems to have founded on legal shoals. Everything else being equal, it could well be that switching from, say, Marlboro Reds to a cigarette with a palladium nitrate catalyst might make you less likely to die from smoking. Liggett in the 1960s and 1970s put quite a few eggs into this basket, spending $15 million over about 20 years on projects with code names like Project Tame and Project XA. Smoke from such cigarettes caused fewer tumors when condensed and smeared on the backs of experimental animals, and the company purchased 200,000 ounces of the precious metal, at $52.50 per ounce, from Engelhard Minerals. But legal fears eventually caught up with and snagged the cigarette, which was never sold commercially. This was a great disappointment to the program's chief architect, the chemist James D. Mould, who wanted very much to see this safer cigarette marketed. Liggett's attorneys realized this would be difficult without admitting that cigarettes cause cancer. There was also the worry that the Federal Trade Commission might not even allow any mention of such additives in advertising. Mould has testified that the company hoped for help from the White House. Jimmy Carter was president when the cigarette was being readied and was friendly enough to promise North Carolina growers help with making smoking even more safe than it is today. 5. Liggett would later claim that its Palladium cigarette was dropped because it had a metallic taste and failed marketing tests. Testimony from the project's researchers, however, revealed that the company came under pressure from some of the larger manufacturers, who didn't want to hear anyone in the business conceding that smoking caused cancer. According to Mould, the company worried that the sale of Palladium cigarettes would seriously indict them for having sold other types of cigarettes. He also recalls Liggett's president and CEO, Kinsley Van R. Day, talking about a threat from Philip Morris that the Marlboro men would clobber Liggett if it were to market such a product. Shortly after announcing the new cigarette, Liggett researchers got word from the company's lawyers that the device could put them in legal jeopardy. Liggett's low-cancer Palladium cigarette was announced in the fall of 1978, with a press release by Arthur D. Little identifying Liggett as the first cigarette maker to acknowledge tobacco produces cancer in laboratory animals. A Liggett spokesman immediately rejected this conclusion, stating that the admission pertained only to certain animal experiments using smoke condensate, which were flawed by virtue of using the wrong substance on the wrong tissue, on the wrong species in the wrong amounts. A Liggett press release of September 26, 1978, reaffirmed that the company and the cigarette industry as a whole continue to deny that any conclusions can be drawn relating such test results on mice in laboratories to cancer in human beings. The company's acquisition of a patent on the Palladium process was not to be considered an admission of a cancer link. Liggett has made no such admission. The fact is that for more than 2 decades scientific researchers have produced tumors on mouse skin by the application of enormous dosages of smoke condensate. Neither the industry nor Liggett has denied these results. Liggett and the cigarette industry continue to deny, as they have consistently, that any conclusions can be drawn relating such test results on mice in laboratories to cancer in human beings. It has never been established that smoking is a cause of human cancer. Plaintiffs' attorneys later had a field day with the confusion, after learning that Liggett had spent $15 million over 24 years to research a project whose relevance to human smoking they now repudiated. Had Liggett really spent so much money just to save the lives of a few shaved mice? Suppressing Nicorette. The Palladium cigarette is remarkable as a case of product suppression, regardless of whether it would have actually saved lives. It was suppressed for legal and PR reasons, but it is certainly not the only instance of tobacco-related product suppression. Another example took place in the 1980s, when Philip Morris pressured Merrill Dow Pharmaceuticals to rein in its marketing of Nicorette chewing gum. Nicorette was a nicotine replacement therapy developed by the Swedes in the 1960s and approved for use in Switzerland in 1978 and in the United Kingdom in 1980, by which time Merrill Dow was readying it for sale in the United States. FDA approval didn't come until 1984, but in 1981 the company had launched the Smoking Cessation newsletter to publicize the virtues of nicotine replacement therapy. Philip Morris was furious at Merrill Dow for publishing anti-smoking propaganda, and called a meeting with the company to demand that it cease further publication. Philip Morris also threatened to stop buying humectants from the company's parent, Dow Chemical, which by 1982 was doing $8 million in business with the cigarette manufacturer. Merrill Dow bent under the pressure, and the Smoking Cessation newsletter was cancelled after only 1 issue. Philip Morris continued to pressure Merrill Dow on other matters, including the pharmaceutical manufacturer's support for the National Interagency Council on Smoking and Health, a distinguished group of representatives from the American Heart Association, the American Public Health Association, the American Cancer Society, and other public health agencies. Philip Morris didn't like the council's support for scholars who refused tobacco industry money, its urging of athletes to renounce tobacco sponsorship, or its call for a smoke-free society by the year 2000. Merrill Dow also continued to promote Nicorette gum, prompting Philip Morris to honor its threat to halt all purchases of glycerine, glycol, and other humectants from Dow Chemical in May 1984. Philip Morris explained in internal correspondence that Dow had apparently decided that Nicorette was more important than its trade with tobacco manufacturers. Indeed, Dow was engaged in an audacious program to motivate Philip Morris customers to stop smoking. Philip Morris expressed its disappointment that a loyal customer, itself, would spend millions of dollars purchasing materials from a company, Dow Chemical, whose profits would then be used to attack that customer's product and perhaps reduce the customer's sales. Dow protested that it was not in fact trying to combat smoking, but the cigarette maker was rightly skeptical. Philip Morris warned that future relations between the two companies would be predicated on the course of the Nicorette program. Philip Morris continued with its effort to eliminate, or at least tone down, Dow's marketing of Nicorette, but eventually realized that the cigarette maker was as dependent on Dow as vice versa. Philip Morris resumed purchasing from Dow, but only after the chemical company had withdrawn its support for the Interagency Council. By pressuring Dow in this manner and by helping to quash the smoking cessation newsletter, Philip Morris may well have delayed the spread of effective methods of smoking cessation in the United States. Which of course was precisely its intent. Bhavna Shamasundar and Lisa Barrow at UCSF have shown that tobacco manufacturers have pressured pharmaceutical manufacturers in other ways to limit the marketing of nicotine transdermal patches made by Merrill Dow and Ciba-Geigy, Nicoderm and Habitril, for example. Philip Morris here again was worried about patches cutting into its cigarette business and actually calculated a loss of sales to the industry on the order of 11.2 billion cigarettes per year by 1996, based on a market for patches predicted to reach $1 billion per year by 1995. Philip Morris took offense at Ciba-Geigy's marketing of Habitril and used its position as a major buyer of pesticides to pressure the company to rein in its anti-tobacco advertising. Intimidation of this sort resulted in Ciba-Geigy revising its marketing of Habitril, with a ground rules agreement between the company's agricultural and pharmaceutical divisions requiring that the drug maker target only those people already committed to quitting. Habitril was not to be considered a substitute for smoking, or to violate the freedom of choice for smokers. Philip Morris was apprised of all these changes and appeared satisfied that Ciba-Geigy would remain sensitive to the concerns of the tobacco grower organizations and the rest of the tobacco industry. There are many other examples of the industry flexing its muscles to suppress products, policies, or programs perceived as obstacles to the continued sale of cigarettes. In an earlier chapter we saw how dependence on tobacco advertising revenue made it hard for popular magazines to criticize cigarettes. This same influence worked to encumber cessation advertising. Consumer Reports as early as 1959 noted how hard it was for the manufacturers of Bantran, a prescription pill designed to help smokers cut down on smoking, to get magazines to take their ads, given the risk of offending cigarette makers. The New York Times cautioned that magazines wanting to publish such ads would have to think twice before risking their lucrative cigarette accounts. Shamasundar and Barrow compare this to the industry's use of its considerable financial might to pressure airlines not to enact smoking bans. These are only tiny slivers from the industry's larger history of political machinations, much of which has been designed to keep radical tobacco exceptionalism alive. Tobacco managed to have itself excluded from regulation by the FDA for more than a century, just as it was excluded from regulation by the Consumer Product Safety Commission when that body was founded in 1973. The Commission has always had the power to rein in dangerous cigarette lighters, for example, but has never had any authority over tobacco products. It has the power to require furniture makers to design upholstery to withstand ignition from cigarettes, but no power to demand a reduction in the ignition propensity of cigarettes themselves. A medievalist colleague once remarked on how the government of the United States is Byzantine with political fiefdoms and legal exceptions, and I cannot think of a better example than the parochial exceptionalism granted to Lord Tobacco. Illusions of safety. Safer. Cigarette designs number in the hundreds if not the thousands. What we've mainly seen from manufacturers, however, are illusions of safety, conveyed by intimations of health via branding categories like lights, low tars, and milds, along with healthy-seeming additives such as menthol, with its medico-bogus implication of sanitation. For the tuxedoed, drive, cool, complete with black bag and stethoscope, see Figure 34. King-sized cigarettes, Pall Mall, introduced in 1939, were also supposed to offer protection by virtue of traveling the smoke farther, and even toasting. Lucky Strike was heralded as removing poisons. Filters were all the rage in the 1950s, forcing smokers to pull somewhat harder on their cigarettes but doing little to change the quantity inhaled or its carcinogenic character. Selective filtration was supposed to be the next big hope, though here, too, the difficulty was that while one kind of compound might be partially trapped, say, hydrogen cyanide or phenols, others were as likely to be augmented, carbon monoxide or nitrosamines, for example. Cigarette makers found themselves faced with a chemical hydra, with new poisons cropping up when old ones were vanquished. Smokers were then urged to switch to low tar, and eventually, light, cigarettes, concocted by blending tricks and ventilation and hand-waving, though here, too, the benefits were illusory. Smokers tended to adjust their smoking behavior, drawing harder to maintain their accustomed level of satisfaction. Lights became the main new branding concept in the 1970s, formalizing this low-tar subterfuge. With lights, this suggestion of a benefit from stepping down in tar was built into the very brand name, a novelty in the history of marketing. Competition for the warrior, or concerned segment, prompted brand extensions into ever lower tar regimes, with the late 1970s seeing the invention of ultralight and lowest tar brandings, all bogus. Additives were another great hope. Dozens if not hundreds of substances were tested to see whether specific poisons might be destroyed. To eliminate benzpyrene, for example, companies tried adding metal nitrates of various sorts, hoping these would act as catalysts to break down carcinogenic polycyclics. Absorbents were added, along with chemicals to lower the burning temperature, to reduce polycyclics, or even hemoglobin to gobble up carbon monoxide. Carbon was added to filters to capture ciliostats, and while American companies were toying with Parmesan cheese and kitty litter, the Japanese were patenting a bovine milk protein that was supposed to adsorb onto a carbon surface. The problem with almost all such manipulations is that tobacco smoke is a complex and thermodynamic brew, with many interacting components. David Townsend, Director of Product Development at R.J. Reynolds, saw a certain amount of humor in the situation. You know, we joke a lot in the laboratory about it. All the heads are tied to all the tails. If you change one thing, in fact, everything changes because it's such an interactive system. It's technically very difficult to go into something complex like cigarette smoke with a scalpel and carve out one compound or one group of compounds. Which is also why so few of these manipulations offered anything in the way of genuine safety. All were essentially gimmicks, as was revealed to the outside world when cancer rates failed to fall as many scholars had hoped. For cigarette cancer rates today remain about what they were in the 1950s and 1960s, with no real benefit from the shift to lights and low tars. Indeed, since there is significantly less tobacco in cigarettes, on a per gram basis cigarettes are actually more deadly now than ever before, as we have seen. One new and radical step taken in the 1980s and 1990s was to try to make a non-burning cigarette, basically a smoke-free nicotine delivery device that would release some kind of warm nicotine steam with flavors. The idea here again was that smokers should be able to obtain their requisite nicotine fix without all that nasty admixed tar. Reynolds spent hundreds of millions of dollars along these lines. The goal of projects SPA, Q, and Y, for example, which eventually yielded the Premier cigarette, was to develop a device heated by a battery or chemical reaction of some sort that would emit no second-hand smoke and near zero tar while still delivering nicotine satisfaction. Texas baboons on crack. Reynolds announced its Premier cigarette in the summer of 1988, but the brand was a flop from the get-go. The new cigarette never sold, despite a massive marketing campaign encompassing one-on-one briefings with university presidents, medical school deans, science writers, and medical organizations, along with politicians and opinion leaders throughout the world. The plan included cultivation of academics as spokespersons and witnesses, including Stanford's Nathan Rosenberg, who was hired to testify on technology policy for the company, along with more traditional use of hotlines, sampling vans and kiosks, and very elegant cigarette girls to sample product in trendy restaurants and clubs, and contacts with key friendlies in the House and the Senate. The new device, basically a nicotine steam dispenser with a hollow, pellet-filled, metal heating element running through the center, was clumsy to light, hard to dispose of, and had a pretty wretched taste. Test panels reported flavors reminiscent of burnt biscuits and glue made from fish or horses, with the remnant heating element left after smoking looking rather like the heating rods in nuclear reactors, very industrial. One user described the smell as redolent of a grave opened on a warm day. And while tar deliveries were lower, gas yields were actually higher, including classic nasties like carbon monoxide and hydrogen cyanide, released by the smoldering of the charcoal tip, which you lit to get the thing fired up. So it was never even clear that a shift to such a cigarette would be an overall plus, even if it didn't stink, which it did. Smokers found the thing disgusting, but there was also the legal PR rub that devices such as this could not be advertised as safer, so long as no one was willing to admit that ordinary cigarettes were dangerous. Critics charged that the only reason it contained tobacco at all was to exempt it from regulation as a new kind of drug delivery device, to which Reynolds responded by launching a series of investigations forcing baboons to smoke crack cocaine. The stimulus here was the complaint that Reynolds's Premier cigarette could be used to deliver other kinds of drugs, like cocaine. Jack Henningfield and Edward Cohn from the National Institute of Drug Abuse had replaced the nicotine in Premier with 200 milligrams of crack cocaine and found that the contraption functioned tolerably well as a crack pipe. Reynolds ridiculed the suggestion, they call Premier a drug delivery device, well, so is a spoon, but was forced to respond, prompting a series of Reynolds-financed experiments in which baboons were taught to smoke cigarettes laced with crack cocaine. The goal was to see whether this new, smokeless, cigarette could be used as an efficient system for the delivery of crack or free-base cocaine. Reynolds in January 1989 had at least 9 baboons smoking crack, or controls, with laboratory analyses farmed out to the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill and the crack-addicted baboons lodged at the Southwest Research Institute in San Antonio, Texas, which at that time had the world's largest baboonery. A psychiatrist by the name of Mario Perez Reyes was the company's point man at UNC, with Walter R. Rogers doing the dirty work in San Antonio. The cocaine was provided by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. The experiments went on for several months, with mixed results. Perez Reyes for a time was worried that the baboons had not been properly trained and might only be puffing without inhaling. Researchers did find evidence of compensation. As in humans, baboons are very sensitive to draw resistance. They can learn to modify their puffing to compensate. There is much we cannot know about such experiments. The document just cited, for example, begins with a redacted section censored as privileged material. We do know, though, that Southwest research by the mid-1970s already had 35 baboons hooked on cigarettes, Walter Rogers had trained them to smoke by depriving them of water and then allowing them to drink only through a tube through which smoke was also introduced. Helmut Wakeham led a Philip Morris team to San Antonio to observe the creatures, several of whom by 1975 had already been addicted for more than 2 years. Operant conditioning had turned them into precision instruments for the study of smoking behavior, with their carefully timed puffs resulting in the build-up of a heavy pall of smoke about the animal's head. As for the baboons, we don't yet have a good study of experimental animal abuse in the tobacco industry. Tens and probably hundreds of thousands of animals have been sacrificed for no good purpose. We also need further study of human experimentation in the industry. Philip Morris in 1969, for example, launched a series of experiments titled Smoking Under Conditions of Shock-Produced Anxiety, to see whether college students would become more or less interested in smoking after exposure to electric shock. Virginia Commonwealth University students were jolted with electric current to show that smoking is more probable in stress situations than in non-stress situations. Shock intensity was to be adjusted for each subject, according to the subject's pain threshold, and the protocol explained that the shock will be painful. This particular series was abandoned in October of 1972, when Philip Morris psychologists realized that fear of shock was scaring away some of our more valuable subjects. Industry employees have also been subject to human experiments, testing experimental cigarettes or even experimental pesticides with little or no regulatory oversight. Cigarette doublespeak. Premier's failure was, in a sense, both pre- and overdetermined. Quite apart from being awkward, unpleasant, and a bigger emitter of carbon monoxide even than ordinary cigarettes, protests were also voiced that this was just another effort by the industry to keep people hooked on nicotine. Trenchant criticism also came from those who realized that the safety offered was trivial at best. Arnold M. Katz, head of cardiology at the University of Connecticut Health Center, noted that to market such a product as preventing disease would be like urging us to sleep with rattlesnakes because they are less toxic than cobras. 2. Criticism of this sort seems not to have been much of a deterrent, however. Philip Morris's Project Advance, from 1984, was yet another effort to investigate non-burning pleasure articles, quasi-cigarettes that would deliver an aerosol of nicotine, flavors and other satisfying components, with very low biological activity, and little or no sidestream smoke. The goal was to avoid combustion, with alternate heat sources ranging from electric batteries to chemical power, photoflash or thermite. The same company's Project Vanguard expanded this to include cold unpowered vapor devices, flashbulb heating mechanisms, piezoelectrics, and mechanical devices for atomization, along with devices incorporating whistles, capillaries, and something called packed beds pulsed power. A common idea behind the electric cigarette was that a battery of some sort would heat a nichrome wire, warming and vaporizing the nicotine, developed under the company's Project Leap. Philip Morris also worked with General Electric to provide additional expertise in developing the electric cigarette concept. Efforts along these lines, supported by $200 million in development costs, culminated, in 1997, in the debut of Accord, an ultra-low-tar cigarette that could be smoked only while inserted into a large, handheld, battery-powered puff-activated lighter, complete with a microprocessor to indicate how many puffs remained. This, too, was an instant flop. The electronic lighter alone cost $50 and required a recharge of batteries after every pack smoked. Richard Daynard called it a weird contraption, and the New York Times likened it to smoking a kazoo. The device also failed when test marketed in Germany as the heat bar. Other companies developed similar designs. Brown and Williamson in 1991 filed for a patent on a cigarette that would generate a warm tobacco-flavored liquid, and Imperial Tobacco patented a cigarette that would burn only while the smoker was inhaling. But most projects of this nature during the development phase at least were kept quite confidential. The companies usually didn't want it known that they were trying to make some cigarettes less dangerous, and the dilemma continued even after new products were announced. It was hard to advertise such innovations. The companies couldn't really say they were safer, without admitting their other brands were less than safe. The solution was a kind of doublespeak, in which Premier and the like were offered only as reducing many of the controversial compounds in cigarette smoke. And smokers just didn't buy it. Why should they, when the manufacturers were not even admitting any harms from plain old regular smokes? Reynolds in the 1990s retreated to a less radical redesign with Eclipse, which was more like a traditional cigarette with reduced, visible, second-hand smoke emissions. Eclipse was introduced in the United States in 1996 but also simultaneously in Germany as High Q and in Sweden as Inside. None of these were popular, however. The cigarette was supposed to yield fewer smoke solids and to be safer, from the point of view of starting fires, since it wasn't really burning the tobacco so much as just heating it to produce a flavored nicotine aerosol. But the taste again was foul, not as sweet and sickly as Premier but still unpleasant with fungal and metallic, toxic taste overtones. And hard to light and hard to tell how far down you'd smoked, since the tubular outer casing never went away. Test panels judged it overall a good cigarette to smoke if you want to quit, mainly because it was so disgusting. The hard lesson learned through such misadventures was that while cigarettes could be made that might well be less likely to kill you, they weren't likely to attract much of a following. And in a smug sort of way the companies must have welcomed this, since it could be used to blame the victim, that is, the consumer. The companies could basically say, look how hard we tried to make safer cigarettes, but people don't want to smoke them. What more can we do? If smokers don't want safety, then it's not our fault. Recent years have seen renewed efforts to produce less hazardous cigarettes, most of which use batteries to provide some kind of flavored nicotine steam. Electric or electronic cigarettes, for example, warm a soup of nicotine fluid, which then vaporizes and can be sucked into the lungs. Many such devices are now being produced in China. The Ruyan cigarette, for example, which can be bought on various internet sites or through eBay, or competitors like the Plume, a Pipe, or Enjoy. The idea is for these to be used, vapped, in places where traditional cigarettes cannot, on airplanes, for example, or in bars where smoking is banned. None of these devices have been tested for safety, however, and since all deliver nicotine, sometimes accompanied by a propylene or diethylene glycol mist, we can assume they will all cause addiction. Electronic cigarettes have been banned in Australia and in Hong Kong and are restricted in many other countries. Regulatory oversight is likely to depend on whether they are imagined for use as cigarettes, cigarette substitutes, or smoking cessation instruments. Some are being promoted as quasi-therapeutic, like Vapir 1, a revolutionary vaporizer designed to intoxicate your senses by inhaling the essence from various herbs, spices, or tobacco. Vapor's inhaler is advertised as useful in the treatment of asthma, congestion, or anxiety, eliminating all of the discomfort associated with traditional cigarettes. Users are invited to inhale the future. Most such devices have been greeted with skepticism from the medical community, since the long-term consequences of inhaling nicotine or glycol steam or herbal essences are not at all clear. There is also the worry that such devices will be used in combination with smoking or to avoid quitting. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration in 2009 barred the import of electronic cigarettes into the United States, though a federal court shortly thereafter lifted this ban, classifying the devices as cigarettes and therefore subject to the new regulatory authority of the FDA. Electronic cigarettes have been banned in many countries, Brazil, Australia and Canada, for example, where cigarettes themselves, for now, remain legal. Ignored options. There is no such thing as a safe, or even a safer, cigarette, judging purely from the intrinsic physical properties of some smoking article. Cigarettes are more or less lethal, depending on how they are used. The tariest lucky strike from the 1950s wouldn't be so bad if you just puffed once on it lightly without inhaling and then tossed it, fireless, into the trash. And the healthiest ultralight is a tumor tube if you suck on it like a vacuum pump to the bitter end. All those numbers printed on packs for so many years were virtually meaningless and highly deceptive, and the fact is that a cigarette advertised as delivering 20 milligrams of tar could be smoked to deliver 2 milligrams and vice versa. The only really safe cigarettes are those you never smoke. That being said, it is important to realize that the industry easily could have designed and manufactured cigarettes that would have been inherently less deadly, by virtue of being difficult to inhale. Cigars, for example, cause far less damage to the lungs than cigarettes, because they are harder to inhale. They are harder to inhale because the tobacco is cured in such a way as to make the resulting smoke quite alkaline. Alkaline smoke, anything above pH 7, is harsh, and if pushed higher than about pH 8 becomes almost impossible to inhale without coughing. Tobacco manufacturers have been manipulating the pH of cigarette smoke for more than a century, and it would be easy for them to redesign cigarettes back to the uninhalable form that existed prior to that time and still exists today in most pipe and cigar tobaccos. Cigarettes would once again become little cigars and lose part of the deadly force. Cigarettes would still cause mouth and throat cancer and heart attacks and just as many deaths from second-hand smoke, but the total burden of death would still be significantly less than we have at present. The FDA's new Center for Tobacco Products, charged with regulating cigarettes, should consider this fact. If cigarette manufacturers were barred from making products with a smoke pH less than 8, there would be significantly less inhaling and significantly less lung cancer. It's a no-brainer. Tobacco manufacturers have realized this for quite some time, and some have even tried to capitalize on it. In the 1970s, for example, the Consolidated Cigar Corporation marketed little cigars, delivering nicotine with a sufficiently high pH that they did not have to be inhaled. Recall that high pH nicotine easily penetrates the mucosal membranes of the mouth and so needn't reach the lungs to deliver satisfaction. In testimony before the U.S. Congress in 1973, Consolidated's president defended his company's Dutch Treat cigars by claiming that the goal had been to develop a little cigar that would be acceptable to the consumer and to the authorities as a safer alternative to cigarette smoking. The claim was that cigar smoking presented reduced, if not negligible, health risks. This is one of the few concessions at this time by a tobacco manufacturer of the reality of health risks. Consolidated kept the pH of its cigar smoke around 7, but if it had been elevated to 8 or above and smokers had no access to milder smokes of the more traditional sort, this would have dramatically reduced the lung cancer risk. Cigarettes could easily be redesigned to be difficult to inhale. There is no iron law saying that cigarette smoke must be inhalable. Indeed, as late as the 1930s it was fairly common for cigarette smoke not to be taken into the lungs. Inhalation was promoted to facilitate nicotine delivery. There is no more effective way to administer such a drug. Recall also that we are not talking here about taste. There are no taste organs in the lungs. The modern inhalable cigarette is the product of decisions that could have been reversed at any time during the past century, or today for that matter. Had a decision of this sort been taken in the 1950s, cigarettes would not be causing the 160,000 annual lung cancer deaths we now have in the United States. Millions of lives could have been saved. Tobacco companies could also have produced cigarettes that were not addictive, simply by reducing the amount of nicotine in the rod to less than about 1 milligram per cigarette. Manufacturers like to keep the nicotine up around the 0 milligram mark, even in cigarettes marketed as light or low tar, and reducing the absolute, rather than machine-measured, nicotine in the rod by a factor of 10 or more would make it virtually impossible for smokers to sustain their addiction. Manufacturers have sometimes made such cigarettes, merit-free or next, for example, but they have never been commercially successful. The companies realize that people smoke for the nicotine and that without nicotine people will not smoke. Not tobacco at any rate. Atlas versus Hercules. A digression on diversification. Safety has never been a high priority for the industry, except when it comes to their own self-preservation. An immense amount of money is spent by the companies to defend themselves in court, close to $1 billion per year in the United States. Yet another strategy has been to diversify into products such as candy, food, and alcohol, to secure for themselves a future in a post-tobacco, or at least a post-cigarette, world. This was shrewd, given that it has never been clear when the bottom might drop out of the cigarette market, as a result of consumer revolt, litigation, or regulation. Liggett and Myers began the trend in 1964 by acquiring the Allen Products Company, makers of Alpo dog and cat food, for $15 million. American Tobacco shortly thereafter bought Sunshine Biscuits and Sara Lee, and Laurelid in 1965 acquired the Golden Nugget Candy Company. Reynolds that same year bought Mighty Fine Desserts and Vermont Made Syrup by acquiring Pennick and Ford. Philip Morris bought Miller Beer in 1969, prompting a move into the liquor business by Liggett, which by the 1970s was making not just cigarettes but also Bombay Gin and Vermouth, Grand Marnier Liqueur, and J&B Scotch. And popcorn and vacuum cleaners. Imperial Tobacco did something similar in England and by the end of the 1960s was supplying 10% of the country's turkeys and a quarter of its chickens. Reynolds then bought Nabisco, in 1985, for $4.90 billion, forming RJR Nabisco, a conglomerate cranking out Camel cigarettes alongside Oreo cookies, Fig Newtons, saltine crackers, and Planters nuts. The biggest deal of this sort was Philip Morris's purchase of Kraft Foods in 1988. The company had earlier bought Miller Beer and a Canadian brewery, and by the 1970s was holding American Safety Razor, makers of Persona razors, and Clark Gum, makers of chewing gum. The Kraft acquisition launched Philip Morris big time into the food business, which continued in 2000 with its acquisition of Nabisco Holdings, a spin-off from RJR Nabisco, for $18.90 billion. This turned Philip Morris into the largest food producer in the United States, controlling products such as Altoids, Maxwell House Coffee, Lifesavers, Planters Peanuts, Oscar Mayer Wieners, Jell-O, Boca Burgers, Kool-Aid, and all Nabisco and Post cereals. The thinking was that if tobacco ever went down the tubes, then the people who brought you the Marlboro Cowboy and millions of deaths from cardiac arrest could fall back on quality foods like Velveeta cheese, Cool Whip, and Oreo cookies. Ordinary consumers who bought such products probably had no idea they were enriching the coffers of the tobacco magnates. Nor, I suspect, did they realize they were helping the world's largest cigarette maker mobilize support for the industry. Philip Morris on a number of occasions used its subsidiaries to do its political dirty work, to protect its core cigarette market. In 1994, for example, the tobacco maker sent corporate affairs reps to its food divisions to urge employees to write to their congressman to oppose an increase in federal cigarette taxes. The talking points prepared for these agents offered samples of what kinds of resistance might be encountered and how best to deal with it. You people should pay for health care. Your cigarettes kill hundreds of thousands of people a year. We could debate tobacco issues all day. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here to tell you that if the company had earlier organized focus groups to find out what kinds of arguments would be most persuasive, identifying slippery slope, fairness, and jobs as the most involving. So the argument to these makers of hot dogs and cookies was to go something like this. Look, if they get cigarettes this year, they're going after beer and gasoline next, and then it will be everything else. Baked goods, fast food, sports equipment, boats, anything they think you like enough that you'll keep using it, even if you have to pay an increased tax. The company also organized a Beat Federal Excise Tax Week, starting March 21, 1994, with letters mailed to each of Philip Morris's 150,000 employees urging them to act to defeat the tax. The company also shut down its Richmond plant to bus its entire staff to Washington, D.C., to meet with a congressional delegation and rally at the Capitol. Philip Morris used similar tactics to fight FDA regulation. In 1995, when the Clinton administration began making noises along these lines, Philip Morris mobilized its Oscar Mayer employees to write letters opposing any such move. Philip Morris's venture into foods thus had a political value over and above its economic worth. Marlboro's diversification was not achieved without a struggle, however. When William Farone was hired by the company in 1976, he had two principal duties: to develop safer cigarettes and to ease the company away from tobacco and into foods. As he tells the story, this was a time of titanic struggle within the firm, with two chief factions, Hercules versus Atlas. Farone was on the Hercules side, believing cigarette making to be a kind of labor the company had to endure before emerging as a producer of some more socially acceptable product, like food. The Atlas faction, by contrast, held that cigarettes were a burden the company must bear forever, just as Atlas shouldered the earth. The Atlas faction had triumphed by the time Jeffrey C. Bible was named president and CEO in 1994. Bible retrenched the company and continued to deny all health effects from smoking, even as late as 1998. Altria, the friendly-sounding new name for Philip Morris as of 2003, spun off its Kraft shares in 2007, becoming once again a pure tobacco play. Smokeless hopes. Smokeless tobacco is another direction in which the industry has recently diversified, part of its ongoing hope for reduced harm products. Oral snuff, snus, and chewing tobacco have all been revived, principally because the companies now see this as one solution to the problem of second-hand smoke. The hope is also to co-brand with cigarettes, helping thereby to keep people smoking. That may be one reason Marlboro snus has been designed to deliver so little nicotine. The hope may be to supplement rather than supplant cigarette use. Global tobacco manufacturers have invested heavily in smokeless products, imagining these as a safer business bet given current threats to the cigarette enterprise. Reynolds in 2006 bought Conward Sales, maker of Kodiak and Grizzly Smokeless, for $3.50 billion. Philip Morris in 2007 test-marketed Marlboro Snus, a tobacco pouch that you basically suck on as you might a tea bag, swallowing whatever juices mix with your saliva. This so-called Swedish experience has become a bright hope for several of the transnationals, imagining that snus will prove more socially acceptable than cigarettes. And while it is probably true that gram-per-gram oral snuff won't kill as many people, this is by no means a benign indulgence. Chewing tobacco has long been associated with cancers of the mouth and jaw. Baseball players are notoriously vulnerable, given their historic preference for a salivated plug bulging from inside the cheek. Chewing tobacco was banned from American collegiate sports in 1994, but the practice quietly continues, and Major League Baseball to this day has refused to take a stand against the drug. So in summer 2007, when Barry Bonds was creeping up on Hank Aaron's home run record, television cameras revealed the telltale circle in his back right pocket, the signature impression of the tobacco tin. It is unclear whether Bonds was paid for such a display, but it wouldn't be the first time an athlete has taken money to promote tobacco. Thousands of athletes have contracted cancers of the mouth, lips, and throat. Baseball Hall of Famer Tony Gwynn is one recent victim, following in the footsteps of Babe Ruth and numerous other baseball greats. And vivid pictures of such tumors can now be found on tobacco products in many parts of the world, and will appear in the United States before very long. Some cigarette critics hope that smokeless will reduce harm, but we don't really know what the long-term consequences might be. Sweden is held up as an example, but there is actually a huge variability in the constituents of chewing tobacco. In some parts of Africa, where oral snuff is widely used, smokeless tobacco is quite high in deadly nitrosamines. And in Sweden itself, many health professionals are horrified that the Swedish experience is being used to promote this new form of drug use. Margaretha Haglund, head of tobacco prevention at Sweden's National Institute of Public Health, debunks the myth of using smokeless to quit smoking and notes that few of Sweden's former smokers, only about 5%, quit with the help of snus. While snus use itself has skyrocketed, 22% of Swedish men use snus on a daily basis, up from about 9% in the mid-1970s. Swedish Match sells 250 million cans per year, and nearly 40% of Swedish users still smoke cigarettes. Only about a quarter of these are former smokers. Snus may well help some smokers quit, but it also seems to be promoting a kind of dual use, allowing cigarette users to get a nicotine fix where they are no longer allowed to smoke on long airplane flights, for example. Snus and other new forms of spitless tobacco are perhaps best regarded as the flailing grasp of an industry thrown off balance by successful campaigns to make offices, restaurants, bars, and an increasing variety of outdoor spaces smoke-free. The industry's overarching goal, of course, is to create and sustain addiction, which is also why other kinds of smokeless articles have been introduced in recent years, including flavored, dissolvable tobacco, in the form of camel strips, sticks, and orbs, which are meant to be sucked or chewed while still delivering a nicotine punch. Greg Connolly has commented on how the new cinnamon and mint-flavored camel orbs look like Tic Tac candy and contain about 1 milligram of nicotine in a highly freebased form, pH 7.9. The danger of appealing to kids is not far-fetched, given the 13,705 reported cases of poisonings from tobacco products from 2006 to 2008, most of which, 90%, involve children. Connolly, in a recent interview with the New York Times, described making nicotine look like candy as recklessly playing with the health of children. Of course, the real purpose of Reynolds et al. May be just to tie up the new FDA with trivial pursuits while business goes on as usual in the big killer cigarette market. A license to kill. Talk about safer cigarettes is often misinformed. We might as well talk about safer ways to inhale asbestos, or safer forms of drowning. The word safer itself is mischievous in this context, since talk of making something safer implies it is already safe. Think safe, safer, safest. Cigarettes could certainly be made less lethal, but there is always the chance that in doing so we end up causing more harm by delaying quitting and encouraging starting. A safe cigarette is one that cannot be smoked, or one you leave unsmoked in the pack. Cigarettes are less deadly when fewer of them are smoked, however they are made. The industry has tried to make cigarettes that yield less smoke, and while some of these might well cause less death per cigarette, ceteris paribus, they have never been introduced coincident with any kind of plan to withdraw the more obviously deadly. Smokers are often given a choice, but the industry's own choices remain invisible, as if sacrosanct. Which is why still today you can go out and buy Camels, Marlboros, 555s, Mild 7s, or Panda or Chungwa cigarettes that if smoked as intended by the manufacturers will increase your chances of contracting cancer by several thousand%. Half of all regular smokers will die from the habit, and all will show evidence of pathology at autopsy. The industry seems never to have removed a product because of evidence it was killing people. It is hard to name another business with so little regard for its customers. Viewed from afar, one would almost think that cigarette makers have been granted a license to kill. 29. Globalizing death. Tobacco exports should be expanded aggressively because Americans are smoking less. Dan Quayle, Vice President of the United States, 1990. We stand on the threshold of a global pandemic of tobacco-related diseases that is nothing short of colossal. Alan Brandt, Harvard University, 2007. Humans are naturally inquisitive, and it would probably be hard to find an animal, vegetable, or mineral that has not, at some time or another, been put to the inhalation or ingestion test. Tobacco has been helped along, however, by certain properties of the plant itself. The plant is weedily easy to grow, with a range now extending from the tropics into places like Germany or even Sweden and Canada. Also, The seeds are astonishingly small, thousands fit into a tablespoon, which helps explain how easily the herb was transported from South America and, later, Mesoamerica and North America. Francisco Hernández de Toledo brought living plants back to Spain in 1559, and it was not long before enterprising agriculturalists were growing it in North Africa. Tobacco arrived in the Philippines in 1575, in Russia in 1585, and in China in the late 1500s. India first saw tobacco in 1605, which is also about when Japan took up the habit. Tobacco was most often smoked in pipes and later in roll-your-own versions, flavored with lime, calcium oxide, cloves, especially in Indonesia, and sweeteners of various sorts. The tobacco industry likes to dredge up such facts, to make of smoking a kind of venerable tradition. As if smokers today are doing what Americans and Europeans have been doing for centuries, or Native Americans for millennia. The fact, however, is that today's use of cigarettes is on an entirely different scale from anything in former times. Scale here is everything, and the long reach of the leaf in modern times is largely due to mechanization and, more recently, globalization. The net effect is the spread of tobacco death across the planet on a scale nearly unimaginable, a process hastened by the penetration of transnational corporations into markets previously inaccessible. Consider that in the early years of the cigarette epidemic, circa 1900, Buck Duke's American tobacco conglomerate produced more than 90% of the world's cigarettes, which at that time was only about 4 billion sticks. Consider also that today's global consumption is higher by a factor of more than 1,000, about 6 trillion. State-of-the-art cigarette-making machines have been installed in factories throughout the world, transforming a rich man's fashion into a poor man's addiction, albeit increasingly dual-gendered. Smoking has become an impoverishing luxury, the companion of benighted affluence. Decolonialism and economic progress following the Second World War are partly to blame, as are tax-thirsty governments, but global tobacco also represents a new kind of cardiopulmonary colonialism wreaking havoc on the world's vital organs. Americans and Europeans as recently as the 1940s were smoking nearly half the world's cigarettes, whereas today that fraction is down to around 10%. The big growth has come from places like India and China and nations formed from the breakup of the former Soviet Empire, where affluence and aggressive free trade have opened the door to laissez-faire carcinogenic consumerism. China and India. Smoking has grown especially fast in China, where about a third of the world's cigarettes are now smoked. The Communist Party leadership for many years encouraged smoking. The pragmatic pro-Western Deng Xiaoping was key here, with his stress on cigarettes as part of China's push for modernity with Chinese characteristics. Tax revenues fuel the attraction. The Chinese government in 2008 received $31 billion from tobacco taxes, though cynics might wonder whether the Middle Kingdom has not just found a brutal way to end its time-honored tradition of filial piety. Tobacco kills mainly the elderly, and the government may even welcome this as a way to unburden itself of the unproductive aged and infirm. Miloš Zeman, Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, offered this callous calculus in 2001, claiming that tobacco use actually saved the state money by killing off the elderly. Health professionals have been largely powerless to stop the onslaught, and in the first decade of the new millennium nearly half of all Chinese physicians still smoke. And millions of farmers and traders make their living from the habit. Cigarette consumption peaked in the United States in 1981 but may not even yet have peaked in China. The Chinese are used to smoking domestically produced cigarettes and as recently as the 1990s had nearly 1,000 different brands available for purchase. That number is being consolidated, as the China National Tobacco Corporation prepares to compete with imports such as Marlboro, Camel, and BAT's 555 and JTI's Mild 7. Prices range from under 50 cents for a pack of cheap peasant smokes to more than $18 for the classiest kowtow to your Boss Panda brand. Super luxury brands can go even higher, up to $35 for a pack. The Chinese state and economy depend on tobacco both for revenue and for agricultural stability, which is why we should not be surprised to find a doubt-mongering apparatus similar to our notorious tobacco institutes of Australia, New Zealand, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and the United States. The Yunnan Tobacco Institute in Yushi, south of Kunming, is the nerve center of Chinese tobacco propaganda, where vested interests combine with cowardice to keep the horrors of smoking hidden. Foreign manufacturers, though, have long been trying hard to gain a foothold in the Middle Kingdom. Prior even to the 20th century, James Buck, Duke opened a world map and tapped his finger on China to announce, as the story is told, here is where we'll build our kingdom. Multinationals have salivated over the prospects ever since. Robert Fletcher of Rothmans in 1992 likened the Chinese market to thinking about the limits of space, while Philip Morris characterized China as the most important feature on the landscape. Yet another Philip Morris Asia official has gushed, in every respect, China confounds the imagination. There is no mystery here, though. The global transnationals are busily having their way with poorer parts of the world as they once did with the rich. Philip Morris has recently struck a deal with China, acquiring rights to market Marlboros in the country in exchange for help with popularizing Chinese brands in other parts of the world. China could well become a global cigarette superpower, even as foreign brands gain entry. India's tobaccosis has risen almost as fast as China's. This is all the more remarkable since it was not so long ago that few manufactured cigarettes were smoked on the subcontinent. Smoking has been encouraged both by economic growth and transnational penetration, with the film industry lending a hand as well. Bollywood films were chock full of cigarette implants until 2005, when a policy was adopted barring depictions of smoking on films and television. According to a WHO-financed study released just prior to the ban, 89% of Hindi-language films depicted smoking, with 2/3 showing the lead character in the act and nearly half showing specific brands. A surprisingly large percentage of Indian films, more than a quarter, belittled or mocked people worrying about tobacco harms. India's ban was reversed by the Delhi High Court in 2009, following protests about limitations on artistic freedom. One director, Mahesh Bhatt, complained early on that the problem was not so much films as reality and that, if the government has the courage, it should ban smoking in real life. Tobacco kills nearly 1 million Indians every year, a number that will grow as exposures from the 1980s, 1990s, and 2000s take their toll. Cigarette consumption has probably not yet peaked in South Asia, however, since more people still smoke hand-rolled biddies than manufactured white cigarettes. Biddies are cheaper and more often made by hand, though even that is changing. Significant also is that while biddies account for about 80% of Indian smokes, white cigarettes account for 90% of the country's total tobacco tax revenue. Unusual also in the Indian situation is the fact that tobacco here kills far more people via tuberculosis than via lung cancer. Epidemiologists have shown that about 3/4 of all people dying from tuberculosis in India would not have died from that disease if they had not smoked. The lung irritation seems to create a fertile ground for infection by the tubercle bacillus and may weaken the body in other ways, making it more vulnerable. Smoke is known to disable macrophages and weaken the immune system, for example. Tobacco is a communicable disease in more ways than one. India is also unusual in the diversity of ways in which tobacco is consumed. Cigarettes and biddies have been mentioned, but Indians also use a toxic cigar-like smoke known as a cheroot and a variety of local oral chews such as pan and gutka, which are typically betel leaf wrapped around a mixture of tobacco, the alkaloid-rich areca nut, and spices of various sorts with slaked lime added as a freebasing agent to promote nicotine absorption. Pound for pound, white cigarettes are still a minor part of total tobacco consumption, but that is changing, as wealth generates Western imitations. 3/4 of the cigarette market is controlled by the Indian Tobacco Company, a subsidiary of BAT, with the most popular brands being Bristol, Scissors, Goldflake, and Capstan. A Philip Morris subsidiary is the second largest manufacturer, with Vizier Sultan Tobacco third in the rankings. Indonesia doesn't get a lot of attention in the global tobacco wars, but the island chain nation has become a virtual playground for the cigarette transnationals. A third of the country's 250 million people are regular smokers, especially of clove-flavored cigarettes known as Kretex, so called for the crackling sound they make when the stems inside are smoked. The country is heavily dependent on cigarettes, with an estimated 8 million to 10 million people making a living bringing them to market, including farmers who grow the leaf and/or the cloves. Advertising is technically prohibited, but the ban is widely ignored, and visitors to Jakarta will find virtually every lamppost plastered with tobacco ads. Modernization of production is ongoing, with manufacturers claiming even to be using carbon capture to produce the dry ice used in making expanded tobacco, via the so-called diet process. Global conspiracies. There are of course parts of the world where tobacco has never penetrated. Smoking is extremely rare in the Nevis half of the island nation of St. Kitts Nevis, for example, and is not very common in the landlocked mountain redoubt of Bhutan, where public smoking and the sale of tobacco has been banned since 2004. Smoking has also been rare in some of the poorer parts of Africa and South America. Nigeria in 2007 had one of the world's lowest smoking rates, according to a recent Gallup poll. Only 6% of Nigerians answered yes when asked, "Did you smoke yesterday, or not?" Highest was Cuba, where 40% of the population answered yes to the same question. Other surveys show smoking rates even higher among certain subpopulations. More than 3/4 of all Yemeni men smoke, for example, as do 71% of all women in the Cook Islands and nearly 2/3 of all male Albanian third-year medical students. Part of the problem is that the industry has been organizing as a global force far longer, and with much deeper pockets, than public health advocates. Buck Duke had already hoped for a global monopoly in the 19th century, and his British-American offshoot quickly captured much of the world market. I've mentioned the denialist efforts of Germany's Academia Nicotiana Internationalis and Bremen's International Association for Scientific Tobacco Research, plus of course the doubt-mongering apparatus of Hill and Knowlton and the American tobacco magnates, but similar efforts have been launched in other parts of the world. Denialist science has been purveyed by many different organs, from Germany's Verband der Zigarettenindustrie to the Paris-based Center for Cooperation in Scientific Research Relative to Tobacco, CORESTA, Britain's Tobacco Manufacturers Standing Committee, today the Tobacco Manufacturers Association, and the myriad tobacco institutes established throughout the world. Plus of course the many corporate law firms paid extraordinary sums to defend the industry in court. Tobacco has paid more for its legal defense than any other industry in history, with the possible exception of asbestos. Global tobacco collaborations date from early in the 20th century, but formal ties were strengthened in the 1970s, principally to deal with the new threat from evidence that second-hand smoke was causing death and disease. Evidence along these lines had been building since the 1960s, when steps began to be taken to eliminate smoking from airlines, hospitals, restaurants, and the clean rooms, where computers were expected to operate. Smoke fouled magnetic tapes, prompting operators to ask, if smoke can harm computers, might it not also be harming people? Most such measures were mild or even laughable by today's standards. Separate smoking sections in restaurants did little to reduce exposures, for example, and in some instances made a mockery of physics, see Figure 35. I'll never forget riding in buses with one side reserved for smoking while the other was supposed to be smoke-free. The tobacco industry saw what was coming and recognized a potential catastrophe for profits if the problem was not deftly managed. In the summer of 1976, the Philip Morris Chairman's Conference in Hot Springs, Virginia, came to the unanimous agreement that limitations on public smoking posed a more serious threat to the industry's future than any other. In Australia that same year, W. and H. O. Wills listed two serious threats to the industry, 1. The threat that smoking could become antisocial and unfashionable, and 2. Passive smoking. For cigarette makers in Australia, as in other parts of the world, the question now became, what positive action should be taken to change the smoking and health question from one that already has been decided, to one that is open to debate. Quote, second-hand smoke denialism grew from these concerns over social acceptability, with the companies realizing that the scale of the problem demanded new kinds of collaboration. Efforts along these lines were quickly globalized. Groups such as the International ETS Management Committee, IEMC, the Confederation of European Community Cigarette Manufacturers, CECCM, Britain's Tobacco Advisory Council, TAC, and the International Committee on Smoking Issues, ICOSI, all had a hand in the action. Different groups were assigned different tasks, so whereas the CECCM coordinated the European response, the IEMC was supposed to handle the rest of the world. As one ICOSI agent put it in 1979, the goal was to unite with common targets and common approaches against threats from international cancer agencies and movements to restrict indoor smoking. Coordination with the United States was typically through the Tobacco Institute, though law firms were also hired to craft strategy and to sanitize documents. One key concern was to ensure that decisions taken abroad wouldn't jeopardize the American legal situation. The fear was also of a domino effect, that legal setbacks in the United States could harm the global industry, which is why Lovell, White and Durrant in London and Chadbourne and Park in New York were hired to make sure documents produced by the industry's trade associations would not create legal embarrassments. Shook, Hardy and Bacon had long been doing similar work. A great deal of consideration was given to the legal position in the United States, with the fear again being that actions taken abroad could weaken the American litigation front. Operation Berkshire was the code name given to one such collaboration, launched on December 3, 1976, when Tony Garrett, chairman of Imperial Tobacco of London, asked Hugh Cullman at Philip Morris International for help in crafting a defensive smoking and health strategy. The goal, among other things, was to ensure that no concessions beyond a certain point would be made on smoking and health by the industry, by which was meant not just Philip Morris and BAT but also Reynolds, Riemsma, and Rothmans International, all of whom had already signed on to the plan. Garrett was worried that uncoordinated action would allow the companies in different parts of the world to be picked off one by one, meaning effective public health controls on smoking, with the resulting domino effect having an impact on all of us. Cullman agreed, and the group began meeting at Shocker Wick House, a training center owned by W. D. and H. O. Wills near Bath, England, in summer 1977. The premise for these meetings had been outlined in a pre-circulated position paper, wherein we find the companies refusing to accept a causal relationship between smoking and various diseases. The position paper, also referred to as the Charter for a New International Committee on Smoking Issues, ICOSI, postulated that the issue of causation remains controversial and unresolved, and that further research was needed. Crucial also was the need for the industry to speak with one voice. The goal was to mount a smoker reassurance program to counter the increasing social unacceptability of smoking. Berkshire's principal outcome was the formation of ICOSI, a body later reorganized as the International Tobacco Information Center, INFOTAB, and then again, in 1992, as the International Tobacco Documentation Center, TDC. ICOSI members in these early years included Philip Morris, Batco, Imperial Tobacco, Gallagher, Reynolds, Riemsma, and Carreras Rothmans, but by 1984 would encompass 69 members operating in 57 countries. Separate working groups were established, with Reynolds taking the lead for social acceptability, BAT for smoking behavior, and Imperial for medical research. The overarching goal was to meet discreetly to develop a defensive smoking and health strategy, gathering information to assess threats but also taking steps to develop countermeasures. The focus was to be transnational and proactive, with action kits distributed to help members challenge regional health initiatives. As Batco put it, the goal was to conduct defensive research aimed at throwing up a smokescreen and to throw doubts on smoking research findings which show smoke causes diseases, sick. Initiatives along these lines were made possible by the enormous political power of the companies W. D. and H. O. Wills in 1976, for example, bragged about the Australian industry having achieved a high degree of access to government on the relevant issues and a considerable ability to delay and/or amend proposed restrictive legislation and regulation. Power of this sort was made possible by elaborate and well-funded alliances in academia, the media, and government, but also by well-heeled corporate lawyers, who in many respects acted as an arm of the industry itself. In 1978, for example, representatives from Britain's Tobacco Advisory Council met with Philip Morris, Reynolds, Shook, Hardy, and Covington and Burling to coordinate denialist efforts, especially in the second-hand smoke realm. Covington and Burling was also key to the success of Operation Whitecoat, a Philip Morris-led effort to restore social acceptability by developing European networks of experts, whitecoats, to help produce industry-friendly science and policy. Covington and Burling's London office helped coordinate this effort, with the goal being to resist and roll back smoking restrictions, and restore smoker confidence. Whitecoat operatives collaborated with the Center for Indoor Air Research in the United States and INFOTAB in Europe, working to insinuate doubt and misinformation globally, including in Latin America. In the Latin project, for example, Covington and Burling organized a team of medical experts to publicize doubts about second-hand smoke hazards, drawing up and vetting lists of Argentine experts for this purpose. The country's tobacco industry chamber established an entire department titled The Controversy, distributing leaflets and reports for the press to challenge evidence of hazards. A new opium war. Much of the industry's global muscle in recent years has gone into making sure that tobacco companies have free access to markets in poorer parts of the world, seen as the last great opportunity for expansion now that smoking rates are falling in virtually all of the richer parts of the globe. The goal has been to guarantee that tobacco remains a freely traded good, supported by governments desperate for the revenue and citizens eager to emulate the West. One method used by the transnationals has been to weaken state monopolies. Tobacco has long been an enterprise of the state in many parts of the world and still today is monopolized in Thailand, Vietnam, China, Iran, Romania, and a dozen other nations. Many of these monopolies have come under pressure to open their markets to foreign competition, and global trade treaties such as the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, and its successor, the World Trade Organization, have made it easier for the transnationals to gain access. Alan Brandt in his Cigarrete Century shows how the White House under Ronald Reagan launched a formidable campaign to force Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and Thailand to open their markets, using the office of the U.S. Trade Representative. Tobacco companies managed to convince the head of that office, Clayton Utah, that they were victims of unfair trade practices and in need of assistance. Heavy political artillery was then brought to the negotiations, with no consideration given to how breaking into such markets might affect public health. Free trade carried a big stick, and Japan, South Korea, Thailand, and Taiwan were all quickly forced to eliminate their import tariffs, causing cigarette consumption in those countries to skyrocket. U.S. cigarette exports climbed by over 600% in the years following these agreements, and in Japan alone the proportion of women smoking more than doubled from 1987 to 1991. Clayton Utah himself characterized this as a marvelous success, and was promoted to Secretary of Agriculture in the first Bush administration, in 1989, and joined the board of British American Tobacco, in 1991. Hundreds of thousands of deaths can be blamed on this bullied liberalization of trade. Judith Mackay in Hong Kong as early as 1987 was talking in terms of neo-imperialism and a new opium war. And even the normally restrained British journal Lancet decried a new slave trade. Transnational tobacco giants ever since have sold cigarettes in poorer parts of the world using a double standard, employing tactics no longer allowed elsewhere. Attractive young females are employed to offer free samples, for example, and marketing to the young is often blatant, via pop music and sports and the other tricks from decades of experience in the developed world. Cigarettes are sometimes even sold without warning labels. The only positive outcome has been the outrage of health authorities, notably those in the countries victimized by the forcible liberalization of trade. In Thailand, for example, which had put up some of the strongest resistance, health authorities responded by banning advertising, increasing education on health risks, and placing graphic warnings on cigarette packs. And the World Health Organization began a series of moves that would culminate in the passage of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, the world's first public health treaty, in 2003. The Framework Convention is no panacea, but it does call for graphic warnings along with increased taxation, bans on print and media advertising, including sponsorships, bans on vending machines, exclusion of industry participation in the making of tobacco policy, and bans on representing cigarettes as light, mild, or otherwise healthful. As of 2011, a total of 169 nations had signed the treaty, with more even than this ratifying it. Ratification designates a stronger level of commitment, implying that the party is bound under international law to the provisions of the treaty. Russia ratified in 2008, leaving only the United States among the major powers not to have done so. The Bush administration was never friendly toward global efforts to limit tobacco use. Indeed, American hostility to the FCTC was so vehement that the country was asked at one point to remove itself from deliberations. Governments from Britain, Germany, Japan, and China also worked to water down the treaty, which is one reason its ratification is sometimes regarded as a victory of the developing world over the richer tobacco manufacturing nations. It remains to be seen how effective the FCTC will be in curbing global tobacco use. There are no real provisions for enforcement, and some nations may implement only the bare minimum of recommended policies or give only lip service to the treaty. There is also the problem that tobacco control is viewed principally in terms of curtailing demand, ignoring opportunities in the form of mandating changes in the production process. The FCTC has tended to emphasize demand-side solutions, assuming free and unimpeded access to cigarettes. Protocols are being drafted for product regulation, but there is a risk that these may be limited to adjustments in the balance of specific smoke constituents rather than more effective, and simpler, interventions that could dramatically reduce the harm or addictiveness of smoking, mandating the removal of nicotine from tobacco products, for example. The treaty has built-in mechanisms for improvement, however, and we are likely to see its importance grow as new protocols are added and pressures increase to strengthen global public health and environmental sustainability. Policy-wise, we can also see a more hopeful future emerging as individual countries or parts of countries push the envelope in specific directions, as Canada, Brazil, and Thailand have done with graphic warnings, or India did with its short-lived ban on smoking in films, or Australia has recently done with its plain package mandate. Bhutan has a ban on cigarette sales, and in parts of the United States we now have bans on smoking on beaches and in parks and multi-unit housing. Californians, New Yorkers, and residents of Massachusetts have made some quite remarkable strides in this area, but we shouldn't be fooled. Americans still smoke more than 300 billion cigarettes per year, and even Californians smoke nearly the same as the global average, and only slightly less than the French on a per capita basis. Europeans have surprised many Americans by their willingness to take strong action. Ireland, France, and Italy have all banned smoking in all restaurants, workplaces, and public buildings, though outdoor urban air remains quite smoky in many of those countries. Cigarette smoke remains the deadliest form of pollution in most European cities, where outdoor cafes are routinely bathed in radioactive, toxin-laden smoke, thanks to blind-eyed ignorance, smokers' indifference, and the industry's political powers. The European Union is seeking to establish EU-wide tobacco policies, though we have also seen clever efforts to circumvent the bans that already exist, as in Bavaria, where smokers at one point started a church, with parishioners allowed to smoke while in services, i.e., a pub, bar, or restaurant. Minnesotans were equally creative when an attempt was made to evade smoking bans by turning bars into theaters, and all patrons into actors, since actors in a play were exempt. These are comical sideshows, of course, but we can certainly expect such shenanigans in the future, and far more serious resistance from the industry, given the grip of addiction and the global financial empires at stake. So where does the ethical circle close? How far can we extend blame for these many millions of deaths? Of course the cigarette makers, but what about the companies making the paper or flavorings or freebasing agents for cigarettes? What about the public relations and marketing firms or those tattoo artists who help with pack design? What about the agricultural research experts helping to grow the leaf, or the farmers planting the seeds, or the journalists dropping the ball? Or those many scholars who provide cover for the industry? What about the law firms that protect big tobacco in court, or the filmmakers who write smoking into scripts, or governments that turn a blind eye, or the libertarians who justify it in the name of personal freedom? Or the smokers who keep the companies in business with their cash? Where does the ethical circle close, and what can and must be done? 30. What must be done? In searching for the obscure, do not overlook the obvious. Hippocrates. Our goal should be to prevent tobacco death. Smoking already kills more people than all the world's infectious diseases combined. The number has now reached 6 million per year and will stay high for decades even if everyone stops smoking tomorrow. The industry wants us to think about tobacco as a solved problem, or an issue from the distant past, but the reality is that most tobacco death lies in the future. Only about 100 million people died from smoking in the 20th century, whereas we in our century can expect 1 billion tobacco deaths if we continue on our present course. A public health catastrophe is unfolding, and even keeping the final death toll under 300 or 400 million, which is certainly possible, would be a great success. None of these deaths are necessary. Tobacco mortality is easily preventable. And the solutions are actually fairly simple. It is no longer fashionable to talk about magic bullets in medicine, but here we really do have a magic bullet, requiring, in theory, nothing more than the stroke of a pen. 90+% of all tobacco death can be prevented by banning the sale and manufacture of cigarettes. Even short of a clean sweep, however, there are many smaller steps that could help reduce tobacco mortality. Which is not to say that the political obstacles are not formidable. We live in a world of powerful vested interests. So it is useful to have short-term goals as well as higher aspirations. Imperatives. Here first are 10 relatively obvious solutions, followed by 10 that are somewhat less obvious, including proposals for redesigning the cigarette itself. 1. Ban smoking in all indoor public places and in outdoor spaces where people congregate. Public parks and beaches should be completely smoke-free, and smoking should not be allowed on streets or sidewalks of densely populated urban areas. Smoking should also be barred from apartment complexes and any other form of housing where fumes can move from one domestic unit to another. People don't seem to realize that in crowded urban spaces, outdoor restaurants, for example, smoke from other people's cigarettes can generate toxic exposures comparable to those from indoor smoking. 2. Increase cigarette taxes. Tobacco has a price elasticity of about 0.4, which means that for every 10% rise in the price of a pack we can expect a 4% fall in consumption. Some will say this unfairly taxes the poor, which is why taxes should be combined with subsidies for smoking cessation services, including nicotine replacement therapies and non-drug services, such as hypnotherapy, made available free of charge. Taxes are already high in many parts of Europe, and in some places we have $12 and even $15 minimum price packs. But twice this amount is not impossible. Americans can still buy cigarettes for only $4 or $5 per pack, and in tax-free zones, military commissaries or duty-free shops, for example, they can be even cheaper. All loopholes of this sort should be closed, and taxes should be collected at the point of production, not at the retail counter, to prevent smuggling and illegal sales via the internet. New tax revenues should be used for tobacco control and cessation, to break the dependence of governments on the continued sale of cigarettes. Pressure should also be exerted on countries with low tax rates to raise those rates to prevent bootlegging and organized crime more generally. 3. Ban all cigarette marketing, including all advertising and promotion. Bans in certain media, magazines, billboards, television, etc., are already in place in many countries. These should be extended to cover all marketing and promotion, including direct mail, movie plugs, viral marketing, brand stretching, Marlboro gear, cultural sponsorships, coupons, internet offers, and advertising at retail point of sale. Package design is an effective and ubiquitous form of advertising, and no cigarettes should be sold in anything but a plain white wrapper accompanied by a graphic warning. Advertising bans should cover not just the product but also the name of the company making that product, and manufacturers should be barred from sponsoring sports, music, or any other cultural event, including philanthropy designed to create an illusion of corporate social responsibility. 4. Make warning labels on cigarette packs large, graphic, and disgusting. Tobacco packs are miniature mobile ads and the most common way smokers encounter their cigarettes. Psychologists have studied warning labels and found that certain kinds are more effective than others. Some of the most graphic are powerful enough to make people return their cigarettes, and different images will of course resonate differently in different cultures. In Canada, for example, the most provocative have been images of a diseased mouth and teeth, whereas in Brazil the images of premature babies have been quite off-putting. Research should also continue to determine which images are most likely to discourage smoking. 5. Bar the sale of cigarettes everywhere except for special state-licensed outlets. In the United States, as in most other parts of the world, it is far too easy to find and purchase cigarettes. Several states allow hard liquor be sold only in state-sanctioned stores, and the same should be true for cigarettes. In the meantime, cigarettes should be removed from impulse purchase areas at checkout counters and made available only by request from a sequestered source. And to help prevent youth access, cigarettes should be sold only by the carton and not within 1,000 feet of a school. Vending machines should also be banned, along with distribution of free samples and brand-themed merchandise. 6. Place an R rating on all feature films depicting smoking. Exposure to smoking in movies causes young people to take up the habit. Indeed, there is no more effective form of advertising. Smoking in Hollywood films grew substantially in the 1990s, and by 2002 3/4 of all American films portrayed cigarette use. An R rating for all films showing smoking would help reduce tobacco use, since most of the profits in this business come from youth audience films. Hollywood movies have a global reach, which means that the impact of such a rating would extend beyond the United States. It would help to denormalize smoking, which in most parts of the world is still regarded as rather like drinking coffee or eating a bar of chocolate. Present-day tobacco brands should never be shown in general audience feature films, and producers of films displaying cigarette use should certify that they have not accepted money or goods from a tobacco company or its agents. Directors would still be free to include smoking, just as they are free to include nudity or foul language. They would just have to accept a restricted audience. 7. Stop all tobacco subsidies and supports. Governments throughout the world encourage the planting and cultivation of tobacco, treating it as an ordinary agricultural commodity like corn, beans, or rice. Why should farmers be encouraged to grow the world's deadliest crop? Tobacco has benefited from state-sanctioned protectionism, and what is needed are incentives for crop substitution. Global free trade agreements should also not treat tobacco as an ordinary commodity but rather as the product of a rogue agricultural enterprise, an economic bad, and not an economic good. Trade in tobacco should be treated more like the trade in weapons, which is tightly controlled and falls outside the governance of global trade agreements. 8. Increase funding for tobacco prevention and cessation to a level commensurate with the harms caused. Nowhere in the world is tobacco prevention, including smoking cessation, funded on a scale appropriate to the magnitude of its medical cost. In Sweden, tobacco prevention receives only a mere 0.003% of the health care budget, even though treatment of diseases caused by tobacco consumes more than 8% of the nation's health care costs. In China, there are perhaps 15 people working full-time on tobacco prevention, while more than 15 million work to get people to smoke as much as possible. The allocation is off by several orders of magnitude. Tobacco mortality is easily preventable, and tobacco control can save a nation money by reducing medical costs. Tobacco prevention also brings with it side benefits in the form of reduced harm to the environment, savings on costs from fires, and savings for individuals freed from the financial burdens of lifelong addiction. Private philanthropists, notably Mayor Michael Bloomberg of New York and Bill and Melinda Gates, are funding creative work, but governments also need to take more responsibility. Cessation promotion should be part of this. Toll-free numbers, e.g., 800, quit now, should be established to direct people to cessation services, and research into creative new means of cessation should be funded. 9. Teach tobacco prevention early, graphically, and creatively. The lesson is not just that cigarettes kill, but also that the industry uses devious means to hook you. Crucial is to instill a sense of informed discontent. Children should begin learning about tobacco mendacity. Look how they're trying to trick you. In their 3rd or 4th year in school, which is also about when they should learn that humans share a common ancestor with apes and have duties to safeguard biodiversity. Megafacts of this sort are empowering and must be taught to help boost civic literacy and environmental responsibility. Children should be taught that cigarettes contain a menagerie of poisons, and contests should be sponsored to encourage kids to develop their own ideas on how tobacco impacts life and our ecosphere, and what should be done about it. Prizes should be large and numerous, with rewards going to imaginative insights and creative presentation. The rhetoric in any successful campaign must avoid paternalism and should strive to recapture high ground values of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The struggle, after all, is not about health versus choice, or purity versus freedom, or parents versus teens, or the righteous versus the weak, but rather a useless polluter versus the rest of us. 10. Listen to the voices of smokers. Half of all smokers will die from their habit, and we need to know more about what they think should be done, especially those who have contracted diseases from smoking. What do they advise? They're on the front lines, and their voices must be heard. Less obvious imperatives. And now for a series of less obvious imperatives, most of which involve imaginative cigarette redesign or governance of production. 11. Make cigarettes uninhalable by raising smoke pH. Cigarettes have been designed to create and sustain addiction, but they could easily be redesigned to be far less deadly, and not at all addictive. Cigarettes would be far less lethal, for example, if the pH of cigarette smoke were restored to levels prevailing prior to the invention of flue curing. Flue curing lowered the pH of cigarette smoke, allowing it to be inhaled. This fatal design flaw has spread throughout the world, part of efforts to make cigarettes ever milder. Cigarette smoke pH is easily manipulated, and no cigarette should be sold that delivers smoke with a pH less than 8. By returning smoke pH back to where it was prior to the 19th century, cigarettes would no longer be inhaled, and most of the lung cancer hazard would vanish. Much of the appeal of smoking would also disappear, especially for starters. A century of morbid cigarette engineering would be reversed and millions of lives saved. Care must also be taken, however, to ensure that cigars are not redesigned to become low pH inhalable, big cigarettes. FDA authority should therefore be extended to cover all tobacco products, to make sure that new design mandates for cigarettes are not circumvented by some other form of nicotine delivery. 12. Reduce the nicotine content of cigarettes. Nicotine is the sine qua non of all tobacco addiction. And if we can take saffrol out of root beer and lead out of paint and asbestos out of insulation, then surely we can take nicotine out of cigarettes. This is not hard from a manufacturing point of view. Nicotine-free cigarettes have been available since the 19th century, and few people will continue to smoke without this deadly hookah. The new FDA in the US is barred from eliminating nicotine entirely, but nothing prevents it from establishing a maximum of, say, 0.5 or even 0.4 milligrams per cigarette, reduced from present values of about 10 milligrams. Here again we are talking about total nicotine in the cigarette, not smoke delivery. See the box on page 380. This would still allow people to smoke for taste, and whatever pleasure comes from fondling the cigarette or gazing at its smoke. Cigarettes with dramatically reduced nicotine in the rod, however, would no longer have the power to create and sustain addiction. 13. Tax or ban the machines. We often hear about the importance of cessation of consumption but rarely about the value of cessation of production. 3 or 4 companies dominate the world's cigarette-making machine business, and high taxes should be levied on any factory wanting to make or sell such machines, or any company wanting to import them. Global cigarette machine manufacturing is dominated by the Horny Corporation in Hamburg, Aranco Découfflé in Paris, GD, Generate Differences, in Bologna, and Morelands in London. The Horny company is the largest, but Italy's GD offers stiff competition. Horny's and GD's machines are the deadliest in all of human history, cranking out 20,000 cigarettes per minute, nearly 10 million per 8-hour shift. And since one person dies for every million cigarettes smoked, this means each of these machines causes the death of 10 people per 8-hour shift. Taxing or banning these machines would be an excellent way to lower tobacco mortality. Manufacturers would pass these higher production costs on to consumers, but taxation would also create an incentive to switch to less deadly products. Tobacco control advocates have ignored this crucial link in the chain of causes leading to cigarette death, but the fact is that manufacturers also have choices, much as they would like us to think they do not. Caveat emptor is not enough. We should not place all the burden of fateful choice on smokers. We have to go to the root of the problem and stop the machines. Caveat fabricator. 14. Put an end to research sponsored by the tobacco industry at all colleges and universities. The companies have long sponsored research to boost their credibility, using the good name of Stanford, Harvard, or the University of California to claim, in essence, how can we be so bad if such fine institutions are willing to work with us? The companies use these sponsorships to cultivate experts and to twist the substance of science in their favor. Ending such collaborations would improve research integrity and help scholars who hold unpopular opinions repudiate charges of being hacks for the industry. If you really think nicotine-coated stents might help prevent heart attacks, then stop taking tobacco money, and people might actually believe you. If you really want to show that pilots fly better under the influence of nicotine, then do this research with untainted funds, and you won't be accused of selling your soul. Barring cigarette sponsorship is crucial for both academic freedom and scholarly integrity. 15. Sue the racketeers. Litigation can be an effective means to limit the power of the industry, and the cost of successful suits will be passed on to consumers in the form of higher prices, which means that litigation functions more or less as a rather inefficient cigarette tax. Few countries take advantage of this opportunity. Most of the world's litigation has taken place in the Americas and, to a lesser extent, Australia and Great Britain. Japan has had only one small trial, and there are a scattered few elsewhere. Litigation can help force documents into the open, revealing the scope of the industry's chicanery. This can then be used as a springboard to further health advocacy and disease prevention. 16. Establish a single-payer national health care system offering universal coverage. Some countries won't need this advice, since they already have such systems in place. The United States is virtually alone among the richer nations of the world in having no single-payer medical system. The only good to have come from this is that some powerful insurance companies and governments have been led to sue the industry, hoping to recover some of the financial costs of smoking. Establishing a national health service would force governments to shoulder some of this burden and help bring to light the social and human costs of cigarette complacency. Governments are more likely to take serious steps against tobacco when they realize that the cost of treating cigarette maladies exceeds the benefits generated through cigarette taxes. 17. Recognize tobacco as a significant source of toxic pollution and environmental destruction. Tobacco manufacturing is costly from an environmental point of view. 23 million pounds of pesticides are applied to tobacco every year in the United States alone, for example, and far more globally. This has environmental consequences but is also a waste from the point of view of scarce global resources. Millions of people make their living growing and selling the golden leaf, and substantial planetary resources are squandered in the process. Tobacco cultivation is also a significant cause of deforestation. Old-growth forests continue to be razed to establish fields for planting tobacco and wood for fuel for curing. Every year, an old-growth forest the size of 20 Manhattans is cleared to bring new tobacco fields into cultivation. Massive quantities of fossil fuels are consumed during the growing, manufacture, and transport of tobacco, all of which contributes to greenhouse emissions and the global climate crisis. 18. Be creative in the language we use. We hear lots of talk about tobacco control, but not enough about tobacco prevention and prevention of tobacco death and suffering. Control talk is a bit defensive and has a regulatory ring out of sync with the magnitude of the catastrophe. Control talk implies a certain accommodation or collaborative tolerance, which is why we don't talk about asbestos control or control of lead in children's toys. We can't stop floods, which is why we have flood control. And it is an oxymoron to talk about socially responsible cigarette manufacturing. We might as well talk about socially responsible traffic accidents or the proper way to drive while drunk. The industry has captured much of the rhetorical high ground here, denigrating talk of bans or prohibition as beyond the pale. We need to recapture this rhetorical advantage and broaden how we envision smoke-free futures. The industry presents itself as the natural ally of liberty, romance, and the good life lived to its fullest, values most of us would hold higher even than health or longevity. The public health community needs to learn that these higher values must be embraced if we are to stop cigarette suffering. We also need to learn to call a spade, even if that means talk of killer machines, toxic polluters, world-class liars, cancermongers, drug lords, child abusers, pulmonary criminals, death dealers, RICO racketeers, and so forth. The so-called vilification clause of the Master Settlement Agreement's Public Education Fund, administered by the American Legacy Foundation, bars any use of such monies for any personal attack on, or vilification of, any person, but the rest of us should resist the industry's rhetorical bullying and sleight of hand. 19. Expose cigarettes through film and fine arts. The California State Tobacco Control Program and the American Legacy Foundation's Truth Campaign have done a great deal to dramatize the duplicity of the industry and the ravages of smoking. Filmmakers and journalists as a whole, however, have done little to capture and dramatize this catastrophe. We need movies on the killer machines of Hamburg and Bologna and on how big tobacco's denialist tricks were adopted and used by deniers of global warming. We need animated renderings of how tobacco attacks the heart and nicotine rewires the brain. And we need hard-hitting exposés of how transnationals penetrate local cultures. We need graphic public art treating the corruption of science and tobacco's threat to the environment, including contributions to global warming. And Hollywood needs to switch sides. 20. Expand our imagination of what is possible. This is the imperative from which all others should follow. Nothing that is good, true, or beautiful is ever achieved without a measure of creative fantasy. If phasing out tobacco seems out of reach, this is only because our imaginations are impoverished. Recall that people once found it hard to imagine courtrooms without spittoons, or television without tobacco ads, or smoke-free restaurants, but who now regrets those decisions. The industry fought hard to keep smoking on planes and in elevators, but who now feels this as a loss of human freedom. The industry fought hard against warning labels and bans on vending machines and sports sponsorships. All were denounced as the death of liberty, but who now would bring those back? Who now misses being able to light up on a crowded bus or train? Surveys show that even smokers appreciate smoke-free settings, since it gives them an incentive to quit. The specter of prohibition. There is one last recommendation I shall make, which in the final analysis trumps all the others. The sale and manufacture of cigarettes must be banned. This is the simplest way to approach disease prevention and would obviate the need for most other solutions commonly proposed. It is remarkable how seldom this simple solution is entertained. How and why did the idea of a comprehensive ban come to be so far outside our ordinary imagination? Why does the end of cigarettes appear so unthinkable? Why do we assume that cigarettes, like the poor of biblical law, will always be with us? The short answer, of course, is the power of the industry, which acts as a virtual state within a state to influence policy and what we imagine to be possible. Global revenues for Altria in 2009 were $25 billion, which makes the makers of Marlboro cigarettes richer than half the nations of the world. Governments also fear losing the tax revenues that flow from cigarettes, and there are fears that smokers will revolt or smugglers run rampant. There is also, though, the myopia that looks for solutions only in the realm of consumer choice and free markets. Our bizarre starting point is the well-stocked shelf of cigarettes, to which we respond by begging people not to purchase them. Nothing impedes the trucks that deliver the cigarettes or the factories that churn them out by the billions. We are led to believe that information and choice are the answers, however compromised by the grip of addiction. We are told that banning cigarettes would be tantamount to prohibition, which we all know has been tried and failed. This specter of 1920s-style prohibition is commonly invoked, as if the prohibition of alcohol were an appropriate comparison. It is not. Alcohol and tobacco are very different. The most important difference is that alcohol, unlike nicotine, is a recreational drug. Many people like to drink, and most do so responsibly with little or no harm to their health. Only about 3% of all people who drink are alcoholics. The overwhelming majority of drinkers do so without compromising their freedom. They are not addicts, which means that apart from that tiny minority of abusers, they choose to drink. That is the main reason prohibition failed. People like to drink and can usually do so responsibly and in moderation. Tobacco presents us with a very different situation. Nicotine is not a recreational drug. Most people who smoke wish they didn't, and most smokers, 90%, regret ever having started. That is because most smokers are addicted, 80 to 90%, compared with the 3% among consumers of alcohol. Few people who drink regret their indulgence. Few will say, "Gee, I wish I wasn't going to have this glass of wine tonight." Smokers are quite different. Most smokers do not enjoy it. They smoke because it relieves their cravings, and they don't feel they can endure the pain required to quit. Alcohol and nicotine are very different in this respect, which is crucial to keep in mind when considering what must be done. One thing I have noticed after many years of exploring this question is that there are really only two groups who take seriously the prospect of a total cigarette ban: smokers and tobacco industry executives. Smokers are open to the prospect, because they usually know they have a problem and need help. They want this monkey off their backs. They are often not the wealthiest people in the world and are acutely aware of the money they are wasting. They don't like the idea of higher taxes, because they know they will probably end up just paying more to scratch the diabolic itch. They regret having started and realize that strong medicine is needed to help them stop. The archives make it clear that the industry has been anticipating the end of cigarettes for quite some time. Tobacco companies have no special love for cigarettes. They make them only because they know they can profit from doing so. and they would just as soon shift to something else, if their stockholders could be satisfied. Recall that William Farone, Director of Applied Research at Philip Morris from 1976 to 1984, was hired to help guide the firm into a post-tobacco era. The company had bought Miller Beer and 7-Up as part of this effort and for a time considered getting entirely out of cigarettes. Farone recommended the company buy Genentech, which would have been a smart move. Recall also how hard the companies have worked to make a world without cigarettes seem unimaginable. Prohibiting cigarettes is cast as a grave threat to the liberties we hold dear. If banning cigarettes seems like a drastic act, that is partly because we have been led to believe that prohibition as a general policy is impractical, or insufferable. The reality is that there is much in life that we prohibit, and for very good reasons. We prohibit slavery and child labor and 1,000 varieties of crime, from murder to mayhem. Most laws are prohibitions, as is a great deal of morality. Think of the 10 Commandments. We ban foods that contain poisons and drugs with deadly side effects. We've banned leaded gas and asbestos insulation, and we don't allow ordinary citizens to possess most military-grade weapons. Some bans are site or age-specific. You cannot carry knives with you onto an airplane or into a school, and lots of things allowed for adults are off-limits to children. In a sense, we live in a world awash in bans, a world radically delimited by constraints that most of us take for granted and would not want to see disappear. Many such prohibitions we think of more as protections, which we unthinkingly accept as crucial for the full expression of human liberties. California bars the import of certain kinds of plants and animals, for example, to prevent pathogens from hitchhiking into the state. Do California farmers mind such prohibitions? How free would California farmers feel, having to cope with a ravenous new fruit parasite or an unstoppable nematode? Addictive psychoactive drugs are banned throughout the world, because of fears of potential abuse, heroin and cocaine, for example. Would we feel ourselves freer by allowing the sale of heroin on every street corner? And what about hazardous materials, or extra powerful poisons or weapons? Handguns are banned in many parts of the world, but even in America a private citizen is not supposed to own a Sidewinder missile or armor-piercing ammunition. Are we happy to have such prohibitions? And how about the United Nations prohibition of the use of dum-dum bullets or chemical and biological weapons? Would we be freer with such items in broad circulation? Are we unduly hamstrung by the Geneva Convention, or international rules governing how prisoners must be treated, or treaties prohibiting the proliferation of nuclear technology? Safety is perhaps the most common rationale for modern prohibitions. Employers are barred from exposing workers to hazardous substances, and restaurants cannot serve food from filthy kitchens. Aren't those good prohibitions? And what about laws punishing the fouling of public air or water, or laws barring products that threaten the health or safety of children? Childhood safety is protected by many different kinds of laws, including consumer product regulations. Toys cannot be sold with small pieces that can detach, posing a swallowing hazard. You cannot sell a baby crib with the bars so far apart that a child might squeeze through, risking strangulation. You cannot sell toys coated with lead paint, or pills in bottles without safety caps. Should we be free to market such products? Food and drug laws include prohibitions that few of us would want to see relaxed. Food manufacturers are barred from using additives known to cause cancer. They're not supposed to include filth or misrepresent contents on packaging. Saffrole, from sassafras, is now banned, in the United States, for use in root beer but also for use in perfumes and soaps by the International Fragrance Association. 6 different food dyes used to color artificial butter were banned in the United States in the 1950s, when experiments revealed these could cause cancer. Of course, not all industries are equal in their power to resist such bans. Recall the American Cancer Society's observation from 1956 that if the same evidence indicting cigarettes had been found against spinach, the leafy green would not be legal for very long. Most consumer products suffer far greater scrutiny. For pharmaceuticals in the United States, The burden of proof now lies with the manufacturer, which cannot market a drug until it has passed strict safety tests. Mandatory testing of drugs is surprisingly recent, and largely a response to widely publicized abuses. I've mentioned the sensational case of diethylene glycol, which killed over 100 people in the 1930s, but there are many other instances where harms have come from untested medications. Thalidomide was commonly used, in Europe, as a painkiller and an antiemetic against morning sickness, prior to its recognition, in the 1950s, as a cause of birth defects. The drug caused more than 10,000 malformations worldwide prior to its removal from the market. In the United States, the scandal led to a ruling that drugs must be tested prior to release, which means that untested drugs are, in effect, prohibited, banned. Automakers are barred from selling vehicles that do not meet safety standards. We may not think much about it, but every automobile on the road today is a rolling embodiment of hundreds if not thousands of mandatory performance standards. You cannot make a car without headlamps of a certain brightness or brakes and tires that pass strict tests. Windshield and window glass must not shatter into deadly shards, airbags must inflate, and seatbelts have to be a certain strength. New car designs have to pass impact and rollover tests, fuel economy tests, visibility tests, crash tests, crush tests, and dozens of others. Even the stick shift knob must be large enough not to penetrate the human optical orbit, a lesson learned after some number of brains got skewered. All of which helps explain why traffic fatalities are lower now than at any time since 1950. Only 35,000 Americans died on the road that year, the same as in 2009. Contrast this with the growth of smoking deaths from about 100,000 to more than 400,000 during this same time frame. Every stretch of highway, like every car, is a physical expression of hundreds of safety and performance standards, which don't strike us as prohibitions only because we don't generally see what is not, and indeed by law cannot, be built. Vehicles, roads, and signs not up to snuff are effectively banned. Otherwise put, we live in a world of ubiquitous prohibitions. Government-financed institutions establish standards for air, food, and water quality, along with the health and safety of work, the safety of transportation, standards at schools and hospitals, and limits on how, when, or what we hunt or fish. And how we hire or fire workers or trade stock or treat children. These all involve prohibitions, safeguards against threats to one or another aspect of human life and freedom. My point is not that these are perfect institutions or even that they are doing a satisfactory job. There is always room for improvement. The point is rather that many of our freedoms depend on limits on takings, along with punishments for the negligent. We also live in a world where loud libertarian ideologues try to make it sound as if regulation is inherently a bad thing, the enemy of freedom, when the fact is that every family vacation completed safely on a highway, every airbag inflated properly during a crash, every airplane landed safely with the aid of an air traffic controller, every life saved by a sheer bolt breakaway signpost, every antibiotic not fouled by a charlatan, every doctor with a medical license, every house built in compliance with an electrical code, is proof of the value of standards properly enforced. I would also suggest that anyone with a knee-jerk objection to prohibition canvass some of the 500,000 hits returned from a Google search of laws prohibiting. I suspect that most of these are things that few people would like to see overturned. 3. Safety, of course, is not the only rationale for prohibitions. Performance-enhancing drugs and gear are barred from many sports, to ensure fairness and the integrity of competition. Many environmental laws entail prohibitions on hunting certain animals or improper discharge of wastes, for example, often with the goal of protecting air or water quality but also to preserve our ability to appreciate nature's untamed splendor. Pesticides are sometimes banned to protect endangered wildlife, and heritage laws prohibit destruction of natural monuments or historical artifacts. Sustainability is sometimes the goal, as when Irish fishermen organized to prohibit mechanized trawling in Northern Ireland's Lough Neagh, home to the tastiest eels in all of Europe. Trawling in the 1950s and 1960s had led to a dramatic fall in the catch, so a decision was made to allow only line fishing and draft nets, no trawling. Eel populations have rebounded as a result, and local fisherfolk have preserved their livelihood based on this prohibition, along with a host of other sustainable management practices. So we already live in a world of routine if invisible prohibitions, established to protect the weak from the powerful, the innocent from the abuser, the prudent from the greedy, the public from the polluter. Prohibitions of this sort may often go unnoticed, rendered invisible by the absence of the barred artifact from consumption or circulation. Further clouding our perception is the rancor of libertarians, who denounce all intrusions by the government as onerous. This man alone on Annisland myopia makes it hard to keep in mind the myriad bans from which most of us benefit every day. Insofar as we live in a world of freedoms preserved through laws, prudent prohibitions are a crucial part of this. Eyes on the prize. The cigarette is the deadliest artifact in the history of human civilization. It is also a defective product. The cigarette is the seatbeltless car, the lead-painted crib, the car with faulty brakes, the open unguarded manhole, the rickety ladder, the fouled maggoty meat, the Dalcon shield, the smokestack spewing fumes. It is lead paint and asbestos and arsenic and worse, since it kills so many more and so slowly and seductively. And it is still, apparently, the only consumer product that kills when used as directed. Half its uses, in fact. There will come a time, I am convinced, when tobacco will no longer be widely smoked, and people will marvel at this odd obsession of the past. And historians will puzzle over how and why nicotine captured as many people as it did, and for so long. The change won't come about overnight, and for a time we can expect the industry to continue bullying and buying off its critics. Change in some parts of the world will come from grassroots movements, with local policies quilting into ever larger policies. Elsewhere, change will come from the reasoned actions of elected officials, acting under pressure from an informed and outraged public. Smoking will persist in parts of the world for many years, but tobacco will one day become part of a closed chapter of history. Cigarettes will join lead paint and ubiquitous asbestos and other abandoned artifacts, like the spittoon or buggy whip, and this chapter of history will come to an end. To bring this about, though, we need to keep our eyes on the prize. Cigarettes are the world's most widely abused drug and the world's largest preventable cause of death and suffering. We are talking about the bane of 1 billion living smokers and an unparalleled corruption of science and the human lung. A destroyer of forests and the world's leading cause of fires. A cause of global impoverishment and global disease, and a burden abhorred even by smokers. To reclaim clean air for the commons, and to prevent needless suffering, including millions of those not yet born, the manufacture and sale of cigarettes must be abolished. NOTESINTRODUCTI